Hello, everybody. Let's get to work. All right. Some housekeeping. Ixon, I do not have your display on OBS. Hold on. Let me update the
Oh,
link before you do anything.
yeah.
All right. Um, my avatar has also disappeared. Why did my avatar disappear?
He must be on strike or something.
Wouldn't surprise me. There we go.
Yep.
Calibrate. Y'all guys actually get motion captured Ezra today. Count yourselves lucky. I don't do normal motion capture usually. All right, we are live on all three platforms. And to kind of give you the gist while we get ourselves situated here, the reason for that is honestly the revenue has gotten so bad on Twitch that it's not even funny. All right. So I am live on YouTube. I am live on Kick. I am live on Twitch. All right. I will say in the recent months, Twitch has kind of gone downhill.
Mm-hmm.
And I know they just released the 2K option. You know, that's awesome and whatnot. But when they're losing ad revenue, when they're losing their advertisers to stupid people on the platform, and I'm not going to go into the gist of that and whatnot. I'm not here to say that all of it is bad or anything like that, but it's not great. I can tell you that. So far, this is my first time on Kick and YouTube. YouTube, I have a little bit of history with, but not much. So we're gonna be testing this out. Kick is very much like Twitch, so I found myself being very comfortable with looking at its chat and everything. And then of course YouTube. I will not have a multi-chat box open, simply because of how Twitch has been going after people with multi-box chats.
Yeah.
After they banned one of their biggest supporters, Nutty. You know, the guy kind of responsible for teaching new streamers how to actually stream. So, with that, it has been almost 2 months since I had to take my hiatus. During that back end, we haven't necessarily changed any of our systems, I don't believe. We have changed how some of the systems operate and what we're doing to give ourselves the better quality, give ourselves the better thing. I am gonna have to mess with my bitrate later because apparently my bitrate has reset itself or whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I'm not seeing myself on the link. Are we using a different link or something? Because I'm not seeing on the stream.
I don't see your display in my Ninja.
Yeah, that's weird.
Do you want me to send you a new link?
Did you change it?
No, I didn't
the room
change it.
again?
No, it's the same one that you gave us,
Yeah.
and since the last meetup.
Yeah.
It's
The only thing I did was actually add the new.
Hold on. Let me make sure that. But Ninja is not showing your display to me.
okay. I'm gonna remove the extra tags and see maybe I screwed something up and got it in some weird spot.
It's possible. Okay, Ixen got loaded. I see that you just
Yep.
flipped over.
Yeah, I'm
I
not
mean,
seeing
the extra.
Ixen's view either, so that's the weird thing is I'm also not seeing Ixen's view.
Ninja's showing not for me, and it's showing on Kick and YouTube.
Yeah.
My screen on there, his little thing. So
And your video device was hidden for me, but I've now unhid it and I didn't see you connect. So, be kind of diligent here. We are getting through bug pains because I've changed everything. Oh my gosh. It just feels so weird to be like looking at all of this and going, "Oh my god, I have like things going on."
There we go. But now I have a different push tag.
We recommend that you use a stream bit rate of 6,800 kilobits. So my OBS has decided to not stream at my full bit rate. Let's try 1,600 or 16,000.
All right, looks like I'm showing up now.
Yeah.
Yep.
There we go.
There we go.
It seems the issue is I changed the link a little bit. I think I got it in like a different room for some weird reason. I literally removed the password from the link, and that's
Oh, geez.
yes.
No wonder you ended up in a different thing. Stream is healthy. Yay, my stream's healthy. The only thing that I wish that Kick had over Twitch, or Kick had that was something like Twitch, is the health rate. That little green bar that tells you that your bit rate's okay or not.
yeah.
Because I don't have that on Kick, and it's not telling me, oh well, your stream is shit, or your stream is doing good. It just says you're streaming. That's it. I did push up the bit rate. We're hovering around 6,000. Somehow, some way, my bit rate got pushed back down to 2,500, and I don't know what I did to do that. Apply. Okay. So I'll have the stuff figured out the next time. Like right now, it's just getting everything properly set up and everything. We also haven't played since they dropped the new update. So, we played like one day of it, and then we didn't really get to play again until now. So, I've got 3 chats up on my top monitor. It's so weird. I'm gonna have to get used to chat, watching like 3 different chats. All right. Space Builder, do you want to find out a cargo solution for the base or for the ship, and then Ixen at some point, me and you are gonna have to like tag team and get the catalyst moved. That's gonna be more of a pain in the ass because of how heavy the 7x7 is. Remember, that thing's like 3 times heavier than its original counterpart. And we've got to bolt it down.
So what have you kind of been thinking for cargo for the main ship?
Well, what we could do is back here. Where are you? I don't see you. Okay. So
I'm somewhere around here.
Okay. Come over to this side. Back here, there is already cargo junctions. It just needs to be connected up to the main cargo line. You could use that junction right there because I think it's connected.
Okay.
But put in like 3 or 4 containers if you can. Because we gonna have to stop moving shit. And I've got to get this other side matched up. Oh wait, no, it is matched up. I think we should see a crimson. Brute might actually see that we're here and doing stuff. And that should be all she wrote. Yeah, there's a lot of connections that needs to be made. It could literally go on that big thruster.
I was thinking about that, but then I realized that if the thruster gets turned off, it might mess up the connection. Yeah. I'm pretty sure if you turn off thrusters, it changes conveyors.
Not if you put it in front as a connection point.
Oh, yeah, good point.
And it shouldn't mess with conveyors anyway.
I've just had issues like when turning weapons off that the conveyors mess up, so I wasn't sure if it messes up with thrusters.
Okay. I know the other ships. Is this large one yours, Ixen? The dark blue one?
Huh? Dark blue one?
The dark blue and gray?
Oh, we got the gray one. We got the purple.
Top hanger. Top hanger.
Oh, the one that's that one is
okay.
My fighter one.
Cause I recognized the rest of them, but I didn't recognize that one, and I'm like, I'm not sure where this came from.
Yeah, the last time we did it on Sunday, we did a test run with this and a bit on one of our unidentified signal runs.
Yeah.
Or actually, no, it wasn't. I think it wasn't on. Yeah, it was, considering it was.
No, it's fine. It's just like I didn't know where it came from, so I was like, what the fuck is this? I'm not mad. I was just surprised. Oh, you gotta stop doing it at me. Wow, I can English. You gotta stop doing that to me. We do. We also have some new weapon options, by the way. If you wanted to retake a look at your weapon schematics. So we are rocking the RX and weapon core combos. We decided to add in a little bit more firepower for us because the vanilla weapons, they're great, but they have their issues. They have their issues. Plus, I think it was unanimous that we all like the RX weapons because of how they were, or how they are presented. So, all right. Yeah, we gotta get cargo. How many cargo containers did you put down here? 4? Yeah, 4.
Yeah, 2 on one side, 2 on the other side.
I think we have a total of 4 on the base. I'm not sure. No, we have a total of 3. So we're ending up with 1 more cargo than we actually have on the base, which is nice. It looks like the bit rate's holding pretty well. We do have a little bit of a dip in quality, and that is because my bit rates are all messed up. So if you notice something a little bit glitched, it'll probably be fixed in the next live stream. Okay, I need something. So with Twitch being the way it is and whatnot, we're not just putting our eggs in one basket anymore. We're moving to multiple eggs in multiple baskets here, so that I have some form of stream revenue. Now, to hit my revenue goals over on Kick, it is literally just stream 5 hours.
But are we refrigerating our eggs? Because otherwise they might get spoiled.
Oh, there might be an electric cooler or two. Also, eggs don't technically need a refrigerator.
Well, no, not if they're raw, but most eggs from a grocery store are pasteurized. So
yeah,
they do. Those ones do.
Farm fresh eggs don't need to be. We just refrigerate them because we can.
I think it's vice versa. I think the farm fresh eggs, they tend to spoil quicker if they're in cold temperatures or something.
No. Nope. As somebody who lives next door to chickens, you think I would know more about this. But yeah, no.
That's a lot of chickens.
Oh, it's only 7. But yeah, with all of the shit going down with Twitch, I just want to kind of distance myself from away from that. I don't want to be a target of Twitch maliciousness or anything like that because of certain streamers and that shenanigans. Okay, I'm here to protect not only myself, my team, but my community as well. All right. If you are new here, you have the ability that if you don't want to deal with Twitch and their ads, by the way, if you come in, you will still get pre-rolls, but ads have been disabled across the board. You will no longer have to deal with ads, which means, Ixen, you get a free viewing experience finally. Not that that really ever bothered you. Yeah. But
So here's a question.
Yes.
Should we rename Twitch and call it Bezos Tube?
No. No. I do want to say that the entire moderation team for Twitch should be fired. And if I was Bezos, I would restructure Twitch entirely from the ground up to be more consumer friendly. They're not going to do that, but
yeah, that's Amazon.
I would say Amazon's fairly consumer friendly.
Yeah, good point. They all decently.
But yeah, they need to restructure the TOS against other chats and stuff is like, really? You're that freaking petty? because now they actually have competition. YouTube, in my opinion, YouTube has never been really much of a streaming platform. It's been a platform for posting videos.
I'm not even. I know in the past, YouTube was actually had more latency because it wasn't really intended for that kind of content.
Yeah, YouTube's fine. Like,
yeah, I think it's better now.
The only thing I have against YouTube right now is the egregious ads on most of their videos. Okay. Kick doesn't have ads. Period. Twitch has almost too many goddamn ads that you can't skip. And honestly, some of their motivation to monetize Twitch, like hiding a rewind function behind a paywall, is in my honest opinion, a stupid idea. Because their competitors, whether you want to consider YouTube a competitor or not, that's up to you. But even Kick being a direct competitor to Twitch at this point has a rewind function that you don't have to pay for. Okay. So like all of these shenanigans and stuff, I'm calling them out because I do like Twitch. All right. I have not spent 5 years on Twitch just to watch it go down the drain. Which is the reason why we've also started multi-streaming to Kick and whatnot. All right. I got to figure out which one of these buttons actually activates y'all guys certain displays here.
Uh-huh.
None of them do. Great. Because the two people that are actually off are the buttons that they're tied to.
Oh.
And I can throw it up on
yeah.
Ixon's display.
I'm just looking at weapons.
Yeah. Well, this is a perfect time to get chat acquainted to what type of weapons that we have. So, but with the bandwidth constraints are not a problem anymore. All right. When I started streaming, I could only stream at like 344p. And now we're triple streaming 1080p across the board. 1080p doesn't sound amazing, but consider the factors at play here. I'm streaming to 3 platforms at 1080p. Okay. And yes, it might be a little grainy right now. There are some visual improvements that I would like to do with the streams and everything. And once I get that under wraps, then you guys will have the full experience. Imperial Artisans? Oh, we found a new faction. Speaking of which, there's new faction ships.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's 30 types of ships that they added, but there are also different factions also.
Yeah. So, with that out of the way, I have gone ahead and set up alerts for all platforms. All of the alerts are working. They are functional. Aeon is not applicable right now because in order to run his console, I have to remote in to his desktop. So unfortunately, we do not have Aeon right now. I need to get him like an actual desktop grade PC, like even just a mini NUC. But let's see here. Where I'm gonna reload that. Shouldn't be too bad. All right, cool. Kick is loaded. Let's go ahead and do a. We're getting that. We got 3 followers so far on Kick. By the way, Space Builder, 45 freaking months, dude. You're insane. And I know that you just let it pretty much autoplay your account, but Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah. It's because we're friends.
No, I know.
It's not much, but I've kept it up.
Dude, it helps. Okay, I have okay, Space Builder's in there. I do have a moderator for Kick Chat because of Ixen.
Yep.
And I don't technically have a moderator for YouTube, but I'm sure that can be rectified. But right now I have it under control. And right now, for those who are wondering what the music is, we are running Harris Heller and his demon. I forgot the actual like name of that album. What's the name of that album? The album is Demon Instrumental. So no vocals, just pure music. All right. And that is set on a loop. So you'll hear some pretty you'll hear these songs again. As for the content coming up, we have Mondays, Tuesdays, or Sundays, Mondays, Tuesdays are not going to change as they currently are. They will remain from 6:30 to 11:30 p.m. CST. All right. Sunday being the longer stream and going to 3 a.m. because that is my long days, and that is when we can get everybody in all at the same time and not cause too many issues. Wednesdays is where it changes because we do not have Crimson on that day. I believe you're usually off on that day, aren't you, Ixen? Usually.
Which day?
Wednesday.
Yeah.
Okay. Wednesday will be kind of variety stuff. I've been taking a look. We've been actually behind the scenes. We've been taking a look at a couple of games that we think everybody might be interested in. And one of those is Terratech Worlds, which Ixen so graciously gifted me about a month ago, and we haven't been able to play it.
And I probably have to do a
Yeah,
reinstall on it because for some reason my SSD's right now being a pain in the butt. Or Steam
yeah,
itself.
that's the other concern is like give you time to like sort out your SSD issue. There are a couple of other games that I'm thinking about. One that I haven't gotten to play yet, that I played only just a little bit of, Breath Edge. It is it's very Subnautica-esque, but spacebound.
Yeah, I have it too. I haven't played it.
Well, that may be an opportunity for you to pop in on one of the early streams and like play side by side.
We could see that.
You know, well, it'll be much like how we have how we're planning on doing the Space Engineers 2 playthroughs until we get multiplayer. So, because it's not, unfortunately, it's just not multiplayer.
Yep.
some of the other games, and I'm gonna kind of go through them real quick. There are some community games that we will have to see. Right now, I do have scheduled on our schedule for Stationeers on Thursday, but I've kind of left it open so that we could play pretty much anything on Thursday. So we still get our Stationeer stream on like Tuesday, when everybody for that stream is kind of like available and everything. That is John, Crimson, you, me, and Ixen. Some of the community games that we are looking at, we're looking at doing some Halo Master Chief Collection, 4-player. So if you have Master Chief Collection, you'll be able to jump in and play with us. Repo, Pico Park, Lockdown Protocol, Uno, and I don't know if the others would be down to do it, but I do also have Among Us. I've never played Among Us. I also haven't played Repo or Pico Park. Me, you, and Brute played a little bit of Lockdown Protocol. It was only a couple of hours, but... And then, of course, we played Uno. We've all played Uno at some point. And then I haven't played Halo Master Chief or the Master Chief Collection in, like, since the 360. So... And that's barring the custom games that we did, a couple of months ago? So we've got kind of a good backlog of games to go through. There's a couple of others on Epic that I have that we can't actually play together, but we might be able to just like chill out and have our own game sessions on. One of them is Slime Rancher, which I've been actually kind of dying to play for stream. So we've got a few options to play for variety. And I'm going to do us a favor. I'm going to take a quick moment to get a drink. I'm going to run a 30-minute ad to kind of disable pre-rolls for like the next 10 minutes. Unfortunately, I can't get away from ads without running a little bit of ads on the channel. So if you're ever curious as to why I do things the way I do them, this is why. So I'm thinking we'll just run a minute ad. All right, Kick, YouTube. I will be right back. Ixen's gonna keep you company for right now, and so is Space Builder. And I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. I'll be right back, boys.
Okay.
So, Ixen, you looking
Yeah.
forward to SA2?
Yeah. I mean, with all the new, basically the way that they're going to be doing the machinery stuff for components instead of just having Ignit's 2 components, that's really good.
Yeah, I agree.
What about components to ingots or ingots to components?
SE2.
They're doing how the the SC1 mod for Industrial Overhaul was, but a lighter
Oh,
version for SC2.
okay. I wouldn't be too mad about that.
So it sounds, yeah, I'm not. It sounds like they're not using ingots anymore. It's just ores directly to components. So like this, the refinery is probably gonna smelt into basic components, and
Yeah.
then you'll have more advanced components.
Yeah,
It wouldn't even like it wouldn't even surprise me if they kept with a little like certain objects being ingots, but it does kind of make more sense that you would have directly manufacture into a component.
Yeah, yes and no. There is a good reason from a survival perspective to keep ingots, but it also, the simplification is probably something they wanted to do.
Yeah.
They probably just want to simplify things, and removing that step does simplify things.
You are going to have so much recoil on those arms. It's not even going to be funny. What in the hell have I created?
What arms?
I seen the 4,000 kilometer weapons, so I have one for the. I changed these because these have 4, but they're smaller. Then I seen this thing is like, what the hell? So I was like, do I want to go with 2 of these or 4 of those?
You. Oh my god. Ixen. If you destroy yourself, it's your fault.
Hey, to be fair, these are 4,000 kilometer weapons, so I could like snipe them from a distance. And I
You
don't
mean
have to get in.
You mean 4,000-meter weapons?
So basically, what Ixon is saying is he wants to add a Mac gun from the Halo mod and put it on a tiny little fighter.
Well, it's better than the one that I already have that's up by your thing that I actually brought in from someone else's creation that has well over like 24 freaking autocannons in front of it.
I know. The
I
reason
mean,
I'm joking
okay,
is that
yeah,
so the
but
Mac gun.
also in
here's the funny
fairness,
thing about them.
That's not a cling magnet.
Well, here's the funny thing about the Mac gun is when it fires, it produces so much knockback that it'll send a. If you put it on a tiny little ship, the ship goes flying.
Yeah, yeah.
No, these are actually small. No, this is actually meant for small grid for some reason.
So the large grid Mac gun, if we were to include that mod, I would be building the freaking glowworm again. But
Mm-hmm.
the Mark 9, which is what we put in the glowworm, was enough to recoil the glowworm. And the glowworm is a heavy metal grid ship. Okay, so yeah, those hinges are going to be dying.
Yeah,
I have a feeling you're going to lose those arms more than you think you are.
This is as far as right now, the war part of my Zoid ship is basically non-functional.
Yeah.
It's experimentable at this point. I'm testing out these guns to see how ridiculous it is.
Well, I think
that's all I'm doing right now.
I think I'm going to get rid of Brute's contraption on the top of the ship and put in something a lot larger. Because we have access to the Reaper cannon, which is a massive railgun, basically. Keep in mind that, chat, that this is going to be our support ship. This is our mobile base. All right, if you are just joining like this series and you don't know what's been going on, we added the RX weapons to combat the stupidity that is the Factorum. Because Factorum is like ridiculously overpowered by themselves for whatever reason. It's actually kind of ridiculous now that I think about it. Um, but yeah, it's been a nightmare to get the parts from them. Also, like, I'm still getting used to 27-inch monitors. I'm used to having a 32 in front of my face. Yeah, I can't wait to do the upgrades. I have to figure out how to do the donos though, because I haven't done it since, well, since the last time that you freaking donated to the stream, Space Builder. I don't even know if that donut link still works. I
Yeah, I
don't
don't
think it.
remember when that was. So
It was a few years ago.
exactly.
Okay, for reference, it was back when I was still playing on your server.
Yeah, I have feeling it was around that time. Wasn't it? Oh yeah, it was for the Switch. Didn't you spend it on the Switch or something?
I spent it on the Switch OLED.
Yes.
And the only reason why I did that was because I thought I was going to stream more with it, and it ended up being. It ended up being more of a pain in the ass than I thought it was.
So it was basically a bait and switch.
No, not necessarily. Like, I still get my uses out of it. Like, I still get to play video games on it and whatnot. But like, I don't use it for streaming like I wanted to, because like all of my people are used to me playing on PC. Like, that's where I made my beginnings, is PC. Like, I did play on PlayStation for a little bit, but that was Warframe. Some of you might actually remember the days when I was playing on PlayStation. And I still try to keep up with those guys over on PlayStation, but it just hasn't worked out. One of them got married. I can tell you that. One of them got married and had a kid, which I'm so like, me being the way I am, I'm enamored by the fact that some of my friends are now like parents. And I'm gonna be honest, I would not be raising a kid in this era. I'm not planning on any type of children in this era. So
Yeah,
I guess
too expensive.
Yeah,
It's too expensive.
trying to keep up with yourself and keep up with kids. It's a little ridiculous.
It's about the era where you have an AI kid, and then you have to, instead of
Oh no,
taking care of
see,
them
I
by
don't
getting
even
food,
need
you
it.
have to take care of them by buying graphics card updates.
I don't even need to do that, Space Builder. All right, because the kids that I knew from high school already considered me like one of their favorite parents. Okay, so like I was already a parent to like a whole bunch of kids because they didn't have actual, uh, you know, responsible grown-ups in their lives. And that's not to say all of them had that. It was a lot of them, but not all of them. Where's my conveyors? So, but yeah, the the whole situation with children and whatnot, like you said, it's just way too expensive to deal with that. It's like there's no reason to raise a kid right now. And I want people to understand, it's not that I hate kids. It's that it's just too damn expensive. And I'm worried, like, my sister I have a niece and nephew. You know, my sister had them during the start of COVID. So, this is the only life that they've known. And a lot of the situations where kids were raised in, especially during the time of COVID, they didn't receive the same. They're not receiving the same type of education like we did when we were in high school. Like just to give you an idea, like I turned 31 like last week. So and yes,
Yeah.
I know Ixon's just like a few years older than I am. No offense, brother. But
31? Yeah, 10 years.
yeah. So like that, even just being a dedicated part, like we can say that both of our educations were very different compared to each other's. And then they went all homebound during COVID, and now, a lot of those kids are not going to make it. They're not going to make it for themselves in this world. And that's the unfortunate thing. It's not. I'm not calling out
Yeah,
anybody.
it was hard. It was yeah. I have to agree. It was. Since I have autism, it was hard enough just going
Mm-hmm.
in. It was hard enough socializing because
Yeah.
I never was really good at socializing. But imagine not having it at all.
Yeah. You know. Yeah. We got lucky with uh, us growing up because we had that ability to socialize with our peers and whatnot. Not that our peers weren't assholes. There were assholes. We all know that there were
Yeah.
assholes. But, right.
The only thing I guess the only thing lucky about my upbringing is I was immune to peer pressure because I just ignored everyone,
That's true.
which is not a good thing. Honestly, it's probably better to have that socialization.
Uh, Depends on what it is.
True.
Where is that cannon?
Hmm?
Where did I put that? Where? That's the quasar.
Is it the railgun on top of the ship?
No. I don't know, smart. Reaper pulse cannon. Yep, I dropped my phone. Actually, I think yeah, I'm gonna place it right there. All right. Now I definitely need like a second eyeball up here and see if this is too much or not enough.
Okay.
Let me head over there.
Top deck.
Which ship? A top deck? Okay.
Top deck of the big ship. Middle. It's like at the front. You know where Brute was building that cannon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see it.
The armor does not match up. That's going to be the first thing you point out. It does not match up.
Yeah. Kinda.
As far as anything, I mean, this thing could be slapped around with like other things anyway, so it's
Yeah.
fine right now. Where you're putting it in, it's 2 blocks tall,
Yeah.
so you're inside the thing. So yeah, we could dribble it regardless.
Yeah, I need to come back and gribble it. I think a lot of it is going to end up being just greebling and getting things into position, really.
Yeah.
So, Quasar Shock Cannon. We could do a couple of those on the arm or on the nacelles. Raise them up. Do a couple of the Quasar Shock Cannons, the T400 A2s. Drop them along the nacelles to give the nacelles a fight back power. And then, of course, layer this with, like, Gatlings and whatnot. I need an undercarriage undercarriage weapon system, and then I think I'm going to go the brute route and put a crap ton of torpedoes on here. Well, because we have the tracking torpedoes now.
Yeah.
You have a lot more options now than before.
Yep.
I need to turn that up. This is getting ridiculous. It's too hot in here. So I'm thinking might we do have the Starfalls, but they're like their unit is like huge. This is more of a base artillery weapon, isn't it?
Starfalls.
Yeah, take a look at that base. The base is like 3 blocks thick.
I'm just looking for the names right now.
Second row, second to last.
Yeah.
Okay.
About around this time, Ezra's
So,
going to be
rocket
going.
artillery, longsword missile battery. Okay, so it's only the Starfit rocket artillery.
Yeah, the Starfall looks like base artillery. But yeah, if you once you pop it on your hotbar, you'll see what I mean by it. It's a thick boy.
Yeah, that is three. That's like you have to have a section of your ship to be 3 layers thick in order just to have the base of it alone.
I mean, in fairness, if we don't ever find the what is it? The third thruster, we could just put one of those back there.
True.
By the way,
Let's see here.
now coming back to this and seeing what we've done, this ship, the back end of the ship looks as sick as ever.
That would be a negative. I mean,
Oh, is it too big?
Look at my screen.
Yeah, I'm watching.
It is literally actually incorporating like all 3 layer, all 3.
Oh, we would have to move the thrusters over.
Yeah, you would have to. It would be basically like she needs a bigger butt.
You sounded like a total redneck right then.
That's why I had to say it like that.
But there's also other weapons that we could put there, like the little brother might actually go there, the longsword.
Mm-hmm.
So if I flip over to my screen, because I don't have the actual hotkey set up on your displays yet, the longsword would actually fit in there.
Yeah.
So, or we could do a cannon or whatnot. It might not actually be a bad idea to put a rear-mounted cannon, considering that's what's on the front.
Perfectly fair. If we were using anything for the front, this would be like the flagship of our artillery.
Yeah.
This is like this torpedo launcher or rocket artillery is like this is your main gun.
Yeah.
It's front and center. As thick as this thing is, that's
It's
what you would be
ridiculous.
replacing that.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
It basically dwarfs it.
Yeah. But I mean, we have options now. Like if we wanted to forego the second or the third thruster and put in like weaponry back here, which wouldn't be entirely a bad idea, we could do that.
Mm.
And even if we embed the longsword into the armor a little bit, it's not going to be a negative. Where like this back end, if we have a cannon up top where it fires forward or reverse, it could fire over the missile launcher. Not that one, Nixon.
I know, but it would actually...
That one, that is a base-only turret. That is a orbital defense platform thing. And
Well, it is a mobile base.
Yeah, we're not going orbital defense right now.
I know.
Orbital defense would be like if we added reavers in and they were constantly pelting us.
I just find it funny because it's like one side this one is like the girl that your girlfriend is saying, don't worry about this one compared to the other one.
Oh my god. What have I created?
Yeah, now, and Ezra on the other hand is saying, welcome to Trillo Upland, population 1.
I mean, like, we have options. Like, nothing needs to be set in stone. Like, I thought about, like, remodifying the front to incorporate a couple of those King Lances. But to do that, then we'd lose our front car, or our front bay, basically. I think I could do it where the King Lances were like on the side of the ship, so it wouldn't be too bad. But we'll figure it out. We've still got a long way to go, and we've got to get like 1 billion gyroscopes on this thing.
Yeah.
The only convenience feature about this entire thing is it's all made out of light armor, so it's going to be easier to turn than heavy. All right. Oh my Jesus. I'm actually considering of like dropping the third thruster for a gun emplacement at the back though.
Yeah, the Atlas railgun, just even for small grid, 10 kilometers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not wrong. We can move. There is room down below to move the thrusters.
I'm not moving the thrusters.
Oh,
Okay, just incorporating a gun up at the top rather than that third thruster. So leaving this channel open for like thruster gun emplacements, more storage and stuff, rather than putting a third thruster in there, because we've already got a lot of forward thrust. We've got a ridiculous amount of forward thrust given the current stature of the ship. In fact, it wouldn't be apropos for me to tell you that this is going to be a flip and burn ship.
so what if you put something like this from what I'm doing? What if you put something like this on the back?
Absolutely not. No, we do not need a butt-faced railgun. We just need a turret back there to protect the engine compartments.
Yeah, no, I'm joking, but we could call it default cannon.
Why? Why do you do this? I don't want a fart cannon. Why is everything related to gas with you? I can't win. I can't win. Ixon, he's driving me nuts. Ooh. We could do something like that. I don't know if they work. Last time I checked, they didn't work, but we could have drones.
Maybe.
No, seriously, we could have drones.
Mm-hmm.
Not hand-built drones, but there's the okay. Look in the RX collection and look for an item called Small Hangar Bay.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, they could be either repair drones, attack drones, or deconstruction drones. From what the thing tells us.
Yeah, it's pretty small, so we could probably fit it somewhere.
Yeah, it's not that big at all. In fact, if we wanted to modify it, we could modify this section right here, where Ixon had that to be where we store all of the small hangar bays.
Mm-hmm.
And that would bump up this this section a little bit. Because I don't think we have for this small of a section here, I don't think it's I think it needs more design work, to be honest.
Yeah, you're not wrong about this orbital defense cannon. It's like practically it's almost as big as the ship.
Yeah, no.
Energy
It's
low.
half the length of the fucking ship. No.
Yeah, it's a little too big.
Yeah.
Just a little.
But we have a multitude of options where we didn't have before too. So I think a lot of the bigger guns are going to be used for more like base operations to protect our stuff. But
here's an idea. What if we had two smaller cannons like on the edge where I'm placing on stream, so you have one like here and one like here.
that's what I was thinking. One where it could face any of the other directions, and a rear face or a totally rear facing one, basically.
Well, actually, this is what I'm thinking. So we have two. Instead of having one big one, we just have two smaller ones.
Why is there a hidden
They're still
hinge on my
pretty
ship?
big.
I'm testing out custom turrets.
Okay.
with-
I mean, I'm not opposed to you testing out turrets. I have no idea where my mouse went. Oh, it wasn't
The
my
cat
mouse.
ate it. Your cat ate them.
I don't have a cat.
It must be one of those AI cats.
I'm gonna fire. I'm gonna shoot him. I swear it. I'm gonna shoot him.
But anyway, all the cargo containers are all connected.
Nice. Thank you, Space Builder. I won't have to kill you yet.
Well, they've been connected for quite a while.
Did you build the containers?
Yes.
Why do I not believe you?
Or you can check them. But what I'm saying is, I just forgot to mention when I had finished connecting them because we were busy with your Hangar Bay.
Which hangar bay?
Or small Hangar Bay and deterrence.
Oh. The only issue with putting those like there, honestly, is just them being like literally close to the thrusters. That's why I was contemplating about burying some on armor.
So, yeah, that is a small issue. However, remember the thrusters basically throw and go in one direction. So they are not in the way of the thruster. They're not in a place that they can take damage.
Yeah.
Because the thrusters don't behave like they would normally behave when you're rotating. So it looks a little weird, but they're perfectly safe.
You look a little weird. I mean,
Also, if they were taken out, we will. That's probably the least of our concerns because in a way these are really to defend the thrusters.
yeah.
So the more I'm thinking about it, do we want something smaller that basically targets small grids? Because that's probably gonna be all your biggest threat.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
gonna be missile turrets and
Yeah, the Reaper cannon is just for getting big stuff, basically.
mm-hmm.
Oh, no, I don't need heavy armor. That's the last thing I need is Ixon getting mad at me for building another thing in heavy armor again. Why did you build it in heavy armor? Because I had it selected in my thingy.
Well, that would technically work as a makeshift auto turret if I actually had the rotor and all that, but everything else and just slapped armor around it. But,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That would be the 4,000 kilometer type of small grid weaponry compared to your 5,000 kilometer turret that's fixated in the middle right now.
Yeah, because we want this thing to have some distance too. So.
Yeah.
So that we can be a menace from foreign and abroad. Domestic and abroad.
Yeah.
Because my English is on point today. It's okay. At either rate, we'll just blame Space Builder and call it a day.
Okay.
Well, you keep throwing puns out there, so I think this is well deserved. You jerk.
I didn't disagree.
It's all your fault. Ah, I have a cannon in my arm. What'd you do? That was an Ixon scoff. That is, I did something I didn't plan on doing.
No, no, that was just an actual cough cough.
Oh. I get it. So you're confusing me now. Got it. This is why we can't have nice things.
Yep.
Oh, shit. Something barbaric. Thank you for the party of 19 rating in. Sorry, guys. I'm coming back to this.
Yep.
I've been gone for a while. What's up, guys? My name is Ezra Kazumi. We're playing Space Engineers Factorum, and we're building big-ass space cannons. How was your stream? Something barbaric. God, my English sucks today. I was so stoked to see you on. How goes it? It's going great. It's a little bit of a different stream this time around because not just hanging around Twitch, but also doing something a little bit different out of my comfort zone. And I have something interesting for those of you who are coming in with something barbaric. While I did stream, or while I streamed exclusively on Twitch for like a couple of years, I have since moved my streams to multi-platformed. So I am now on YouTube, on Kick, and on Twitch. Went well. Just made a habitation block. Doug made a 176-bit program billboard. Wow. You're playing Stationers, right? I saw you playing I saw you playing like a couple of days ago, but I couldn't pop in at that particular moment. I wanted to pop in and say hello, but I just didn't have the time. I kind of figured it was Stationers because you've been you had dumped it for a little bit, and then yeah, I just saw you recently like pick it right back up. So, which is there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm a little bit hyper too, so I'm getting used
we'll have to
the,
get back to Stationers 2S pretty soon, I think.
Tuesday.
Yep.
Tuesday. We will be doing all of the Stationary shenanigans, and at some point or another, we need to take a look at Space Engineers 2 because they've done some updates.
Yes, they have been making a lot of updates.
Modding comes out on the 23rd, Monday.
Nice.
Tomorrow.
Yes.
Ooh. I think this is going to be a lot more robust than we originally designed it to be, but man. But yeah. Give me just a second, Barbaric, and I'll get you an SO. Because I completely forgot how to be a streamer. You know, that kind of thing. Thank you, Space Builder.
You're welcome.
So if you, I'm going to teach you a little trick here. If you type /shoutout, and then it gives you a username, you can do @ and let's do Barbaric here, and it'll put a pinned comment up at the top.
Oh yes, I had forgotten they made that part of Twitch.
Yeah. It's also good to have it like as a bot command, because then you'll like for my instance, like if I didn't know Barbaric was playing Stationeers, I could have looked at what the SO bot or the bot had said he was playing. So it's kind of cool. Either way, I'm not disappointed. But yeah, not a problem, my friend. Hopefully I'll be able to like spend some time. The schedule's kind of packed though, because there's a couple of days this week where I'm doing like 2 streams in one day. Because I'm a
Isn't
glutton
that
for
today?
punishment. No, it's Thursday. Thursday is my duel.
Okay, because I thought it said today as well on the schedule.
No. Only on Thursdays. Only on Thursdays. But yeah, all of my stream times have been like rearranged to make it more beneficial for me to kind of get into different times. It's ridiculous. Plus, I wanted to do some early morning stuff too, which is gonna completely throw a wrench in what Ixon's doing.
Energy low.
I would argue that Ixon doesn't seem too chuff about it, but
No, I'm fine.
It's actually, yeah, it does say on your schedule Sunday, Factorum, 6:30 p.m. / 3 a.m. CSC. It does say that.
yeah,
on your
that
schedule.
is 6:30 p.m. to 3 a.m. PST because that's when we get Brute in here.
Okay, so that's the end. I thought that was the second time.
Yeah, that's the end.
Okay.
Okay, I want you to like actually take a look at it and go to Thursday, and you will see Thursday morning and Thursday evening.
I see that now.
Yeah. 2 different stream times. It's going to be a little bit awkward for me because I don't normally do morning streams. I'm a very late streamer, but I wanted to do something for our community that can't always catch us at night. Space Builder being one of those because he tends to sleep in too often. Yeah, I know you like the back of my hand. I've been playing with you that long.
It's more accurate that if I stay up too late, it's hard for me to go to bed. So I can't stay up too late on your night streams.
Yeah, but I certainly
Talking
try,
about-
don't I?
Yeah. What do you think of this guy?
What? Who are you talking about? What?
Up at the top of the ship.
Oh. No, absolutely not. Jesus.
Yeah, I didn't weld it, but I wanted to see just how it looked.
We don't need an orbital defense platform on our freaking massive mobile base. It's already a bad idea that we're moving something of this mass anyway. Oh my Jesus.
Energy critical.
Space Builder, everybody, Space Builder. And you weren't the first one to think about it either. Because Ixon asked the same exact question about half an hour ago.
I just wanted to see actually how it looked on the ship. It doesn't look that bad, but it's a hunkin'.
Oh my God. Did you paint these lines, Space Builder?
Which ones?
The red.
Yes, I painted them as guides to just put it in, to.
I'm
to
not
find the
mad.
symbol.
I wanted to know who did it so I could thank them.
Yes.
Because now my measurements are online. Because
I did it because I needed to figure it was It was because it was such a pain trying to get this thing centered.
Oh yeah, no, you can't find center on this thing worth a crap. Trying to
Yeah.
find center is like more of a pain in the butt than anything.
Yep.
No energy.
Oh, my energy's low. I'm gonna push through. I don't really have a choice, do I? You're not gonna let me have a choice, aren't you, game? Nope, it's not gonna let me have a choice. I need to go. I made it!
Health is critical.
Oh, Jesus. All right, let me get things out of the way here. Now, I got a space builder for tier 1 sub. They've been subscribed for 45 months. We need more DACA. And then a raid from Mr. Something Barbaric. I'm looking forward to popping back into your streams one of these days when I get the opportunity. So... And if you guys are curious, we are listening to the demonic or demon instrumental from Harris Heller Stream Beats. I need to set up a widget for Spotify so that y'all guys can like actually get the info that you guys need. We got excellent stream health on YouTube's. And how are we doing over here? We're doing pretty all right. All right. Get that back up, and then I'm going to pop my OBS back open. I do have my chat slip on the top screen so I can see everybody. I can see you. We'll throw Ixon's screen up for the moment.
Yep.
Oh no, what are you about to do?
Test fire.
Firing.
Thanks for the
In
warning.
3, 2, 1.
Not yet. I have to get to the target I need to get to test out how powerful these guns are.
I'm gonna laugh my butt. I'm gonna laugh if that just tears your ship apart.
I don't care at this point.
Well, you do have the other one, like.
Yeah.
And you did say that you wanted to like redo that.
Yeah.
So.
And I assume you already have a blueprint, so it wouldn't be a big loss.
Yeah. I have
Space
a
Builder,
blueprint
you jerk.
What?
I went to weld steel plates into these freaking surrounds, and you left that cannon there, so I hit the cannon. I wonder who's more evil, me or my friends. Oh no, Ixon's pretty sneaky lately. I was totally waiting for a, hey, wait, you can't blame me.
I've been sneaky this entire time, so...
No, you haven't! I'm watching you!
I know. You're catching me in 4K every single time, though. I can't be sneaky.
And unfortunately, much to his dismay, Space Builder's not a very good hider of things.
Well, I don't intend to hide. None of the times I'm actually intending to hide anything.
Yeah, sure, that's what they all say.
It's more, I want you to find it accidentally. And
that's you are hiding it.
Especially if it's something that you'll get annoyed about. So I want it to be somewhat hidden, but I want you to actually find it so you'll make a reaction about it.
You're
If you
fired.
can't find it, there's no point in hiding it.
You're fired. I have determined that you are fired.
Today's soundtrack
For
is a
those for
music
those
called Fun.
for those who are wondering, yes, this is our normal back and forth banter. We do it all the time.
Yes.
We blame each
And now-
other. We kick and scream at each other, and then we tickle the fuck out of each other just because we can.
Yep. And now for today's soundtrack. A
No.
music called
No.
Fun.
No.
I don't even have to say it for you to know exactly what it is. Yeah. I don't have to even place
You
it. I
touch
just
that
say
sound
what it
block, I swear to God, I will shoot you.
is. I haven't even placed the sound block. But I already know that just saying it has enough drama.
I've already had it played on me 3 different times thanks to Brute.
Well,
Just
that's what happens when your friends have fun with you.
no. That's when you. That's what happens when your friends like to be annoyances. Eh.
Imagine a drone with a sound block built onto it. You shoot it at your friends, and then when it comes close, it starts playing the song to annoy them.
You do that to me, and I swear to God, I will shoot you.
And yeah, instead it's, oh no, you do it to when you're fighting with another player. And then instead of sending a combat drone, you send a fun drone.
No, you hide it in their ship so they don't know where it's playing at, so they can't. And then you hide it because they won't even actually remember to unhide their blocks. That's how you do that. And I swear to
True.
God, if you do it to any of my ships, I will find it because I know how to unhide my blocks. Do it to the catalyst, I'm going to shoot you. It's been a long time
That's
tearing
if,
that thing apart and
that's if it's
rebuilding
on
it.
the same grid. All you have to do is put on a battery and hide it somewhere connecting to a landing gear.
You better not be in my ship right now doing that.
Well, you can see exactly what I'm doing on the screen, so you know what I'm doing.
Speaking. Now, chat. Just let me know if he does something retarded. You do it, and I swear to God, I will be mad at you.
I know.
Brute already
not-
does that shit on purpose. I don't need your help in that situation.
For me, it's more fun just to bring it up and not do it at all. Just keep you guessing about when I might do it.
Well, yeah. We need to start figuring out how we're going to reconnect the catalyst, or how we're going to connect the catalyst, because the catalyst has the hardest connection of them all. Because the catalyst can't connect via conventional means. We may have to put a landing gear on it and just tie it to the grid. Also, that ship is going to be like half of our mass. Just as a reminder, that ship is like 1.4 million kilograms on its own. Oh, I'm I'm not dying because of power. I'm dying because of water. No, actually, remember the weight on that, by the way?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you want to pop in there and see how much it weighs, Space Builder, you have my permission. It's a rear exit.
Yep. I'm more thinking about the connect, how you set up the connector.
I don't think you're going to be able to connect to that.
Yeah, I don't think.
I think that's going to be. This is going to be one of those ships where you have to manually load it.
Yeah. What I'm thinking is, as far as the gear is concerned, I think if we put like a mag plate or something on the top.
It could be top or bottom. It doesn't matter.
I mean,
The
yeah,
bottom
put it-
the
stick
bottom
it
is
on
flat
the
enough.
roof. No, I'm talking about putting it on the roof of the ship. So I put it on the roof of the Hangar Bay. If I put a landing gear on the roof of the Hangar Bay.
Well,
and then we connect it.
because remember, it's going to have to drop out of that hangar too.
Yep, that's what I'm thinking. Put it on the roof.
Yeah. What do you think, Ixon? What's some of the ideas that you have
For the ship?
for the catalyst connection points?
I would have to look at it again, considering it's been so long and
Yeah,
all the
yeah.
revisions we've done.
That's why I've been like giving us time to like actually consider, like, throw ideas back and forth, because it has been like almost a month since we played the same. Actually,
For
it's
all
almost
I know,
been 2
you
months.
probably have Vision 23, and I don't know about it yet.
No change in the month. No change in since the last time we played. I think I might have done some paint work, but it hasn't changed at all.
Okay, this does have kickback, but if I had all 4 of them, it wouldn't be that bad. But not bad either.
So what are you thinking about something like this? Which would probably be temporary until we probably remove this
Yes, but I want to remind you that is the Deciduous hangar. The catalyst is going before that.
Where's the catalyst hangar?
The catalyst hangar is
front?
in the very front. It is before the. It is quite literally before the Deciduous.
Decidri,
Yeah,
so
yeah. Listen to Ixon. He's got a better.
You haven't really built. Oh yeah. You
Yeah.
don't really have a hangar yet.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
we
it's
don't
only
have a
one
hangar because we have to build around the catalyst. Because trying to get it maneuvered in there is going to be more of a pain in the ass until it has a dedicated craft of its own. It just doesn't have a dedicated craft. And it needs a dedicated craft because it can't lift itself up. Trust me, it's too heavy. I am going to give you a reminder that the Decidri hangs upside down in that hangar, according to orientation of the ship.
Okay.
So all of your thruster orientations pointed towards the bottom is the correct orientation of the ship. Because this is kind of the motion that we went for, going off your original design into what this has become. We kept that as the bottom of the ship since we started.
Okay. Yep.
This was a completely different ship when we started.
Yes.
And I would say we've done... I think we've done it justice.
I agree.
It still retains that mobile base feel that you were going for, but I think it's better designed for a purpose that we needed.
Mm-hmm.
And in some cases, we did keep the original design intact with the angular design. We just transitioned our angular design into another vertical. Or
So basically, you transition from Angular to React.
no, we put the angles in other places rather than doing that battleship design from Star Wars, because I think that was your original design.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, something like that.
Functionally, there's not going to be any difference between that and this one. It's just got a few more added features, like having the drop hanger for the frigate, or having the front cargo bay for the rovers and stuff. Also, like, with everything going on and whatnot, it has been one of those things where it's a lot of R&D, because I don't think, now I have built ships this big, but I don't think you guys have built anything this big. Not even that one ship that we were working on with Eric and the others. I think that ship was actually smaller than this. The one that turned into the castle, and then I had to rebuild it. If you remember Space Builder.
Mm-hmm.
But tonight's our long night, so this stream will go until about 3 a.m. CST. If you live in Central Standard Time, you'll know. If you are in any other time zone, add about an hour from 3 a.m. 3 hours plus or 3 a.m. plus your local time standard. And then you'll get your, like, if you're plus 8 on the global time scale, just add 8 hours.
So yeah, CST is GMT minus 5.
Yeah.
So that's probably the most effective way to.
Your plus or your minus. Oh, you got your welder arms?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm guessing you're getting the Reaper built. Because that's the only reason why I would think that you would use that for...
Well, one, to quickly start welding stuff for the front, and also figure out where we want the catalyst.
Yeah.
Per se, to get that situated, considering we already have the city tree, and we'd have this blank space for the catalyst and whatever other rovers that we want to bring.
Now, more than likely, after the first drop, the catalyst will not be returning to the ship.
Yeah, it's too heavy. We're not getting it back.
No, I didn't say that. To maneuver it back into the ship after it's been closed up might actually be more of a challenge than it's worth. Whereas building something that is dedicated to lift it, that is probably large grid, is going to be more applicable, where it just picks it up with like mag plates or whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
The catalyst is definitely the main concern here, because once it rolls out, I don't know if we're gonna get it back in here.
So we might change where exactly the connection point is, but this is kind of where how I'm thinking we would do it.
Yeah, our other option would be to make a top drop hanger for the catalyst to be dropped into,
Mm-hmm.
and then have it situated into there. But that's a big door. That would be a big door for that vehicle.
Yeah.
Ixon, are you at the catalyst right now?
I'm near it, yes.
Okay, I will let you kind of give the visual overhaul of that one.
So what happened to the launch bay thing that you were working on for a while back?
Oh, that one? That was actually Origin.
That was the
That
original.
was Yeah, that was Catalyst Vision 3 or whatever that you
Yeah, that was
had.
the version 3. That was the version 3. This
I
is like
have that.
version 5.
Hmm.
This is the final or the 5th iteration. So that thruster pack would not actually work for this version.
Okay, so now you have to make another one.
No, we're not going to make another one.
No.
We're going to build something
Nope.
large grid to carry this thing. Because
Okay.
large grid has the only is the only one capable of building or flying something this massive. It's the
Yeah.
reason why we're leaving the big ship to take care of holding this thing until we get to Mars.
So I have a question. When are we gonna move it over to the big ship?
Uh,
We probably want to get it moved over.
Tonight.
Okay.
I was just about to do that. That's why I was going to like my other ship because it's hydrogen thrustered.
Yeah.
So
Either yours or Crimson's miner.
yeah, or the miner that's in here that's actually fully hydrogen, anyways.
Yeah.
I was looking at mine because it's much smaller, but I think I was just about to get into it and see if there was actually I had large or smaller thrusters on the bottom of this.
The only issue that I see you having is attaching to it.
Yeah.
All right. Whereas Crimson's miner already has the mag plates on the front, where you could grab it from pretty much any side. I think you're gonna have more of an issue of trying to like get mag plated on and in a position where you're not gonna immediately ram yourself into the ship. That's my only concern about it. If you want me to be honest. I'm not saying it doesn't have the power. I'm just saying it may not have the mag points without burning a hole in my ship.
No, I would be making a makeshift mag plate just to
okay.
get myself to it. That's because this is a warship, but it has at least some large hydrogen thrusters underneath, with smaller ones to actually possibly lift that thing right now.
Yes. You once you're ready to lift it, let me know, and I'll turn off the gravity assist, because the grav assist is currently on. It also means I have to disable DOS.
Yep.
I have to disable DOS and like turn off the gravity assist, because you're not going to be able to lift it with gravity assist on.
Yeah.
We built that ship to actually perform pretty all right in space. Multiple iterations later, it still has the some of the original parts on it, which is kind of crazy to think about it, considering I've rebuilt it like 4 times. I think there's like 2 or 3 parts that are original on that. And but Space Builder's going to be in flight control. I think this is going to be one of those ships where we have multiple people on the flight deck at a single point in time to keep in control. Whereas for some of us, we're going to be working on the internals of the ship while this is in flight. Space Builder, if you are not busy, we need to figure out where gyroscopes are going to go so we can actually turn this damn thing without having to use the Paladin or the Astria to do it. And
For the big ship, or
For the big ship, yes.
yeah.
The big ship has no gyros.
Okay.
So the Astria is probably going to go under maintenance soon. The Paladin is fine as it is. I'm not changing that. I'm not going to rip it apart and redo it. It's fine as it is. But the Astria is kind of Brute's baby, and he's probably going to want to update it with the new mods or the new blocks in mind and mods. So
Mm-hmm.
We'll find out when he gets in here what he exactly wants to do for upgrades, because he's got a lot more options now than he did. And I've got to figure out how I'm going to... You might want to grab the catalyst from the front first.
Yeah. I'm just getting down there first.
Yeah.
I was already planning on going to the front and lifting it, so.
I hope that's enough.
I'm hoping so too, but I'm having my doubts. But I could easily add more thrusters quickly, just as creative mode, just to get it going.
Yeah. If not, I'll have to look into something that is a little bit more heavy oriented. Maybe a large grid tug or something. No. I've left it on Ixon's display so you can see what he's doing. This ship is the largest small grid I have ever created. It is 1.2 million kilograms. And that is after a fair amount of weight reduction and movement of some things. Okay. All right. Let me know when you're hooked on, and I'll turn off the graph.
I believe I am. Yep.
I gotta figure out which one of these programmable blocks, because all of the names haven't been set up. Darth! Hello, Darth. Mass. Okay, grav assist is off.
Okay.
Huh?
We are lifting.
Yeah, but your turning is going to be very impeded.
Well, yeah, but I'm going slow at the moment, just because I'm going to be...
Yeah, you're going to be moving it and whatnot.
Well, I'm making sure I'm not hitting the umbilical cord that we have underneath.
Yeah.
Yeah, and watch out for rubber banding.
Actually, I think I'm actually clear of that. I can keep still going up.
Move
You'll need to move.
Move to
you're
your
going to hit it.
forward just a little bit. Just to give yourself that space. You've got plenty of clearance behind.
Yeah.
It's just that massive of a ship, unfortunately.
Okay, so I have to go...
You could pull... You'll need to go up a little bit, but...
Give me a second. Give me
Yeah.
1 second. I'm gonna do gyro.
You're gonna add a couple of prototype just to be safe?
Well, I was just trying to turn right now, and I was like, nope, you're not going anywhere.
Yeah, he's temporarily adding those, so just be warned. He will delete those once we're done moving those. My rules are, if it's for a temporary purpose, I don't care, as long as it's not like we're treating in a whole bunch of armor because we don't want to weld it. No, welding's a part of the fun. We have to do that. You still don't have enough gyro with those two?
No. So I'm gonna have to
But
add...
internet lag is the best part of the game, especially when you're backing something like a dreadnought into too quickly into a loading port.
Add more gyros, then you can be like, ooh. There we go. Now we're at least turning slowly. Jesus Christ. Okay, I have to actually add
Yeah.
more.
In a way, the catalyst is a land dreadnought.
Yeah, it's quite literally a land dreadnought. It probably could ram into things and be okay. But I set this up to be an intercept vehicle too.
Yeah, let's see how many blocks is this bringing?
That is 10, so that is like each one of these is like 4 to 8 gyroscopes.
So the catalyst is 10,000 blocks.
Yeah, on its own. Oh, up, back.
Yep, I know. That was slow. So
Luckily, you hit the tires. It's not a big deal. Just take her easy. Oh my god.
yeah.
The good news is this ship is a brick, and most likely would not be damaged by anything other than its own stupidity.
Thankfully, my rear thrusters are actually way so far in the back, inside the housing of my guns.
Yeah.
It's not gonna overhinge. That's why I picked this one.
Do me a favor. When you get clear of any operations or like clear of the surrounding area, turn us towards the nose.
Yeah.
Cause
I'm just getting us to the nose since we have that big huge opening, and I can just back us in that way.
I see the tires and all I think is the Winnebago from Spaceballs.
Hey, Spaceballs 2, 2 more years.
I know, right?
All we need now is the Mega Maid.
Yeah.
I'm just I'm a little bit impressed by this little vehicle that you have here because it lifted to far more than I expected it to.
Well, this is not my creation. This is someone else's creation that I commandeered. The only thing I changed it was actually having a jump drive, but this is strictly for one of my other creations. That would be a ship that can go inside a hangar bay.
Yeah.
Because this can go in through the small gates. That's the whole reason why I actually chose this, and having the significant firepower that this thing has.
Does that help any? I changed the time of day. Because I know you're not gonna get like full visibility, but having more visibility than not is better for you. If you want to, once I'm on the deck, I could probably, if we put down a grav gen, I could probably roll back into space. Or back into the space that I need to roll back into, and then you could lift me up. If that would be better. But I don't know, like, what your plan is from here. Because
I'm just going slowly, considering now I'm actually getting into the ship now, so I'm trying not to do too much of big movements.
Yeah.
But also doing enough movement to where I can still move, but not hinder myself trying to rely on side thrusters and whatnot. Even though I do have large side thrusters.
Okay, we're almost on platform now.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I turn my wheels or whatnot, it'll cause you to freak out. Because all 7 of these wheel or all 14 of these wheels do turn. Because I had to have the 14 turning wheels. Okay.
Okay, for
By the way, I just turned off auto lock, so that thing doesn't automatically lock when
Yeah,
I get
yeah.
close.
let me get out just for a second. Let's see here. So we're just hitting that, and I want to go back just up to this point.
Yeah,
where the
you
ship
wanna
will be-
you're trying to hit center point.
Yeah.
So you have the best locking solution. This is the fun part, people. I could totally turn my lights on right now and blind the fuck out of you.
Yeah, okay. I can now easily just go up now.
All right. I'll let you know when to lock it, Space Builder.
All right.
All right, and
That should be it.
pretty close. I think he's setting up a button, so give him a minute.
Yeah, I'm setting up a button so we can turn it on and off.
Go up a little bit, Ixon. There we go. Now it's actually touching the mag plate.
All right. It's already locked. We just need to get it so it's not crooked.
Oh, okay. So crooked. Okay, so a little bit to the. Let me get an angle.
Yeah, because I can't control my gyros. If I were able to control my gyros, then I'd only need you for thrusting. But because Dosk retains control of all of my gyros, it's kind of ridiculous.
So basically, you should call it GLaDOS.
No. You hate programming in this game as much as I do. I don't understand programming in this game as much as anybody else does. The actual programming language that I like is actually Stationeers' programming. MIPS is actually fairly accommodable when it comes to programming.
So here's my take on it. The language C# is a good language. The problem is it's the C# is the kind of language that you need to do your programming outside the game.
Yeah.
And then bring it in.
Whereas MIPS you can do directly in engine.
Ways to kind of do it, but it's far too complex of a language to really use in game.
Are we locked?
It's great for no.
That you should be able to lock it.
It's ready to lock.
Well, lock it because it's dead center. That I can actually get it to it without having to really try and rely on backwards thrust.
So yes, it is locked.
Okay.
Okay. Cool. I will leave DOS off.
And now it's unlocked and it's locked again.
I will leave DOS off so it's not trying to throw the ship into a tizzy.
I'm gonna get out. I'm gonna be out. So, as fun as this will be, I know how sensitive 2 of these things are. I'm just gonna move my mouse to the left and right.
You have what, 10 on there?
Yeah, that's 10, and I still do this and this with my other Zoids one with just 2 of them.
Yeah. Yeah, but you needed all 10 of those just to move the catalyst. And the catalyst doesn't have a dependent gyro. All of its gyros are used through programming. So DOS retains control of like 100% of the gyros, so you can't even use them for turning.
Oh.
By the
I
way,
know.
the gyros on that thing are about as minimum as I can get it, so that it would still be able to align itself to the ground. You know what? For a little workshop ship, that is a pretty fantastic little ship.
Mm-hmm.
We've got some ways to go, but I think we're. What do you think, Space Builder? We should be able to get this done, or we should be able to get this off a dock in like 2 weeks.
Maybe.
I feel like once we get this off of dock and we start making our way towards Mars, we need to get that jump drive on here.
Yeah, well, technically, we can get it. It can already go off dock. It already has what it needs to go off dock. It technically has what it needs.
The only thing it doesn't have is gyros.
It just needs to be. Well, actually, I just need to weld them out.
Oh shit! You did add gyros.
Yes. They'll down. Yeah.
I tell you what, if
Yeah,
you want to,
I'll
you
go
could grab the
get my Zoid.
You could either, you could let Ixon grab the Zoids real quick, or you could grab the
Mhm.
constructor off of the main platform.
I haven't entirely decided if it is the best place for them, but I kind of figured we want them to be somewhat enclosed, just because.
Yeah, no, this is fine. You could also put on the back of the Besiegers hangar, you have like a whole bunch of wall space that you could actually use as well as spacing armor. So
Yep. Yeah, as far as that side of things, I wasn't sure what everything we were gonna do, so I didn't want to have it too much over there until we got the catalysts in place.
So what we might end up doing is we might go after a couple of wrecks and see if we can't find some Prototech frames to build up a couple of the big gyros, or the Prototech gyros. Because the only thing we actually need is the scrap and the frames. Because we have the Prototech assembler, which we have to move over here.
Which the tug could easily do.
Yeah, the tug could easily do that.
Okay, so
one thing that after our Mars escapades, after we get back to the main ship, I might go ahead and outfit the catalyst with a refinery. Take off 2 of those hydrogen tanks if I don't need them anymore, and replace it with a refinery, so that we have a mobile refinery if we need it. Because the Prototech refinery on small grid is the only one that is able to, or capable of still taking all of the ingots. And after Mars, I might even consider adding in a couple of the mobile or the small grid assembler stuff, so that we have the capability of producing components on the go. But for now, it's not a necessity.
you're lucky that these modded welders doesn't actually kill you guys.
Yes, because no one gave me warning that you were coming over to weld it. I was doing the welding on my own.
Why not make a mobile production battle fortress honestly, it's convenient if you fight hostile units. So the catalyst isn't quite ready for those types of systems. However, I do agree with you. It would be beneficial to have a mobile production facility just on the catalyst alone because it already has so much space. It is our mobile fortress on wheels. I don't disagree with you. However, the scenario that we are about to play pretty much locks all of those resources. So to not cheese the system, I built it without those systems.
Well, it's still not the biggest mobile fortress we've built.
No.
Remember the last one with the large grid rover?
The large grid. So this is the largest small grid thing that I've built.
Yes.
All right, and that is even comparison into the Neptune, which I was actually kind of tempted to bring. I was actually kind of contemplating whether or not to make that back section a hangar bay for the Neptune. Since Ixon made the upper hangar bay.
You could almost crash land in Neptune onto Mars, and then we have to find a way back.
I'm not crashing that thing. That thing was way too expensive. And it was our earliest spacecraft, too.
I know, I'm joking.
But it would be a good shuttlecraft because of its capabilities of going into planet atmosphere. It doesn't have the fuel reserves to do that, but it can go into planetary atmosphere.
Imagine building a rover the size of the big ship.
I've done that before. That should not surprise you that I've done that before.
No, it doesn't.
So, I'll switch back to my display so y'all guys can see what our current progression is.
Yeah, pretty much place down frames so we can start getting this thing looking like a ship.
Yeah.
And I'll be welding it with the welder since it's going to be so quick.
You know, I feel like if we wanted to make this into a rover, we'd need even bigger wheels.
I had a very similar thought, by the way. Well, if you take out all of the thrusting components and whatnot, those are perfect for like, 10x10s?
Mm-hmm.
But it's the ship's already in odd shape anyway, so it's not very feasible for us to make it into a rover.
No, it's funny to think about, but yeah.
I've seen massive battle fortresses with mining drills set up at the fronts, and they are amazing. It might be worth looking into and playing around with. For sure. I think your ship, yours, Ixon, has been carrying pretty much this entire operation, though.
Yeah. The modded
Upper
welders
rows.
that we have on my ship and the modded
Like-
drills that I have, it is by far yields and also drilling holes
Yeah.
through things on a large grid to small grid ratio is like second to none.
Yeah.
I almost this would be a bit of a lowrider with this size of wheel.
Yeah, it would be. What, did you pull
But
out the
that's my
7x7s?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be concerning. It would have to be higher because of the terrain clearance issues. It's the same issues that I ran in with the Catalyst 5x5 version. All right. It would literally clip the ground and destroy half of the undercarriage. I was like, nope, I'm done with this. And then I built the 7x7. Yeah, 10x10s or higher would be perfect for this,
Yeah.
but we are not doing this as a rover. Maybe
Builder.
maybe
Base builder ship saying, "Do you see me rolling, hitting?"
don't get us DMCA. Remember, we are on YouTube.
I know
that'll
that's why I only
go
said
in.
those few words because I know
Yes.
you have. Once it gets
Yep.
further than that, then it's yeah.
Yeah, about 15 seconds is about enough.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That'll
but-
you just go with your
I mean, like,
that'll you have a projectile that adds the wheels when you're about to land, and then you remove them. So you basically there's no wheels
Yeah,
until
dude,
you're heading to the planet.
dude, don't even
and you
do
weld
that. Don't even do that. Just put the hover engines on it.
Yeah. Good
We
point.
do have access to those, but it would
I
be
just like the idea of having giant wheels on a flying
Yeah.
ship.
the only issue with the hover engines is they're not as powerful as the wheels are, and you still need thrusters to do it, to deal with the hover engines, which is the reason why the Catalyst is not a hover vehicle. Because could you imagine the amount of hover engines that I would have to place on that thing just to make it work right? And, like, if it's a light vehicle, like, this is mostly light armor, it might not be so bad, but the Catalyst is, like, entirely of heavy armor. Like, with the exception of, like, the flooring, because I added in the new flooring blocks. So, I mean, like, this thing's already massive enough. It fits 8 people in here, and it's kind of ridiculous. But I love it because it was hand-built. Like, I didn't take not much punches through 10 layers of heavy armor. That is true. That is true. So I'm team heavy armor any day. Yeah. Oh no, like I made I talk about the glowworm. I made it entirely out of heavy armor, and it was for the simple fact so it could survive without its shields. It had shields, albeit what the Space Builder, that was our most powerful ship in our arsenal for Asgard.
Yeah, I think so.
So, like, others came close. I think it was the only the devs of that server that actually beat that ship, because the Reavers couldn't even take us down.
That and the devs basically had creative to build a station.
Yeah, they did.
Not that I imagine we probably could have done something pretty big too, because
Inventory full.
literally it's building.
I was in
repair.
production of it.
Low.
It's practically creative already with building repair, so we could have even built something even bigger. I think we were probably trying to stick away from the block limits.
Yeah. It was the block limits that were the biggest issue. The glowworm was already hitting block limits.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Inventory full.
plus I had like everything in the base under my name for whatever reason, and I only, like, technically by the end of it, I only owned the glowworm.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of the reason why we play on handmade servers like this one, is we don't have the block limits. Magnetic plates are a way to get around block limits if you use them right. Yeah. But well, and just to like give you,
Depends on how the limits are set too.
yeah,
Some limits are per player, other limits can be set per grid.
your server had
prefer-
limits, didn't it?
Yeah, I did, and I preferred to do it per grid because the idea was I wanted to people players to make more smaller ships versus one giant ship.
Yeah,
So
I
it was
think
per grid and not per player.
I think even at your default settings, the Titan's train was within the block limits.
Yeah,
And it was
I think
a
I had
pretty
to I had to
substantial
adjust
vehicle.
some of the. Yeah, I had to adjust some of the limits because some of them were a little bit too set too tightly.
Yeah. I believe Bean was the one that, like, hey, we need more. Like, we can't do this. But
Probably that, and you complained about it too. I think as far as the tug, but really, it was more the limits I set. Well, just
well,
I set
because
them conservative, and so they weren't
yeah,
out of control.
yeah. Titan's train fell within your block categories pretty well.
Yep.
I think I had
With that
one or
being
two
said,
issues.
The thing we actually discovered that was a bigger problem was it was less about having large grids. It was more about having too many grids.
Yep.
That was actually the biggest issue,
Which
and that was causing. And we also didn't have cleanup,
yeah.
so which was intentional.
We had
I did not want there to be. I did not want to use Keen's cleanup because it's messy.
As I sadly can't build small grid. I can't get my head around those small grid. I would say as building in small grid is a good idea, but functionality, I just made a large grid with small grid blocks.
Well, soon enough, it's gonna be a thing of the past. It'll just be grid.
Yeah. But to be honest, I've seen that most players are either strictly small or big build grid builders. Not many players I've seen major in both. I major in both. I major in both because I'm able to build something as large as the Catalyst, but also build something like this, like our big ship. So
And don't
I'm
forget
also both.
you're also both as well.
Don't forget he has a minor in ship decoration.
Anyone who actually excels on both, we actually believe in the power of playing gods, and we really try to push our lucks to the Klein gods to not wreck our ships.
Yeah.
But if they do, it's no big deal.
Yeah, no.
And of course, you have to remember to sacrifice one ship a month to Klein. Otherwise, he'll come out.
You and your sacrificial prophecies. I think Ixon's got us covered for like 3 years now. But so like Ixon's ship is a Clang magnet. Mine just sinks through the ground. Like if I lose all of the wheels on that grid, it's done. All right, the Neptune cannot land on its own. It has to be on a grid or locked to a connector, or it will not function. I have to lock myself into a seat. The ability to hybrid is a big deal. If you can hybrid, like what Ixon has with his Zoidscraft. His Zoidscraft is a big example of what I'm going to go for here. If you can hybrid, you're optimized for both variants of the grid. This will not matter in Space Engineers 2, but Space Engineers 1 heavily relies on the usage of rotors, pistons, and hinges, whereas Space Engineers 2 will not when it comes to multi-gridding, like we do here. You're gonna, with Space Engineers 2, you're gonna use it more for the mechanical.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Space
Ixon.
Engineers 1, it's more of the hybridization and the mechanical nature of the game.
Yeah, in Ixon's case, it's both.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's even a point where I wanted to do outside large grid with the warship that I was doing, and also small grid interior.
Not impossible to do.
Not impossible, but it's a lot of using the new large grid to small grid connector to connect everything around.
Hey, Clang is my best friend. Ships with more weapons than Captain is smart tend to invite it. Yeah. No, I don't disagree, Darth. I don't disagree. Like,
Don't forget your daily sip of plain cola.
you and your silly prophecies, Space Builder. But I mean, like, yeah. So like grids of these natures where they're either so massive that they sink through the world, or they're too big to like for physics to actually take a glance at, are what I kind of live for. I'm breaking the game in the most intelligent way. Size. Now, that could say a lot about my personality because I could be compensating for something. But in reality, it's just like I wanted to see where the limits were. What could I do to make the game hate me in such a way that hasn't been done before? And I would say there's a lot of it that hasn't been done before, i.e., the nonsensical contraption that is the Zoid's craft.
But very simple in its structure.
Yeah. Or the catalyst being able to roam. My only problem is I fear asteroid fields. My ships can't always navigate them safely. Just put the Epstein drive and drives on them and go as fast as you possibly can. You either write it out, you'll be okay, or you won't. That's all you can do at that point.
As an old robot once said, the odds of surviving an asteroid field are 6 million to 1. Never tell us the odds.
Yeah. Or you could also stick to your original idea and just go around them. Now, my hope, because of the way asteroid fields are in Space Engineers, my hope in Space Engineers 2 is that they're more like how you would see rings around a planet, where they're condensed to a localization area rather than being all spread out like they are, because asteroids of this nature, speaking of asteroids, there's some. I was about to ask if anybody had seen any asteroids lately, and then I just looked around.
Yes, we're literally living on an asteroid.
Yeah. Well, yeah, obviously. I'm gonna have to fire him. But one of the other issues that we commonly face is asteroids being a thing, and you're absolutely right. Asteroids are absolutely scary, especially when you uncap the speed limit.
Yeah.
Which we have done on a total of 3 occasions and scared the crap out of ourselves. Which is Go ahead.
That is nothing compared to another game that is technically by Frostbite that also made Trine series.
Yeah.
Called Starbase.
I've seen Starbase.
Their their way to grinding your materials is going through a freaking ring that is so cloudy that has filled with asteroids.
Are we talking
so
like
easy.
Are we talking to like Elite Dangerous levels of asteroid fields?
Bring it up to that and even more, because they're by different sizes.
Oh no,
and
no,
and you're surrounded by a field of fog.
Darth. We were on a Nexus server and did that.
So basically, what Ixon is saying, I'm surrounded by asteroids.
Yeah, asteroid. Well, yeah. The only place that there's no fog is just in the hub area of a bunch of satellites
Yeah.
around
Yeah,
a gas giant. Everything
major
else
Also,
is
asteroids.
a ghost.
So
also, did I hear Elite Dangerous? I love that game. Yeah,
Hmm?
you heard Elite Dangerous. Uh, at some particular point, when the game is on sale and I can get Ixon to buy it, we will at some point go back to Elite Dangerous.
I was gonna say we could probably do it during like the variety
Yeah.
thing.
That was my plan. That was my plan.
Yep.
But Elite Dangerous is not on sale, so I'm not gonna like force Ixon to do anything about it. I'll let him know like when it's on sale, but I'm not gonna like tell him you have to go get this game now. Blah blah blah. No, that's not my job here.
Even though I could easily just buy it, it's just a matter of me just wanting.
It's
like,
okay. It's not as bad as it used to be a couple of years ago. It's now like $24 instead of like 60.
Yeah.
So, and that's just because of the age of the game. It's 10 years old now. Like it's over 10 years old. It's the price tag it used to have that hurt. Yeah. It's a lot easier to get into it. And like Ixon just got sticks for Star Citizen. Like, what, 3 months ago?
Yeah.
And I quit Star Citizen like a month after. Or not even a month, like a week after. So I'm kind of like, I'm trying to get him on Elite Dangerous. And I might even pick up a second copy for myself when it goes back on sale for Steam, so that I can play side by side with him, rather than using my overpowered account.
Also, it's more because I have Elite Dangerous on PlayStation.
Yeah.
And it's
That's
a
the
pain
other
in the
reason.
butt to the fact that I have no idea, or I haven't bothered even checking to see if they actually did any updates to see if there was cross compatibility to transfer from PlayStation to PC.
I believe Legacy does. I think Legacy does, but that's Horizons. And most of the group that have Elite Dangerous on PC, we have Odyssey, which you don't have because they never released Odyssey for PlayStation. That's the other issue that you have, is you don't have Odyssey. That's the other issue.
And I have no problems restarting either if I wanted to, just to see the full experience. So that's not a big deal either.
Yeah, that's why I was also saying, like, if I pick up a second copy, I can play alongside you and not have to like reset my main account. And then when you're up to that level of, okay, I'm ready to go do in-game content now, or do some of the in-game stuff that you're doing, then I could just hop on my main account.
Mm-hmm.
And this would also be like an opportunity if like Space Builder wanted to get back into it. Then he could go along with us instead of being like, I don't know what I'm doing and y'all guys are so far ahead, I don't want to play anymore.
That wasn't really the case. It was more I didn't have time at the moment at that point.
You also it wasn't until much later that you got more time to do stuff with that. So, but also it didn't help that we were playing Elite Dangerous every single day and you didn't play it every day. So, but now on my variety schedule where I'm like sitting here, like I can play whatever I kind of want to play. It's not so bad that, you know, we can take a week's break and it not be such a big deal. Because we're playing things like Space Engineers or Slime Rancher or single player stuff that we can play together, or even multiplayer stuff that we can play together. I've also been looking into what Splitsy and Shaq have been playing recently, and that is Astroneer.
Yeah.
And
I do have Astroneer.
I don't have it yet, but I was thinking
I could
about.
easily get you it.
I know. I'm still on the fence about it. I'm gonna keep watching Shaq and Splitsy play it because it's very much of it's one of those cute games for me.
Yeah.
You know. Although
I know I've watched a bunch of it, and I've also played it, but I haven't bothered playing it when they actually released.
some of the newer content.
I think I stopped right before they added the Rift and Space stuff.
Yeah. So
then they added trains and all that other crap, which was nice.
So that does remind me. I actually checked the price of Elite Dangerous. It looks like it's gone down.
yeah, it has.
The deluxe edition is only like $20 on Humble.
Yeah, no, it's like.
So,
Let me pull Steam up real quick, and I think I have it on my wish
Yes.
list.
yes, $25 on Steam, and if you buy it from Humble Bundle, which if you say if you have choice, you get the 20% discount.
Yeah. So I did a thing, and while this game isn't something that I will stream, I picked up the full edition of Fallout 4.
Okay.
And I picked up the DLC I was missing for Skyrim. All in all, I spent about $25. I was really proud of myself for that, by the way. I checked out a few sites that I might throw your way. I'm not looking for an affiliate link or anything like that. I checked out Instant Gaming, and they were pretty, like, the transaction came out the next day kind of thing. You know, whereas like certain things that I look at, I didn't have to save my payment information on either of them, by the way. So that's another thing that I kind of like about these two platforms. The other thing that the other part of it is I bought Skyrim Special, the anniversary update. The anniversary upgrade through CD keys. And while they didn't save my payment information, they are limited on card stuff. Like, I couldn't put my debit card in. All right. I ended up having to use PayPal for that. Instant Gaming, I used my debit card. It was fine. They didn't save my information because I didn't want them to save it. And they moved on. They said, here's your order. And within like 5 minutes, I had the key. So, you know, take it with what you will. It is a gray market. Go with it on your own terms, kind of thing. But it is an option for those looking for discounts on games. And I'm hard pressed to say that I will probably be using at least Instant Gaming again because of their incredible service I've had so far. So, like, we're talking about discounts of up to 58% on Instant Gaming, which is kind of insane, given the price of games this day. But, yeah, Fallout I bought for like $15. And then the upgrade I bought for like under 10. Like, it was $1 cheaper than $10. So, that was quite the discount. It was under 10. The normal selling price is like $20, and I got it for like $9.19. So that's like almost a 60% off kind of discount. For those who are wondering, I am that much of a cheapskate. I will try to buy my games on sale because I am not buying full price games. And that's not, like, I'm not dogging Ixon because he likes buying full price games or just having that instant access. He does what he wants. It's his money. Yep. He can do what he wants with it.
Yeah, I think it depends on the game. A lot of the games
Mhm.
they tend to overprice them. Some games they don't overprice them, and
I
and they also don't go on sale. So like say Factorio is a good example. It's never on sale, and they don't really overprice it. So
most
if you
games are
want to
not
get
what
Factorio,
I'm with you on that. Most games are not worth what they're asking for them. Yeah, I will not be buying
yep.
Borderlands 4.
And that's the other thing is a lot of games they like periodically go on sale, and it kind of starts to indicate that they know it's not worth it,
Yeah.
but they sell it anyway.
That's kind of the reason why I was like really impressed with how Bethesda handled the remastered version of Oblivion. They said, "Hey, we're sending this out for $50." Rather than they could have charged 80 for it. People would have bought Oblivion like right off the bat, no problem.
Even here's even $50 for an old game, even if it's remastered, that's still a little bit too pricey.
They
It's
they remember though that they are a franchise. They have to sell. They have to at least have a minimum price. Okay.
yeah, but
Um.
if you're going and buying a lot of other
Yeah.
games when they're older, they're usually like only say $10.
I won't be buying Borderlands for more. Yeah, that's my other point, Darth. It's because of morality. But uh, I take it for what it is. You know, they could have been the assholes that charged $80 for Oblivion remastered. You know, but they said, you know what? We're gonna go with our gut and go with $50. I feel like $50 is reasonable for a complete game with all the DLC included, the original DLC on an updated on an updated engine, because they're running the game through Unreal Engine 5. So they still had to like update the game. All right. Most of the remastered or remakes from this day and age aren't worth even $60. All right. With the optional DLC included or with the optional DLC that they have, I think it totals around $60 for Oblivion Remastered, and it's $10 extra for like the DLC. I find that a little bit more acceptable than, you know, $80 for Mario Kart World.
Yeah, I agree.
But like we talk about game stuff all the time. So if you're new and you love talking about this, or you're not exactly sure what's going on with the market, this is kind of where we kind of like talk about it. Nintendo's kind of shit the bed with us, really. I will not be buying a new console until I see some improvement from Nintendo. All
Yep,
right. They have
you're now in the Power World camp.
I am in the Pal World camp. I want Pal World to decimate them in the courts. Um the other thing is you know, it's I won't be buying another Nintendo game ever again after all the things Nintendo has done to try to control the game world. Yeah. Um it you know, the late Satoru Iwata is probably rolling over in his grave right now. Now, reminder. Yeah, I'm Team Power World too. I want to remind people that Satoru Iwata, when they priced the 3DS, took a 50% pay cut to keep his people on the payroll. All right. He could have laid off a lot of people, but instead of doing that with the backlash of the pricing of the Nintendo 3DS, he did not. All right. Satoru Iwata was the greatest CEO for Nintendo ever. Okay. A lot of these companies are following suit of Nintendo right now. Okay. That all comes crashing down, and it literally rides on the pricing of this game. As much as I hate to say it, but GTA 6 is going to determine the outcome of the console wars. All right. And I'm going to tell you right now, I got to give my props to a certain console producer that I didn't think I would ever see do the things that they have been doing, and that is PlayStation. PlayStation has been very money oriented lately. All right, we all see it, but they revised their prices under and basically discounted their prices. I've heard what the GTA 6 devs have said, and they've lost me already. True. Yeah, it's all.
I'm not planning to pick up GTA for a while just because I'm annoyed at how the Take-Two treated their indie development, like say KSP2.
Yeah,
Take-Two basically scammed all a bunch of people,
Yeah.
and they mismanaged it to hell and back.
yeah.
So, and yes, I agree. It was probably Intercept Games that made the
They said-
mistakes, but Take-Two was the one who was responsible. At the end of the day, they're the owner of the company, and the buck stops with them, and
Yeah.
they mismanaged it.
Dar says they said they have to make GTA safe for the modern audience, aka escapee daycare center for adults. Yeah. That I can't necessarily say anything about that. We'll see what happens when it comes out. I'm not very much a big fan of GTA as a total company anyway, or Rockstar as a company anyway. I didn't get into GTA. It's just it's kind of like the same. I didn't care what happened to Mojang because I wasn't into Minecraft, and that's not to throw shade at anybody that plays Minecraft. You play what you want to play. Some of these guys around here play Minecraft, and I don't care about it.
So these days, you might as well call it Microcraft.
Yeah. All right. But the games these days, they have gotten to a point where they're not worth the price that they're being sold for. All right. Sorry, Nintendo, I'm not paying $80 for a racing game when I can go buy an old version of Need for Speed and play it for under $5. Not gonna happen. Oh, wait, I already did that. I play Paliel, and a lot of people don't get it. So I understand the sentiment. Yeah. I've been playing free-to-play games since I got on PC. Okay. It was about the time I started playing like things like Space Engineers that I really got into supporting the developers. Now, I'm not going to say where my sources are or anything like that, but I wasn't too kind to the gaming market at the time. All right. I played what I wanted to play, and that was about it. Nowadays, if I like a game to give it a try, like I tried Dinkum over the weekend, by the way. They just released their 1.0 update, and I was watching somebody else play it, and I got really into what the game's about because it is a Stardew Valley-esque game, or it's or Harvest Moon. All right, I started playing that. I played the demo, and I was actually contemplating about picking it up later to like play on stream or just to play by myself. I not gonna say my sources, but I got Skyrim for free for a little while. We won't go into that. And then I found that I really liked playing the games that they had, the Fallout 4, Skyrim. I did play a little bit of Oblivion. That is thanks to one of my friends owning it on Steam. Um, I played Oblivion back on the original Xbox 360, the 360 when it was released. I actually owned the game when it was released on Xbox. And I gotta say, Bethesda kind of won me over. I wasn't expecting to like the games as much as I did. Because, they released Skyrim for the billionth fucking time, you know? But when it came to doing what I wanted to in the game, as much as I hate to say it, most of my mods are lewd, and therefore I can't actually stream it. You know, I do take some joy that I can go into a single player. Like right now, I'm actually installing mods for another playthrough of space, or for another playthrough of Skyrim. I still have my original PS3 copy of Oblivion in my game collection. Yeah, I have it somewhere in this trailer. I'll have to find it and see if I can boot up my old Xbox to play it. But like, Bethesda has their shit moments. Like, we can all agree Bethesda has their shit moments.
It's we lovingly call them Bethesda.
Bethesda, yeah.
But
in the words of
story and stuff, it's always pretty good.
Yeah. But in the words of Todd Howard, it just works.
Well, technically it doesn't, because it's Bethesda.
Yeah, when you have to download 1,200 mods to fix the one bug that you were trying to fix. But I'll give them props for what they've done with Skyrim. I'm excited for Elder Scrolls 6. I can't lie to you on that. And even if Elder Scrolls 6 is $120 or $80, if they stick to their original concept of the Elder Scrolls series, they'll have my money. They'll absolutely have my money. All right, but they can't pill and fart around with the shit that is being proclaimed as good games these days. They have to stick to their roots. All right, and I feel, even though Oblivion has been a little distasteful in this particular chat's mouth, I think for them sticking with the original things that made the game fun, sticking with the original engine that made the game fun, even with all of its quirks, I think Bethesda made the right decision, remastering it rather than trying to remake that magic. All right, it is a remaster. It could technically be quantified as a remake, but it sticks to the original programming.
In a way, it's the Skyblivion is the remake that's being done.
Yeah, that one's going to be for the Skyrim engine. Or what is considerably known as the Creation engine now. That's also the other thing.
Skyrim Fallout 4 engine.
Yeah. Oh, it's the Creation engine. It's the same engine that they use for Starfield. It's just Starfield has a much more updated Creation engine. The Creation engine has its issues. Like we're all very well aware that the Creation engine has its issues.
Every engine has its issues.
That's right. But look at Nexus. All right. One of these days, while you're poking around the internet, go take a look at Nexus and see how many mods were created just for Skyrim alone. The original Oblivion, Fallout 3, Fallout 4. All right. And then take a look at any other game that you have the capability of modding. Even Space Engineers doesn't have that many mods.
Yeah, honestly, probably the only other game that comes close is Minecraft.
Yeah. But it made sense for that that
Mhm.
era, because Minecraft came out before Skyrim, about the years of Oblivion. All right, and it's remained majorly the same.
But you won't find Minecraft mods on Nexus, probably.
No, if you do, they're old.
Well, no, even if you did, that's not the primary people that people
Yeah,
release Minecraft mods to.
yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, Nexus was created for Skyrim and Oblivion specifically. That's the whole point of why Nexus is still around, is because it was an
Mhm.
easier place to share mods for Skyrim and Oblivion and Morrowind and whatnot.
Too bad there aren't Space Engineers on Nexus.
If there are, they're very few.
Well,
But
honestly, that would have been a better choice than Mod.io, in my opinion.
Yeah. But I mean, like, their current system works too.
Yeah, Workshop isn't bad.
It's not bad. It definitely has its flaws, but one of the see, I have a nitpick with Nexus though. And it's because I've been working with Wabajack, which is a mod list configurator. And it's a pain in the ass to have to individually download the mods.
I think that's something I noticed. That's why I got the premium thing. Is in order to download them all as
Yep.
you go, you need the premium.
I would love to get premium, just for the being able to just like set it up to download an entire list overnight. I
Yep.
wish Nexus had more mods for Conan Exiles also. Yeah. That is all it's not necessarily Nexus. So that is more along the lines of developers, mod developers.
Yeah, I'd say it's a bit of both. It's mod developers, but it's also the community. Because one good example is Minecraft. Minecraft never had an official mod API, but the community went ahead and built their own API. So a lot of
Yeah, but
sometimes the community doesn't actually try
Minecraft
and make a mod API.
Minecraft is much like Linux, as it was built off the backbone of their players too.
True.
Whereas a lot of the other ones are just built off of the already existing modscapes. Minecraft literally got its mods through the backbones of the creators. Not saying that's a bad thing, just saying it as a point of reference. Where like Space Engineers has its backbone of its creators. Skyrim has its own backbone. Conan, unfortunately, Conan may not be the most popular game to mod. It could come down to software. It could come down to the engine itself. It could be a number of things as to why Conan doesn't have as many mods as, say, Minecraft or Skyrim.
Yeah, for Minecraft, for example, one of the reasons it has so many mods is it's extremely flexible. You could quite literally create a completely different game and basically use Minecraft as an engine. That is
primarily because it was made out of Java, wasn't it?
Yes, you can do the same thing with C#, but it's slightly different to do it in C#, but you can pretty much do the same thing in C#.
It's kind of the reason why most of the mods are not for the Bedrock version; they're for the original version of Minecraft.
Exactly, because the Bedrock version is not as easy to mod.
So
and it's on console, and
like,
you can't really put mods on console.
Yeah, like, don't get me wrong. I would love to say that I know Conan Exiles. I don't. I've never played Conan Exiles. I don't plan on playing it. Not my style of gameplay. but I can see the reason why you say that, Darth. I do. I love the modability of Skyrim. Although it is inherently frustrating. Let's be honest, modding anything from Bethesda is like a pain in the ass. Because one small mod, and then there goes your whole mod load order, and then you're like sitting there like, where the fuck did I go wrong? What mod did I fuck up on that now no longer lets me play my game? I've had the same issues with Space Engineers. So I've loaded countless mods into Space Engineers, and it's just outright crashed my game. I wish they never dropped the caves and water update into Minecraft. It destroyed a 5-year-old world of mine.
Yeah, with that being said, Minecraft is a lot better that you can stick to old versions. A lot of other games, it's not as easy to stick to an old version. So even if it's destroying your world, you just stay on the old version and you're fine.
Yeah. But that's
especially if you're in modding, you can't really migrate versions anyway because
you have to wait for the upgraded versions of those mods.
No, it's actually worse than that. The API for Forge basically went and made it so whenever you add a mod, it has a random ID. So you can't transfer your data from one version to another very easily.
Oh.
It's actually more or less impossible to transfer to new versions.
Yeah. It's
for anything that's modded.
It's very similar with how the old versions of Skyrim and Oblivion were still supported even after they got updated.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not the IDs or anything. It's more of the game code itself. Because the game code had been restructured so many times on Skyrim, the game code had literally changed.
And of course that's another risk with like mods is it's more likely an issue is because here's the thing. So the way the ID mapping is stored, it's stored in your world file.
Yep.
So if you take your world to a new version and the string ID still exists, you can transfer that data to the new version of Minecraft. But the issue what you run into is while the ID itself might be good, the actual data inside the ID, for example, the object can have a lot of data inside it, and that internal data could change.
Yeah.
And it's more likely to happen with mods than it is with vanilla.
It's kind of the reason why Nexus mods, Vortex Mod Manager, MO2, they have systems to automatically check for mod updates.
Exactly.
You know, if you're on a previous version like 1.597, all right, and if you know Skyrim, you know that version of Skyrim. All right. 1.5.97 is before the anniversary update. All right. A lot of Skyrim users will also know AE, which is after 1.597. I don't remember the exact data codes, so bear with me.
Not to be confused with applied logistics.
Yeah. The update codes for the current version of Skyrim is 1.6.1170. And then if you're playing on GOG, it's a different version. It's 1179. So GOG and Steam Skyrim have different versions to them too. So there's entirely different support apparatuses for both versions of the game.
You know, it's almost a blessing that Minecraft has its own launcher and doesn't use Steam.
Yeah. Yeah, but think of how much they would have to change to incorporate the workshop. Because the workshop doesn't
Well,
just accept any
Minecraft doesn't
games.
need. Minecraft have never needed something like the workshop because there already exists
Yeah,
platforms for mods, so like Curse Forge and Moderate. There already exist platforms for mods.
yeah.
So no one would be using something like the workshop anyway
Yeah.
because the platforms already exist.
That could also be the reason why Valve never invested into Minecraft. Now that I think about it, because they wanted to promote more of the workshop functionality, whereas like more modern games actually use the workshop.
Well, Valve wouldn't care about Minecraft anyway because
Yeah,
they didn't. It's not their product.
yeah.
It would be up to my it would be up to Microsoft if they wanted to do it, and
Well,
Microsoft really probably didn't care that much about Steam. And like for example,
oh, they
Minecraft
care
always
now.
has. Well, yes, they care, but not that much, especially for Minecraft. So
Oh,
Minecraft isn't
well,
got the
no,
only thing.
the
Minecraft wouldn't be on Steam unless it's Bedrock.
yeah. They definitely care now, considering that their handheld device, which I'm actually shocked that I'm even talking about this because I didn't think Xbox could do it. Uh, the Xbox Ally, a Switch competitor, and a
So
Steam Deck
basically, this is
competitor.
that's what I was gonna say. Is
It,
that
it,
sounds like a
it,
Steam Deck.
it is legit more of a Steam Deck competitor than anything.
Well, then again, the Steam Deck was kind of more of a platform idea.
Yeah. Yeah. People just got mad because it was directly competitive with Nintendo, because it was the only other handheld on the market.
Well, actually, no. Here's the thing: the Xbox Alloy comes with Windows 11, so it
Yeah,
comes with Windows, which means it can literally run
it's a
Steam.
Steam device.
Yeah, so it's
It's
not
a
even a
Steam device.
competitor. It's literally a Steam Deck.
To
And
be
of course,
honest,
because Valve is not a hardware company, they probably don't even care.
Xbox is facing an uphill battle competing in the modern gaming market. From what it seems, they're not doing too bad. Their consoles have kind of fallen off because of the exclusivity. So
Well, I'm pretty sure you can just do Windows and
yeah,
run any
well,
Xbox app.
no, that it's not even just that. They're getting rid of exclusives. Halo,
Mm-hmm.
Forza, they're no longer exclusive. They're going to be on PlayStation.
Yep.
They're breaking down the walls that were kind of set in stone. Like, none of the game operators actually worked with each other up until now.
Mm-hmm. The fact that the Xbox Alloy has Windows 11 instead of an Xbox operating system, that basically means that the Xbox is pretty much dead. It sounds like,
Yeah. Oh yeah. No,
or at least
the
the
if they do
operating system.
release another gaming console, it'll be on Windows 11 or 12. And they really have to hit it out of the park with 12, because 11 left a very sour mark on their history.
Windows 12.
Yeah, Windows 12.
Well, yeah.
Windows
In a
11
way,
now,
I think it's
Windows 11 even now still has problem, including inner failure program issues,
yeah.
according to many PC main gamer friends. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue with Windows 11 is they should not have arbitrarily cut out a bunch of PCs. That's why they have this huge issue of people not wanting to upgrade.
Yeah.
It's actually worse than XP. At least with XP, the difference between XP and Vista is Vista kind of sucked. Windows 11 doesn't suck. It's just
XP
that people can't migrate.
XP was also a bigger milestone because it was a 32-bit operating system.
Yes, but so was Windows Vista for a while.
Yeah. Well, Vista's original bake programming became what we know as Windows 7.
Yes.
So
Well, yes, Windows Vista and Windows 7
are
all
very,
supported
very
32-bit.
similar.
Yes.
They're very similar. It's actually very scary to think that Windows 7 actually is that close to Vista.
So technically,
But-
if you consider version numbers, the major version has been the same for quite a while.
Yeah. With minor HUD upgrades. XP Pro XP Pro was a great program for modifying. Yeah. I love XP. I loved XP. My dad. What is that? What did you do?
What is what?
The LC7 Hunter 405 coil gun.
Okay. Yeah, no.
I-
Not
I-
up here.
I know. I was thinking just because of like trying to incorporate something that was in between the
front
thing.
and
And I was
the
like, yeah.
back.
Well, the connecting from this section to the bridge because we have this spacing right here.
Yeah. So XP was a great for customization. So was 7. 7 was phenomenal for customization. 8 was a failure. We all know it. It was by far the worst OS that they ever put out. 10
I'd
was
say
okay.
Vista, I would say, was worse. Windows 8 was solid. It just had a bad UI.
Yeah. I think it was because of the UI that everybody hated it.
Yeah.
Vista had its issues, but 10 was okay. 10 was okay. I wouldn't say it was the best. In my honest opinion, the best is actually between XP and 7. Because of their ability to be customized and their them not having so much bloatware. Like you didn't require much to run 7 or XP. You didn't have to download a whole bunch of external programs to run XP or 7. Okay. I didn't mind 10. I could navigate around 10 pretty easily. Yeah. My issue with Windows, especially right now, especially now that I've moved on to 11, is the bloatware. There is so much bloatware in 11, it's not even funny. When I've had to uninstall apps that I didn't even install in the first place, there's a problem. 12, I'm going to tell you right now, 12 needs to be a minimalist OS. It needs to have the basic functions to operate and defend itself. That's it. All right? Let the consumer base build it up, much like you do with Linux. All right? Let the people build up that system and make it better, and then you can take their ideas into whatever the next Windows is.
So basically what you're saying is for the next Windows update, you want to be able to, when you want to get a graphics card driver, you want to have to update the kernel.
Yeah, that wouldn't be too bad.
Well,
It
I'm
would.
joking there
I'm
because
I'm going to tell you right now, if you give people the flexibility that you have on Linux, people are going to be more determined to make an item in Windows. All right, it's the same as programming, right? The more open source and free that you make it, the more likely somebody's going to create something for it. Look at Linux. Linux has been community owned for most of its life, and look at the great things that it has done. Is it the best operating system on the planet? No. Can you do a lot with it? Yes. All right. And the only reason why Linux is not the preferred OS of many gamers right now is because of how limiting the gaming schematic is on it. Okay? Not a lot of games perform well on Linux, if they do perform at all.
Yeah, and it's partially games can perform on Linux, but
Yeah.
they would have to support OpenGL,
Yeah.
and most games are all DirectX.
Yeah. All right. Leave DirectX. Leave it as what? 11, 12? What's the current version? Is it 12? I think it's 12.
Yeah, I don't think there's gonna be another. Yeah, it's 12. But I don't think there's gonna be another DirectX just because they pretty much. So personally, I think what they need to do is they need to open source DirectX or
My laptop
make it available on Linux.
My laptop was
they need to make it
completely
version
reworded
on it.
program-wise, and it moves so much faster once the bloat was cut from it. Yeah. That's the point. Cut out the bloatware. No one wants Microsoft Office. No one wants Candy Crush. No one wants all of the nonsensical bloatware that you get, all the apps or anything. Cut out the apps. Cut out the App Store to like a bare minimum. No one's using that shit. If they're going to use something, they're going to use the Microsoft Store to get games, like actual games like Halo and Forza. All right. Cut out the rest of it. All right. Cut out themes. Everybody is fine figuring out how to do their own customization to their own system. All right. There are already programs out there to do that. All right. Make it Steam, like make it Steam focused. Entirely ditch the back end of Microsoft. The things that make Microsoft dull as shit. And bring back the good stuff. Yeah, cut out all the legal spyware. Because I'm going to tell you right now, the only reason why I'm not on Linux is because Windows supports much more of what I want to do. My avatar systems do not work on Linux. And if they do, it's a very cut version of what I already use. All right. The graphics programs, they do support Linux, but video production is, let's just say it as it is. Mac has always been better for video creation. It has always been. All right. Its systems are dedicated to making video. All right. Windows is a gaming platform. Cut all the nonsense out. Give it a slap of new paint. All right. And let the people who operate Windows create for it. Your system will not only perform better, many more people will adopt it earlier. All right. And get rid of the nonsensical fucking power shit. All right. Nobody needs to know about TPM or anything. Don't fucking worry about TPM. TPM is the worst thing that you can put on a system. It's the reason why nobody wanted to adopt Windows 11. They're only forced to adopt it now because of the threat of 10 being cut from support.
So the issue, TPM isn't bad. It's just that they forced it to be required.
Yeah.
TPM is actually a good thing. It's just they shouldn't have forced it as a condition.
Yeah. I agree. I agree. All right. Make it a checkbox. Hey, If you activate this feature, your system will perform better. All right. And if a person decides not to opt into that, then they don't have to opt into it. And that's where I would think that you were suggesting. Right, Space Builder? Make it an opt-in function.
So more accurately, it's not make it so you can still update your system even if your system doesn't have TPM.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
TPM is just a hardware feature.
Yeah. Yeah, it's something to do with power input or whatever. I don't remember the complete logistics behind it.
It's basically a component in your CPU.
Yeah.
The issue is some processors had the capability, but it wasn't actually activated.
Yeah. All right.
And then there's another issue where some of the processors, from what I've read, the reason I think, for example, like the 6th gen had that TPM functionality.
Yeah.
But what I read is there was some kind of other security flaw that Intel had discovered, and because of that security flaw, which basically Intel never told us about that security flaw until the whole Windows 11 thing came out.
Yeah.
Is there was some security flaw with that version, and Intel never disclosed that security flaw. But apparently, the security flaw was a big enough deal that Windows didn't want to support that version.
Yep. Yep. Another thing to kind of point out here, and I've lost my train of thought. Of course. like all of the TPM issues wasn't necessarily a big drawback for me. But plain old Joe is not going to know what TPM does. All right. Your grandpas and your grandmas are not going to know anything about TPM. Let's face it. All right. We're not gonna belittle them because they don't know their computers. We're gonna make it easier for them to defend themselves. Okay. Give your kid, like, if you are an old gentleman, an older gentleman, or an older young lady, I'm gonna be as nice as I can while stating obvious facts here. Give your teenage kid or your adult kids administrative privileges on your computers if you're not sure about what to do here. Okay? Do not install third-party software that you do not know anything about it. Okay? Get rid of the bloatware. Pure and simple. Nobody needs it. The app system is outdated. It's clunky. It makes the computer shit. Okay? At the minimum, Windows should be about 4 gigs.
One other thing to consider is you probably don't have to get them administrative privileges because they probably already know your password.
That is true. All right. There are so many times that I have had to go over and fix my mom's laptop because she didn't know what the heck to do. Okay. And in most cases, most people don't. If you are not adept in cybersecurity and stuff, leave it to those who are.
And that is why I always laugh at parental control, because
yeah,
I'm certain the kids already know how to get past it.
And especially on this day and age. All right, many of the people that are growing up now know how to get past parental controls, but don't know how to get a job. I know how to get a job. My market just sucks. All right.
Yeah, it sucks for all of us.
Yeah. All right. But when it comes to computers, Windows should not be what was Windows at launch? 16? 32 gigabytes? The OS,
yeah, something around like 100, probably close to 60 to 100.
Okay. You don't need an OS that is that big. All right. Windows does not need to be the next COD. All right. And a lot of you know why I say that. Because COD has so many textures and they don't know how to compress them. So now that you got 360 million gigs of texture data that you can't get rid of because COD didn't know how to compress itself. Okay. Games, unless you're an MMO, should not be over 60. Especially with the compression rules. There are a lot of compression rules that you can follow. I know I used 14 of them. Am I wrong?
No.
And I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you're tuning in and you feel like this is a rant. I am ranting because I am so sick and tired of Windows. All right, but I have no other choice. If I want to stream, if I want to do anything with gaming, COD does it on purpose, in my opinion, and to make gamers incapable of playing more games that are that compete with them. Yeah. But Windows has no competitor. What, Linux? Linux can't play games. And let's be honest, Apple's not really much of a competitor anyway because they've been following the lead of everybody else for years. The new features that we get on Windows nowadays, they get 5 years down the road. Look at what they've been doing with iPhone and the difference between iPhone and Android. They just got waterproofing not like a year ago. Android's been doing it since the Samsung S6. They've been following everybody else. You know, I'm sorry, Apple users, but you're not really much of a threat to the Android space. All right. Windows should not be 100 gigs of data. It shouldn't be 60 gigs of data. It shouldn't even be under 10. Windows should be a minimalistic operating system that does what you want it to do.
So basically what you're saying is you want to go back to Windows 98 but have updated drivers.
Pretty much, yeah. At least XP. God, could you imagine an XP remastered?
Yes. Windows XP remastered for only $69.99.
And let's get this out of the way before I lose my shit again. What the fuck is a license key doing on a product? You know for a fact that people are going to pirate your operating system. All right. They've been doing it since Windows 93.
At least in the past, it was just a key and didn't have the whole mess was activating.
Yeah. All right. This key activation nonsense needs to go away. All right, because let's be honest. Let's be absolutely true with ourselves. How many people do you think are going to pirate Windows? Considering that it is the second most pirated thing on the internet besides Nintendo games. I have gone on a rant today because of Windows.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like you guys understand where I'm coming from too.
Yeah.
You know, this activation shit, we don't need it. We don't. All right? If anything, it should be like it should be easy to get on Windows.
Everything's good until the activation wizard runs out of MP.
That was actually a good pun. I understood that one. But that's the thing. It's just like all of the nonsense that Microsoft does, it doesn't make sense to me anymore. Like, we've gotten to an age where people are so oppressed about security and stuff. Windows Defender used to suck ass. Nobody wanted to run Windows Defender. Okay. And now the best antivirus you can have on your computer is what? Fucking Windows Defender? Because all of the other ones are viruses?
I wouldn't go as far as call them viruses, but they just have too much bloatware.
I think that would be no different than calling them viruses, in fairness.
Well, not really, because a virus usually is going to steal your information and do Bitcoin mining. They just do a lot of other things that you don't need them to do. For example, one of the things a lot of the more advanced systems do is they do network packet scanning, which your normal consumer user, you don't really need that stuff, and it'll slow down your internet. So if you're playing games, you don't really want it.
Yeah.
However, if I'm running a company and my employees have their computers, I sure as hell want to have that. I don't fucking care if it's their internet slow, because I don't want them to. I want all that stuff to be scanned for any kind of
personal
as much
data
as I can. Yes.
Yeah,
Well, no,
you want to
more than just
protect your
personal
personal data on that one, yeah.
Yep.
But even most of the routers nowadays have their own built-in firewalls.
Well, yeah, all routers do. They're just not the most sophisticated firewall.
Yeah. All right.
Now, really, if you want a sophisticated firewall, you need to use Linux. That's really the only. Yeah. That's all there is to it.
Because the only way to actually fuck with Linux is to sudo yourself, basically.
Well, yeah, that and with Linux, you have more control about what ports to open and what ports not to open.
Yep. The routers nowadays have a lot more options to that as well. But like, seriously, like all of this nonsense with the security stuff, your router protects you from like 95% of it. You know, if you have a decent router. Like, in all honesty, a lot of people have decent routers now that have sophisticated enough firewalls. It's actually kind of ridiculous. All right. Especially if your ISP is the one loaning it to you. Your ISP has probably the best firewall security in the nation. Okay. So not only on top of the firewall are you getting through your router, you're also getting a firewall through your ISP. Now, ISPs are another ranting topic, and I'm not going to go into that. ISPs are shit. But in reality, the only thing that any user that is not as technologically adept as, say, like us, they should not have to worry about Norton. They should not have to worry about Windows Defender. All right. Windows Defender should be able to protect them from 100% of the harmful shit on the internet.
Well, then again, some of the harmful shit is because the user clicks on a bad link. Yep. Windows Defender and Norton can do nothing about that.
Yes. That some of that is actually up to the browser, though.
Yes, that too.
Browsers should have built-in security,
and they have a decent amount of security.
Okay, that is more on the browser front than anything. Oh, and by the way, get Edge off of the fucking system. Everybody knows that nobody uses Edge. Use Chrome. use even though Chrome has not been doing well.
Well, actually, no, I sort of disagree. Uh, Edge and Chrome are so close to being the same that you might as well just use Edge. It has pretty much
Yeah.
the same features.
I prefer
Edge is
Opera.
Edge is Edge is Chrome, but Edge just has extra features that Microsoft added.
Yeah.
So I actually would personally be using Edge if I wasn't already
Yeah.
had Chrome set up.
Yeah. I would say Edge has gotten better since release.
Well, yeah,
Since
no, no, it's more than that. There's two edges. The old Edge was its own browser, but that disappeared a while ago, and then it became Chrome Edge.
my greatest
so
weapon
the-
is therapy. I probably have sent anyone who was watching my network feed as a game developer is what I have subjected them to.
And well, it could be worse. It could be Internet Explorer.
Yeah. Oh, fuck that. All right.
Or what about Netscape Navigator?
Oh, God. AOL. AOL.
Yeah.
But like,
Then again, even that was better than Internet Explorer.
okay. So Edge is an awesome example. It doesn't need to be on the system. If people want Edge over, say, Chrome or Opera or Firefox or even Brave, they can go. They should be able to go download it. It should not be a part of the main system.
Yeah, I guess in a way, the reason you needed a browser as part of the system is because that was basically your app store.
Yeah. Even more point. Make it a temporary program. Make it something that people
Well-
can uninstall.
I think you can already do that with Edge.
No, you can't. It's baked into the operating system. I know. I just went through my entire list of apps to uninstall. Like,
'Cause
not even a
I
couple of
thought
days
there
ago.
was a way to uninstall it.
You can disable it by removing all of its cache data and whatnot. But yeah, you can't uninstall it from the system. It is a part of the system.
No, actually, I'm reading that you can uninstall it. Oh, you can actually uninstall it if what I'm reading is correct. And I've uninstalled it in the past, I think.
If it has an ability, I didn't see it.
However, sometimes it's more. So, is your computer an OEM computer? Because
No.
I've noticed sometimes with only okay. Because sometimes that happens with OEM computers where you can't uninstall the bloatware.
No, mine is hand built. And I know what you mean by OEM.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Mine does not come from a computer shop, especially considering that I purchased the parts back in 2020, and I hand built the damn thing. And there's nothing OEM about this fucking computer.
So it looks like to uninstall Edge, you actually need to use the command line.
Yeah, if it's command line, then that's why I didn't see it. All right.
It looks
but
I think sometimes you can uninstall it in the
app
in the app, but not always.
app registry or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the other thing is like it shouldn't be baked into the operating system. Period. It should be uninstallable. All right, because it's a program. All right, Edge does not make the operating system. Now, if it was something like Chromebook, you kind of have to use Chrome. It's kind of already baked into the system. It's part of Android. All right. But
Well, no, even Chrome is not baked into Android, but yes.
it's a Chromium-based operating system is what I'm saying.
Yeah, oh yeah, Chromebook, yes, Chromebook.
Yeah, Chromebook.
And Chromebook is not Android.
Okay. But, like, people are going to choose the browsers that they love. My game has made me look up some pure nightmare fuel regarding reality and the fragility of the human mind and its existence. Oh, Jesus. We went deep. Too deep.
Back up, back up.
But, you know, I sit here and I complain about it. Like, Windows has done some pretty amazing things. This is where I learned how to create my first avatar. All right. This is where I've learned how to, become a person in video gaming. Where I first started streaming. All right. And I couldn't do it without Windows, but there's things in my mind that says I know this can be better. All right. And getting rid of so much of the bloatware would be a great
Well,
start.
let's be quite honest. As far as like Edge and Explorer has been concerned, that's been an issue with Microsoft for like the level.
Yeah. No, that goes all the way back to right after DOS, 93.
Yes.
All right, that's
To the fact that they got sued over it.
Yeah. All right. Get rid of the bloatware. Pure or simple. Get rid of Edge. Get rid of the bloatware. Like, make Edge uninstallable. Because let's be honest. Let's be absolutely honest. How many of us are going to choose another another browser over Edge? I'm stuck on Opera. Like, I love Opera GX. All right. One, because it has a built-in app blocker so that if I go anywhere, I don't have to deal with the nuisances and the potentiality of clicking on a link I didn't mean to click and ending up in ending up in a hole in my bank account. I'm just saying,
That sounds like just impulse control to me.
I want to slap you. All right, number 2.
Oh, you're not. I don't think you're the worst person on that. I think we know someone else who goes and
Any
buys
day.
on Wolfram.
Yeah. But number 2, get rid of the bloatware. No one plays Candy Crush on PC. If they're gonna play, Edge is trash. I agree with you, Darth. Get rid of Candy Crush. Nobody installs that shit on their PC. All right, I understand that you have stakes in it, or you own the company now, or whatever, because you own Activision Blizzard. All right, who purchased Candy Crush. But let's be honest. How many of you are playing that on your phone? Because I'm going to tell you right now, I ditched Candy Crush like 8 years ago.
I don't think anyone even plays it at all on the phone.
Okay.
The
only people who play it are old people. Let's be honest.
Here's a good point. In the old days, no one played Solitaire, but they always had Solitaire on Windows. Because only old people.
You know what? That is the one exception to bloatware that they can put on my computer at any point. All right, because I love the fuck out of some Solitaire.
But my point is the Solitaire and like Minesweeper and stuff. That was basically the old person's version of Candy Crush. That's my point.
Yeah. All right.
In that kind of game, they have a point of having Candy Crush for, I guess, the new generation.
Yeah. Also, to throw it out there, how many people actually use Office?
I do.
Okay. How many people use Google Docs? Because I do.
I don't.
Yeah. Ditch that Microsoft subscription there, bud.
I actually have it for OneDrive, technically.
I wouldn't even be using OneDrive. OneDrive is so fucking invasive.
The reason I use it is because it's for the storage. So it's for the 1 terabyte.
Oh, I get
storage.
that.
That's literally the only reason I pay for it nowadays.
Like I get that, but you also get like 15 gigabytes of free storage on Google.
I have more than 15 gigabytes of stuff.
That's fair.
A lot more
That's fair. All right. And when you update them, they auto reinstall. Auto reinstalling is a pain. It's just like you uninstall it on your phone and it shows back up after an update. Yeah.
Yep.
All right. I use Google Docs. I used to use a Linux based Office documentation software. All right. I love Google Docs because I don't have to install it.
So personally, I prefer so Microsoft has its own Google Docs, and I prefer the web version of Microsoft Office over Google Docs.
Yeah.
And that is also free.
Now, another thing, and I don't know if Microsoft has it. Another thing that I liked, this is from when I was doing stories and RPing and stuff, role playing and stuff. I would make stories on Google Docs, and I didn't have to be the only one in that document.
Yes, Microsoft Windows can do it too.
Okay, so they updated it since the last time I looked at it.
Yeah, so there's literally the web version of Windows it's free like Google Docs. It has about the same features as Google Docs. It doesn't have as many features as the full Office.
Yeah.
However, even with the full Office, so the version that you download, you can also do live editing together with the version you download.
Yeah. All right. The live editing thing was really what got me onto to Google Docs, because before that was even a thing in Microsoft, that Google Docs was the only one doing it.
Well,
this was years ago.
In the past, Microsoft was really a standalone program.
Yeah.
So there was no point for it until So it really wasn't until Google came out with the Google Docs that they kind of started doing that.
Yeah.
And I think for quite a while, Google Docs was better at that than Microsoft.
Yeah. But like I said, I use Google Docs for that, or if I'm putting something together really, really simply, I'll use Google Docs. One, I don't have to install it. I never had to install it. I can run it natively on my computer. I can run it on my phone. I can access all of that stuff natively between devices without having to install it on any of my devices.
I just always install Microsoft Office when I set up.
Yeah, if you like Office, if you like using Office, then there's nothing wrong with that.
I've used it since Office 2003. I've used it forever.
All right.
So
my point with Microsoft Office is, if you're a person that's using Microsoft Office for free, why are you using Microsoft Office when Docs exist? All right, especially
both of them are just as good for that. The Microsoft Office you use for free really is if you have a Microsoft account.
Yeah.
And same with like a Google Docs, because you're basically trading giving Google all your data versus giving Microsoft all your data.
I mean, either way, you're giving people data, so I guess they're equally both as bad.
Yes.
All right. But well, and considering that factor at play now, like, I don't even use Google Docs anymore for the role playing thing.
Yeah,
I use Discord.
In the past, Google used to say, "Do no evil." Now it's, "We see no evil." We're ignoring all the evil that that's there,
because they're just as evil.
Instead, yes.
All right, but like, how many people are still using Windows Media Player?
I don't think we can anymore. I think it got removed, basically.
No, they moved it to Movies. That stupid Movies app.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, yeah, technically, that's
how many
true.
of us?
But
how
the
many?
original one they got rid of.
Let me ask you a question, Space Builder. Would you rather use the Movies app in Windows, or something like, I don't know, VLC?
Exactly. the movies app is it's the basic one.
Yeah, it's basic. There's nothing special about
However,
movies.
even at least in the past, before that point, the old Windows Media Player was extremely minimal and
Yeah.
honestly was fine.
Yeah, it was fine. It was baked into 7 and XP and Vista pretty
Or
nicely.
even before that, Windows Media Player has been around for like forever.
Yeah, like most people did that. Yeah, it is still very much a thing that nobody
back
uses.
in the old days, there was either Windows Media Player or QuickTime.
All right, the Windows Media Player is not needed anymore though. Think of all the streaming services we have for music. Spotify, for instance, we're using Spotify for this stream. Okay.
Well, yeah, Windows Media Player was that's a good point. You don't have CDs anymore.
Yeah, we don't have CDs. We don't use MP. I don't even think I have an MP3 files. Like the only thing I use a media player for is watching the playback for my new series coming out on YouTube pretty soon here. All right, and I use VLC for that to make sure everything looks good. You almost ran into me. I saw that. All right. So like for video editing and stuff, I use VLC. Why would I need anything else? The music app is not needed. You've got streaming services like Pandora, iHeartRadio, Spotify, YouTube. You don't need it. All right. Movies. Who needs movies? Are you buying movies off of Microsoft? Probably not. Not when you have apps like Netflix, Hulu, and all of the, free unmentionable sites on the internet.
Oh, hell, even iTunes.
Even iTunes.
And we all hate iTunes.
Yeah, we all hate iTunes. iTunes is a piece of shit.
But to be fair, iTunes was the first. So everyone remembers it because it was the first.
Yeah.
It was the first service for getting music.
Yes, it was. Yeah, it was. All right.
Well, I guess
Netflix was good for DVDs.
Napster might have been the first.
Netflix,
iTunes.
Blockbuster used to be a thing. All right, we all remember Blockbuster. All right.
Yeah, there's a reason
why.
Then
Redbox
be called a Blockbuster.
Redbox and Netflix came along and started offering movies via a vending machine. Then you just return the movie to the vending machine for like, what, $7? All right, when you were done with it, when you had watched it like thoroughly, like for the 17th million time and you were bored of it.
Yeah, Netflix was like the same thing as you.
Yeah.
You're only limited on how many you could have.
Yeah, and now they've moved to a streaming service, so they're not even concerned about the DVDs anymore.
No, well, actually, no, even more than that. Netflix kind of, I think.
Thanks. Now I feel old.
Netflix basically sucks now because they no longer have the DVDs, and
yeah,
also the price isn't worth it anymore because it's now you have to have like.
I remember renting
Netflix,
movies.
You have to have Hulu. You have to have all kinds of different streaming services.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you a story, Darth, and this is going to date me a little bit. But the last time I remember seeing a Blockbuster was 2003. And it was one in the state I currently live in, and I was 5. Or no, I was 8. This was before I moved to Germany. Okay, I'm 31 years old. I am not going to point out what Ixon's age is. I'm just going to save him that sanity.
Oh, it could be worse. We could be saying to him, "Okay, boomer."
Leave him alone.
I can say 10 years. So add 10 years.
Yeah.
And I still be going another year in August.
Yeah. We'll have to celebrate. We'll have to celebrate with something you want to do. I don't know why yet. You have 3 months to think about it. Think about what you want for your birthday.
Trust me, I think I had my birthday about almost a month ago.
Yeah, you didn't say shit to us.
Well, I don't usually bring it up.
I'll trade. I hate getting old. I forgot about my birthday. Yeah, the only reason why I remembered my birthday this year was because my uncle was in town, or my uncle was coming back, and I wanted to celebrate with them. So, but honestly, I could forget about my birthday any day of the week. I don't feel like I feel dated myself. I already feel old because my bones creak. You know, I already feel pain majority of the day. I don't need help.
Yeah, we just need to wait maybe 10 more years and we can replace them with cybernetic parts.
Yeah, no shit. Wait till Neuralink 3.0.
Well, no.
You gotta finish that sentence?
Yeah, I guess the bigger issue is if Skynet takes over and turns all your cybernetic parts off.
Okay, let's be honest. Is this before or after the AI takeover? Because I'm going to tell you right now, I do not trust AI.
Luckily, right now, AI is not truly AI.
Yeah.
The technology they have is
It's in its infancy.
Yeah, it's an imitation. It's an imitation of AI.
All
It
right.
doesn't. It is not actually capable of thinking. It's capable of making you think that it's sentient.
For reference, this is known to people known as the singularity point. We're in the infancy of AI. It's the bare infancy. I do not trust it. All right. I did not trust self-driving vehicles when they came out. I do not trust AI. And the moment they offer up the chance to transfer our minds into a robot body, I am game. So you want to live forever. I got it.
Here's another question. What happens when AI, when your Alexa basically is like Cortana? And I mean the Halo version, not the
Yeah, no, I'm good. I don't need a half-naked lady looking at me with a hologram face. I don't need it.
Well, at least put some clothes on her.
Okay. I don't need
actually,
it.
No. You might want a male version.
Hey, leave my preferences out of this. Okay. I don't trust it for very specific reasons because we are approaching what is known as the singularity point, the merging of biological to technological. All right. Think of Cyberpunk 2077. All right. There are two ways it can go. It could be absolutely catastrophic, or it could go about like 2077 did. All right. That's what scares the crap out of me.
Or it could be closer to that. So AI in Halo is a lot safer. So that's
why it's safer, right? Because some dumbass created a masochistic fucking AI.
Well,
why do you think robot laws exist?
It's because otherwise the robots would know how to obey the rules, and you'd have to call the robot cops.
Okay, think about it this way. How many laws have been created because of stupid people?
Well, robots only need 3.
I'm not talking about robots.
They truly need 3, though. They could be needing more.
Okay, think about it. How many people caused a lot of the laws that we have in the U.S. government, even across the world, were caused by stupid people?
Well, luckily robots aren't stupid.
I'm not talking about the robots.
That's
I'm
my
talking
point.
about
It's-
the humans behind the robots. Okay. How many things have labels on them nowadays that shouldn't have labels because of stupid people? Anybody
For
remember
example,
the Tide
Tide Pod.
Challenge?
This,
Yeah.
this coffee is 100 degrees Celsius. Perhaps you shouldn't touch it.
Okay. I'm sorry, but there's a certain part of me that wish Darwinism was very much still a thing and you died because you were stupid. Not because you didn't follow some stupid rule.
Well, the only issue is natural selection doesn't include being smart.
Obviously. But there's also a matter of common sense in this shit. Oh, I shouldn't eat this Tide Pod. It might be poisonous. I shouldn't have to have a label that tells me that.
Well, unfortunately, humans lost instincts quite a long time ago, so we don't have an instinct.
Instincts? They lost
Yes,
more than just
like
their
not
instincts,
eating-
dude.
Not
They lost
not
more than
eating
just
Tide
their
Pods.
instincts.
Was it was it before or after eating the?
All right. After about the 1800s, a lot of people lost their smarts.
My point is, was it before or after eating the Tide Pods that people lost their smarts?
Now, look, we could go on about this all fucking day long, but
Yes, we could.
let's just say this. There are Yeah. Darth hit it right on the nose. Honestly,
Well,
we need to stop
we
protecting
already
those
have the
who
robot-
nature wants back.
We already have the robot version of Clippy now.
Okay, we need to stop talking about robots because apparently he's stuck on the robots. My Jesus. All right. Let's be honest. Like a lot of shit that once we got into the 2000s, everything became a lot stupider. Too many people are worried about too much shit. Idiocracy should not be an accurate prediction of our future. This is true. I do agree with you.
Well, here's a question: What is a saner version of government? What we have, or a system where strange women hand out swords as a system of government?
How about we let the people decide where that goes? Because there's a lot of people that are upset with the government.
That's what causes idiocracy.
Okay, let's not pray into that line a little further because you know my stance on that kind of argument.
That's going a little bit too far. I was just thinking about Monty Python.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree
thinking
with
about
you, but unfortunately, there are some very sensitive people, and they may
Yeah,
not want to
you're right.
hear how much there is hidden in the world. Let's just say it that way. Unfortunately, this is the dude's not even looking at his kick chat. I saw you. All right.
Yeah,
But also John, like for the last 4 hours, there hasn't been anybody in the chat. So,
exactly. Yeah. I don't even have it open.
I have it open, but
you're on mod duty. That's why you have it open.
well, I'm also I'm the one covering YouTube chat. So yeah. There's just too many sensitive people in the world that unfortunately take these kinds of things the wrong way. And you get it, Yeah. Yeah. You get it, Darth. But like all of this is down to what we perceive as the world today. Like I'm focused more on what I'm trying to do here. All right. Like I'm attempting to do the multi-streaming thing, as some people have known. We are on 3 platforms right now. We are on YouTube, we are on Kick, we are on Twitch. All right. Depending on how Twitch goes in the next few weeks, I may pull back support for Twitch and just focus on YouTube and Kick. I want to do some Kick exclusive stuff, specifically because their copyright situation isn't as harsh as it is on Twitch and YouTube. But I won't go into that too far. I don't want to spoil any plans that I may or may not have yet. Some days I want to have an intelligent conversation, and it's like talking to a wall. Yeah. Like we sat here and we talked and we chatted and whatnot, and we argued from all of our points of views. But as you can see, we debated in a proper light where, oh hey, you're wrong about this. Oh, am I? Can you prove it to me? And then Space Builder, like with the Edge case, the Microsoft Edge case was
Well,
like,
that was certainly an edge case.
shut up. It was like, no, you can do it, but you have to do it this way. You know,
And you also were correct that it wasn't as easy as I thought.
yeah. You know, so, oh, where did I get followed? What did I do? I have to go check my dashboard real quick. All of my dashboard is routed through Streamlabs, by the way. Thank you for the subscription on YouTube, John. I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't have activity alerts in OBS yet. I have my my alerts set up, but I don't have like an activity alert system for OBS. I will find you everywhere, LOL. Yeah. I did repost that link, by the way. Nobody was finding me on YouTube, by the way. So if you are in the Discord and you are wondering how to find me on YouTube, you can find my links in the where to find me thing. I will not post links here on Twitch because they've already stated that they don't want you to do that. Isn't Twitch just lovely?
So they're allowing multi-stream, but they don't want you to advertise.
They want you to pretty much ignore the other two.
Well, then why did they allow in the first place?
Exactly. All right. I'm not going to exclude any of my chats. I will try to give all of my chats the same amount of attention that I give Twitch chat. I am not going to have a multi-chat box on my display. So if you're ever curious where everything's coming from, just note that I am replying to not only just Twitch, I am replying to Kick and YouTube at the same time. I wish this rule was different, but unfortunately, there's only so much I can wish for, and I'm not good enough yet to have 2 different chats with 2 different log files. So I'm figuring this out as we go along. This is a very experimental thing that I'm doing. Though, you know, I want to also point out that so far the support for all of this, especially with you guys have been amazing with the support. You, Ixon, John, even Brute, even though he doesn't like Kick, I can understand why. Now understand that I will never post links in Discord, or I will never post links in Twitch chat, but if you want to find out where I am or what's going on, join the Discord. You can find my Discord link through the bot system. And you guys can join that. I'll just have to set up permissions and stuff. So I'm rearranging my mic here so I have a better front face to y'all guys. So, um, some changes if you are just joining us on YouTube, Kick, and Twitch, and you are a part of the Twitch community, you will have noticed that if you did have a pre-roll, that was about it. All right. We have disabled ads across the board. I will not be running ads on this. You will be able to find my VODs and clip them as you see fit on YouTube. Obviously, you can post them up in the Discord. I will be making a separate channel here in a few days for users to go and post those clips. For just general chat and whatnot. As for the VODs on Twitch, there's nothing I can do about it. I do not know Kick well enough to say they won't delete VODs, but as I've seen so far, they do not delete the VODs. And it's probably because they are a privatized company. It looks like it's running pretty good on all platforms. I do have a problem with my bitrate.
So here's what I've noticed with Twitch. They delete VODs, but you can create a highlight that literally has everything in your VOD.
Yeah,
Which
though
is
the issue now is now you have a DVR space.
oh, interesting.
Yeah. That was one of the most recent changes is now there's a DVR space. You can only have a certain amount of highlights before you cap it out.
Yeah, what I used to do is
Nixon, what
used
did you
to
do?
Go and
I hit my ship. when
You
I was
hit your
trying
ship
to-
at full speed, didn't you?
yeah.
Yeah.
Back when I did streaming, what I did is since VODs had a limited, I just transferred them all to YouTube.
Yeah.
And I kept a record on YouTube of everything I did.
YouTube looks like it has less latency and is far ahead sometimes than the others. That actually makes it makes sense for me on the YouTube front. So, if you want the latest up to the date info, that definitely YouTube is where to find me. But like I said, I will never force y'all guys to switch platforms. If you find the experience better on other platforms, then be my guest. Join us over there. If not, then stay on Twitch. Hang out on Twitch. We love you either way. Until I decide, I'm not deciding to switch my streaming things yet, unless I am absolutely sure that. Let me put it this straight. Until I am absolutely 100% sure that Twitch is a dead platform, I will not switch where my content is portrayed. All right. And that is because of the issues that I think John can even agree with this, that Twitch has been not great for creators. Kick has a very promising outlook, and YouTube has always been great for discoverability. So I'm looking forward to see what happens on Kick, YouTube, and Twitch. But I'm going to tell you right now, a lot of the new stuff that we are doing involves all three platforms. I am about ready to, and I'm not going to tell you any gist of the story or anything like that, but I am about ready to release my first ever YouTube series. And I'm still working my way around how to edit stuff because I do not understand it. Because I'm going from a streaming platform to an edited content. You know?
that can be difficult to transition.
Yeah. So, like,
what video editor are you using?
I'm going to use DaVinci Resolve. Mainly
Okay.
because it's free.
Yeah, I think I've seen. I think that sounds familiar.
Yeah. It's one of the
I think
few.
I have Vegas Pro, and I think that's because I got it as part of a bundle a while back.
I'm not going to spend the money to go into Photoshop.
Yeah, don't.
I have that
If
software.
it,
Which software? DaVinci Resolve, Vegas Pro. I am saying that right. Vegas Pro?
yes, though technically it's an old version because I haven't updated it because I'm not buying a
Resolve.
new version.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to doing some more edited content for y'all guys. I will post I don't think I will post in the Discord, but I will send out notifications on YouTube so that y'all guys know, hey, there's a new video active, because I know a lot of our people hang out on YouTube as well. So if you are not yet a part of the YouTube community, and you want to know when those things are being done, soon, I promise you that.
Soon, TM.
And I don't, like, a Space Builder can honestly tell you that I don't make promises. Space Builder has been in the community about as long as I've been streaming. All right. I do not make promises I can't keep. All right. And I'm going to figure out this resolve issue so that I can deliver you guys content other than me streaming. Now, my problem is I had to take the time to dial in all of my recording settings so that, like, for instance, my fan wasn't blowing into the mic, causing my mic to activate every 5 seconds. So, but yeah, it's one of those things. Like, I've gone from Twitch streaming to content creation. Speaking of which, this week's a big deal for you, Space Builder.
How so?
The Space Engineers 2 modding API comes out.
Yep, I'm probably gonna ignore it, but yeah.
Why are you going to... You were talking about, like, a month ago that you were super excited to get into Space Engineers 2 modding.
I actually haven't been playing it in a while, so I kind of changed my mind.
Yeah, you change your mind faster than people change their underwear.
No, not really.
I beg to differ. My new card should be able to do Resolve much better than my 2070. Yeah.
I guess it's because I haven't really felt like Space Engineers 1. That's why I haven't really bothered with the SE. It's not only the modding, I just haven't really felt like SE.
Also, in fairness, it didn't help that we had to take a massive break.
Yes, that too.
Because, like, let's be honest, if I hadn't had to take that break, then it probably wouldn't be so bad. I think you'd still have your reservations about it, but I don't think it would be as bad.
I don't think it's that bad. I'm actively watching everything that's happening. I'm just not ready to do it just yet. But I've been actively watching all the stuff and been kind of seeing where it goes. I think if anything, I'm waiting until probably Survival to really dig too deep into it.
I have Resolve 18.6, so I'm so out of date. Yeah. I'm picking up Resolve as soon as I get the chance to. Like, I'm taking this week to kind of get some recordings done. I'm gonna probably Wednesday.
So basically, you're resolving yourself to finish your Resolve.
No. Wednesday, I'm going to do some more recording. I've already got an hour and a half to 2 hours of recording footage.
Mm-hmm.
For, I want to say it's going to be about 45 minutes with everything cut down the way I want to. But with everything kind of playing out, I want to do about 2 hour recording lengths, which is about 11 gigs. For those who don't understand the whole behind the scenes out thing. But I can't wait to play around with mixing small and big grid pieces and how well they mix. Yeah. One of the things that I'm looking forward to is not necessarily monetization, because I will activate after tonight's stream. I will activate monetization on Kick, because it is quite literally a 5-hour stream, and I'm doing about 8 tonight. So this is a good opportunity to just get that knocked out of the way. I need to set my OBS to save my videos onto my server. Yes, you do. I forgot. SC2 is going to be fun. I forgot SC2 did that with the grids. Yeah. The mixing of the grids is going to be amazing. I can't wait to play with it, especially with something like the Catalyst. All right. I hope for new wheel sizes. I'm sorry, but 3x3, 3x3, 5x5, and 1x1s are old. I want 7x7s, 8x8s, and 9x9s. Okay.
What about 30 by 30?
30 by 30 is ridiculous. Nobody should ever use that size.
Just think about how big of a rover with that big wheel.
20 by 20s. No. I think the maximum that they should go with is about 15 by 15. That'll lead a lot of that will lead a lot for more creative purposes for large grid and small grid. All right. But in reality, I expect somewhere around 10 by 10s as the maximum that they want to go. All right. I need more wheel sizes. I cannot deal with having just 3x3s, 5x5s, and 2x2s, and 1x1s. Okay. I can't do it. Let's be honest. I built the Catalyst around a 7x7. And if I had the option to go bigger, I would have. Because I'm a lunatic. All right, this is literally turned into a just chatting session, by the way.
Yeah, and just watching my screen as I build.
I haven't done anything. That's the problem. You have been the only one doing anything interesting.
Perhaps it's time to start doing the category of just chatting. You might have to get more viewers. Do just chatting and play Station Nails.
Probably.
I'm not
gonna do that midstream, because then it causes weird category issues.
But you could almost it could almost be something to do in the future.
This is Ixon's Twitch chat.
Yeah, just do chatting in the future, and
I mean,
not...
I'm gonna say, in fairness, he's providing at least some content.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm also going to point this out.
You'll probably get a big old.
I'm also going to
view.
I'm also going to point this out. It makes it really easy to see if he's cheating. No cheating is Ixon. You're on full display now.
I know.
But yeah,
he's
not going to do that on here. What? What'd you say?
I would almost kind of say that the reason you could get away with just chatting is for a game like Space and Deals. If you're kind of sticking, it's not the best as far as the category can go. So if you're going the just chatting route, you could practically get away with it because you're not technically disobeying the rules by playing the game while just chatting.
Yeah. Oh no, I don't disagree.
And it's probably especially levels like Kick. I've been noticing Kick does not exactly have as good for like Space News. There's not really a good category on Kick.
I will change that.
Good luck.
As far as I'm aware, I'm like one of 3 streamers that streams on Kick to Space Engineers.
That's my point.
Okay, so I will absolutely change that, because and let's be honest, I'm gonna have the same problem with Stationeers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the only one that I would expect that I wouldn't have as many issues with would probably be Elite Dangerous. All right. The Star Citizen category is oversaturated. It's oversaturated by people playing the game. Okay, that's fine, but the game's not enjoyable to me. Okay, so that's the reason why we're not playing Star Citizen. Okay, one of the things that I want to do. Yeah, War Thunder for me is also a low count on Kick. There's only like 6 streamers on Kick. Yeah. But like for what I want to do, and this is the fun part of it, I want to do some more fun related content where we're making fun of each other, we're calling each other names, not in a mean way. Like, okay, for instance, playing Uno. Uno can be very involved. We all know it. It can be very involved. All right. Or playing something like Halo where it's it's 4 of us doing it. Okay. I have the infrastructure to show off 4 perspectives. All right. One of the things that we do here, if you are just tuning in for YouTube and Kick, and if you're new to Twitch and whatnot, I'm gonna point this out. One of the things that we do differently here is I have a little button on my display here. Let me click off of my game here, and we'll pop over to my Discord. Or not my Discord, but my OBS, and I'll click on this display. All right, what this is a collective of the people playing the game right now. My other 2 are offline. I do not have the views. John, if you wanted to, you could connect to Ninja real quick to show off the...
And you don't even have to play Space Engineers.
Yeah, you don't have to. You could pop in and talk with us. But one of the things that we do differently is we multi-stream or we multi-box the games that we play. The only one that we did not do that for, and I think that was a very fair thing to point out, was I don't think we did it for Baldur's Gate. Because there was no need, because you could pop into any conversation. Whereas Space Engineers is a little bit different. We can grab the views of everybody. And if somebody's doing, like, I can see Ixon's playing a little bit with the connector stuff, and Space Builder's being Space Builder and just flying around like a lunatic.
Well, it's better than sleeping in the bed.
That is true. Okay. For instance, John's playing Warframe right now. I think he just messaged me too. Brute's about to join too. So, you guys can see that on John's display, he's playing Warframe. He's not even a part of this conversation, but he's pushing feed to my computer right now. Okay. That's one of the natural things that we do differently than most people do on the internet nowadays. You may get one or 2 people that do multi-box views. Okay. We do up to 4 different people to include myself. Okay. And if I wanted to, what I could do is if Krim, yeah, your ID tag's not on because it's on the other page.
Yes.
Yeah, your box is...
I was just showing off that what I've set it up is I actually send my stuff through OBS, so I could actually switch games in the middle of it or change things around.
Darth.
Because of the way I've kind of set it up.
Darth, I have 14,000 hours in Warframe. I know what you're talking about. All right, but John, even though he's not in the Discord call, you can see that he's playing Warframe. He's about to do another mission, or he's about to butts with something in his settings menu, whatever. Y'all guys can see that from my perspective at any given point. All right, and what I want to set up, and eventually I will set it up to where y'all guys can switch between the views in chat. I think that is a
So
very
are you-
fair
what you're
function
thinking
to
is
add.
there will be like a vote to switch the view.
No, somebody can redeem like channel points to switch to view.
Yeah, something. Yeah.
Okay, and then I activate whoever is actually going to be there that day. So Brute's about to jump in here. 12,000 on your end, yeah. So you get it, you get it. Okay. So like with all of this right now, he's playing Whispers in the Wall, one of the DLCs. Like what we're doing right now is something that I think is so unique that many people are not doing it. And unfortunately, we don't have that many people looking at it that way. And I would love to say that we are doing something unique, but with the amount of gimmicks that you have to put in this stuff, it's kind of hard to do so. We may have a problem. What do you mean, Darth? I'm curious to see what Darth has to say. So, I'm going to quickly pop over to chats here. I'm going to leave it up on my multi-view right now. Is YouTube stuck? Oh, no,
let me check.
I was not in my live view.
Oh, it's good on my end.
I was not in my live view. The Warcrack edition. Yeah. I played that game 7 years in a row. 5 of those was dedicated, and I played it by myself. So, like, we're doing pretty good. I've got... I think John's in there right now. Britt, thank you for the subscription. My alerts are not active right now, but I saw you on my Discord or on my Twitch chat. I have like 3 chats open right now. It's kind of insane. I'm going to be honest. I'm kind of liking it. We've been going at this for 4.5 hours, and Brute's about to join us. And you've subscribed for 18 months in a row. Shit. I got to get some money so I can start subbing back to you. I know it's not a big deal, but I want to. Ah, there it is. I heard the activity feed. So, this is one of the cool things that we get to do. And I think, hey, Brute, I think we might be able to multi together. I think we might be able to share our chats. Finally. We'll find out when we finally decide to do this. I don't know how to do it, so we'll have to figure it out. So, but as you can see, John's playing Warframe right now. Ixen's doing some building on the main corridor. I don't think that corridor is going to stay like that, Ixen, but it's a good start.
And I'm just going and taking a tour through all the ships on the base.
Yeah. One of the coolest features that we get is we get the inter-perspective look at each and everybody's view. So, and I want to incorporate this more into the kinds of content that we do. Now, some of the things that I'm looking forward to is I'm looking forward to doing some more variety content. Now, Brute and I have been talking about it, about doing some more multi-oriented content where we can either invite people or we are playing multiplayer games, i.e. Halo, Uno, Lockdown Protocol, which Lockdown Protocol will have to be non-multi-view.
Yep.
Because of the whole situation. That also applies to if we play Among Us.
Stream sniping.
Huh?
Well, it's more
Stream
that
sniping?
us moderators that are playing, not looking at other people's
Yeah.
Ezra's screen.
Yeah, this is the particular moment where most of the game players would pop out the chat and just kind of like mute and like distance themselves from the video display.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah. Because it is a competitive type of game. 7 Days to Die. I never got into 7 Days to Die. I thought about it, but it just doesn't scream to me like some of the other games I played.
Yeah, I never got into it either because it just felt like Minecraft, and I felt like if I'm just gonna do Minecraft, I'll stick to Minecraft.
Well, I'm not saying that it's not a bad thing, you know. Like I'm not very much a zombie person either.
Yeah, same here.
Scum just had its 1.0 release. I'm not paying $35 for a multiplayer game. No. And I never really cared for the idea of Scum. It's way more fun with friends. Oh, no, I definitely agree. That's any multiplayer game. That's why I push so hard for this series as well. Because Factorum is very much multiplayer. So, like, Brood, Crimson, Space Builder, Ixen, and myself have been playing this save for a few months now. All right. And we've been taking it 1 week at a time. Really, we have. But Brute's about to... when we see Brute, we'll talk about it more. But we're about to get ready to move out of this space and onto Mars. The next few streams is going to be traveling to Mars. And then the next time you see us will be for the Escape from Mars scenario. Have you played Market Simulator? Not much into the simulators. My favorite simulators to do are ones that are in vehicle operations. It's fun to joke around and with people, and it's cheap. The last I knew. That's fair. I haven't been into the simulators. Like, I have Farming Sim, but I have never played it. I just never got into the Sims type game. Unless you count The Sims 4, and then I got into it a hell of a lot where I wasted too much time on it. But that's about the only sim game that I really got into. So, and I don't even think that qualifies as a sim game. Or simulation. As for the types of games that I like, most of mine revolves around vehicles. We're talking about like Star Citizen, and I wouldn't even quantify Star Citizen as a sim game. ATS, American Truck Simulator. I would love to get these fools into it, but none of them want to play it.
The closest one was Star Trucker.
The closest one was Star Trucker.
And that was just me.
I have it.
Single player.
Yeah, you also have ETS, don't you?
No, just ATS.
Okay. But that's the other point. Like, most of the people that I play with aren't into the sim games, so that never really strengthened that category for me. You know. And I'm kind of directly talking to Twitch 101. I know that there are probably people hanging out in the Kick chat and in YouTube chat, and I see you guys. Unfortunately, those chats are kind of bare right now, so take it for what it's worth. I'm not indirectly not talking to you, but I'm not directly talking to you, if that makes sense. And that is not me being mean. I acknowledge that you might exist out there. I just haven't seen you yet. I think that's a fair note to go on. What would you guys think?
Agreed.
All right. So, like, the sim games are cool and whatnot. I think that's also the reason why I'm not too keen on playing something like, oh, I don't know, No Man's Sky.
Yeah.
And that's not like, Ixon got it for me like a while ago. He's like, I think you'd be interested in this game, and I was like, not really, but thank you.
Yep. It's just a free game that I'll just update for free. That's
Yeah. So,
Though I wouldn't call No Man's Sky a sim game. It's more of an exploration game.
I don't disagree. But
Well, at this point, I feel it is, considering that you can now do fishing.
yeah. But I get into things that make it fun. Okay. When
Ixon, if fishing is the only thing you need to be a sim game, then Neo Automata is also a sim game. So
Yes.
it's more than just fishing.
Okay, now you're gonna make me want to play Nier Automata. Fuck you.
I've played it, and it's a very good game.
I know it's a very good game. Why do you think I want to play it? All right, but that's kind of the reason why I got into Skyrim, for instance. Skyrim has fishing.
Yeah.
You might like Crossout, probably. I never. So Crossout's the combat, the combat vehicles, right? Much like Grip is.
Yeah.
So it might be okay. It's a vehicle game where you build cars and such to fight and fight with a team against another team. That's where I have a problem. Okay, it's not that the fact that it's a vehicle game or that you build cars and whatnot. It's the competitive.
Yep.
I don't do very good with competitive. The last competitive game that I played, I'm gonna be honest, was Gambit in Destiny 2. And I refuse to install Destiny 2 ever again. Crossout is made by the same people who made War Thunder. Hence why I don't play War Thunder. I never really cared for the PvP stuff. It's also the same reason why I'm not one of those toxic assholes on League of Legends. I played League of Legends, I shit you not, for about an hour, and I dropped it completely, uninstalled it, and never touched it again. And that was a recommended game. That was a free-to-play game. Okay, one of the games that I picked up recently that has kind of piqued my interest was Wuthering Waves. I told Dixon about it. And I looked at it objectively, and it feels much... It gives... Hey, Brute. So, just for reference, we're talking about video games and what we like to play. Just to kind of catch you. Okay. I played Wuthering Waves. I played it for about 100 hours. I'm not ready to give my review on it. That was over a month, by the way.
My statement stands.
I don't play it every day either.
That's fair.
Okay. I did it for the first 2 weeks. I played the story, and then I logged off after like 3 or 4 hours. So, all right, and that was over like a month and a half. They just dropped an update, and I'm like, I'm not touching it. I don't have that need. All right, Wuthering Waves is a gacha game.
Story?
Huh?
Maple Story got a update. What?
Yeah. All right.
Not about Maple Wait or Maple
Yeah.
Story and ever.
Yeah, I haven't heard that one in a while. All right. But like,
Almost opened up.
so like I look at it this way. If it's got a good story, like Skyrim fucking shocked me. Okay. Besides the fact that there are looty mods. Let's be honest. But I found myself...
You know that's the reason why you're playing it.
I'm not playing it
Yeah.
for the looty mods. It's just one of
I
the
am.
one of the races that I play requires it as like a requirement. Okay. Besides my taste in the characters, let's not go that far. All right.
I'm silently judging.
You shouldn't judge me at all. I've seen your Starbound. I know what you
shut
play
the
on
fuck up.
Starbound. Shut up.
You shut the fuck up. I'm not the one time. Also, ignore the fact that I've been building a VR chat avatar for the past month.
Yeah, that's fully equipped.
That's fully equipped.
All right. But like I found myself enjoying stories. Fallout's not Fallout 4 is not a great example, by the way. Fallout 4's story sucks ass. Okay. But Skyrim drew me in such a way for story related content that I was missing.
Ooh, to sidebar for a second.
Yes.
Did you see the Expanse trailer?
I did not.
Oh, they're coming out with an RPG.
I saw that you posted something about it in Discord though.
They're coming out with an RPG that is supposed to play
I was
similar
like-
to
I literally replied, that didn't take you long.
no.
Because I saw, I
inspired
literally saw it like on my newsfeed and I was like, oh, well, there's Brute's Game of the Year.
Can confirm.
All right.
Fuck,
And then,
I haven't. Hold on. Alt or no? How do I open up Steam menu?
Shift tab.
Right, Shift tab. Thank you.
I don't even
You
use
want
the
to
overlay
continue?
anymore. It fucks with modded games, by the way. That's the reason why I don't use overlay. But,
That sounds like a hack.
but dear God, as someone learning about how to rig avatars, how much did you want to quit rigging that avatar?
So, for the most part, the Blender part was the annoying part. Doing Blender was annoying as shit. At first, now it's actually the easy part. Unity is now the annoying part, especially because like, there's some stuff in it that's just like not working as easily as I think it should.
Yeah.
Because I'm probably fucking something up because I'm an idiot.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Don't forget that Unity is technically a game engine.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
it's a game engine. It's not just like a rigging software or anything like that. It's a full-on game engine for like creation.
I was able to get 2 models into VR that are also VR, both PC and Quest compatible.
Nice.
However, the first one had an issue. The bits were visible.
Yeah.
You didn't hide your
If
you
you
didn't
did
hide your
if-
bits properly, did you?
I didn't hide the bits very well. No. So the first one kind of, I had to like chop up and make okay. The second one is better. However, I put I have a gun for Quest users that strips me. And I don't know why he does that.
Oh, fuck.
I don't know
So,
why
no,
he does
you are
that.
not
It
allowed
just-
to. You are not allowed to touch my avatars. Fuck that.
It's fine. It's a learning curve. My third one so far has, been all right. The face gets stuck every now and then, but like,
Yeah, but that
You
could be a minor rigging issue for all you know.
yeah, it is. It's a issue with, I'm adding stuff after the fact of setting up expressions, and I thought it would be fine, but it's not.
Yeah.
So I just got to make sure I get
Well,
all the
because
things I want on it.
with both Blender and Unity, you kind of have to use them side by side to actually get the result that you want.
And confirm.
So
It's
I
been
had
a really
the,
fun experience, honestly.
yeah. Once you
other-
get down, it's all right.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the getting it down parts.
Right. So, like, one of the things I like is one of my favorite things to do in video games is character customization, which is that is what that is.
Yep.
I'm just making characters.
Yep, that's Skyrim. That is
Great.
PSO2. That is Skyrim. That is Fallout. That is pretty much anything with a character creator.
The other rational thing, other than I just enjoy doing it, so it's fun, so I want to keep doing it.
This is the ADHD part of your brain working right
Oh,
here.
it is. I'm also weirdly hyped for some reason.
Why?
Probably because I've eaten. I've been
You
a tad
ate
bit
before
depressed.
you started streaming?
Look, okay, I understand what you're about to say. He's like, man, I'm so proud of you.
No, I was about
need
to
do
say
that.
write it down on the fucking calendar.
Ooh, man, you should have asked when I last ate.
Let me guess, it was about 2 days ago.
Fucking Friday. Because I forgot. And I kept forgetting.
For
And
reference,
then I ordered a pizza.
for reference, people, this is how our brains think when you have ADHD. Okay, we get hyper fixated. Okay, we get hyper fixated on doing something that we forget to drink water, eat food, go to the bathroom, or do anything related to normal shit.
Our
Okay.
stomachs could be growling, but it's like, I'll just pull it back for an hour. Another hour
Yeah.
goes by,
All right.
another hour.
I
It's
actually
been
had
2
that
days,
earlier
man.
today.
I need to eat.
Yeah,
I did that earlier today of like, man, I'm kind of hungry.
this
I'm gonna
is
finish this and then I'll eat.
this is as real as you can get to what our lives are like when it comes to
wild, dude.
something that we get hyper fixated on. Like, I get super hyper fixated. It's the same elation that Brooke gets when working on the Avatar stuff.
Anything really, anything that catches my attention.
Yeah, I get
We have RX.
I get hyper fixated on modding games that I will literally forget anything I'm doing, like going to sleep. I'll spend about 12 hours a day working on my game. Yeah, see, Darth gets it.
Yeah, see, he gets it. He gets it.
It-
He gets it.
But that's the one strong suit that we have as somebody, or as people that have ADHD. When we get hyper fixated on something, we get it done. All right.
Oh, there's some new guns.
Oh, yeah.
That we added the RX pack.
No, I mean in RX there are new guns.
Yes, there is.
All right, I'm gonna cheat for a second.
I've replaced your railgun doohickey with a Reaper cannon.
Oh hell yeah, that's so much better. That's infinitely better.
And I like the way the top end turned out too.
Yeah.
Sleep is for the
Sleep's for the
weak.
weak.
Yeah.
I have also been getting to like sleep super fucking late too.
Yeah. Well, pretty soon you won't have to worry about that, as unfortunate as it might say.
Maybe. Who knows?
Do you have something lined up?
No, as in it might not happen.
Oh, shit. You were too
Victor-
important to that company anyway.
Yeah. What am I? Hold on. I'm going in God mode. I need to see this shit. Was it?
Go ahead.
I haven't fucking. God, I haven't played this in forever. What is it?
Alt F10.
Alt F10. Thank you.
I remember the key combinations because my ADHD brain remembers how to cheat in this game.
Baby. Not so like I've been either playing this or like VR chat. I've started like streaming VR chat.
Yeah. I've noticed that you've been drifting away from Star Citizen as well.
I wouldn't say drifting. There's just like a decent group of people I'm playing with, so like I want to hang out with them because they're cool.
Yeah.
So it's not that you're drifting; it's just that your thrusters are completely inoperable in one or two directions, and therefore you have no control.
So
Yeah. Yeah. Go
when
ahead,
it comes to things, I'm a dick deep type of person. Like I'm either in it or I'm not.
Yeah, he's riding that shit all night. You know exactly where I was going with that.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
And this is why my stream is rated 18.
And confirm.
But yeah, like we get so hyper fixated on shit that we want to do.
Spartan plasma?
Yeah.
Well, I need light.
Oh, by the way,
light.
you have all of the torpedo access that you could ever desire.
I know. I saw that.
But like when it comes to like getting focused on something, this is the problem I had with Warframe. I got hyper fixated on trying to be the best, and I actually had to learn with certain especially Warframe and the way it presents itself, that I do not have to be perfect. You need that energy when you build dreadnoughts, otherwise you never finish them. This is true.
As we are sitting on a dreadnought that has been...
Hey, it has been worked on slowly. We haven't forgotten about it.
I know, we're getting there.
All right. The consequences of real life actions are not displayed in this game. We only play once a week.
And we've been on hiatus for like 3 months.
I know.
Exactly.
Fuck you, weather.
3 months.
Hey, that was... I can admit that was out of my control.
I know.
He can't do much if his house is like an oven.
True. That's true.
I can deal with my house being an oven. I cannot deal with the fact that my house could flip at any moment.
True. I mean, he's dealing with it being
And it's not like it's not like it can flip as in you can easily sell it. It's a different type of flipping.
I think chat got the point.
I got the point.
Okay. One of the things that I want to start working towards, and I've kind of talked about it kind of plainly, but I've been thinking about making a more permanent structure on my parents' property. A more...
I think you should.
Non-flippable property. Let's just put it that way. All right. And it's fair.
Bitch.
It's fair enough to say that I am very much a groundskeeper here. I make sure things are good when my parents are out of town.
Right.
So I take care of the animals. The chickens don't need to be taken care of, but they're pretty much self-sufficient.
Except saber missiles.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is the chickens are your best neighbors.
No, they're fucking rotten pieces of shit. Especially when I'm trying to sleep and they want to sit on my fucking front porch and crow all the damn time. Especially when I'm trying to sleep.
At least they're not coming inside and waking you up like a cat would.
I would
Ow.
rather have a cat wake me up. I'm gonna be honest. Because a cat doesn't sit on my front porch and crow.
I need to... I should probably... Oh, this is much bigger than I thought it was. No, it's not. I should probably upgrade my... parasite ship.
The Cedric?
Yeah.
Well, your parasite ship is a drop frigate, so
Right.
I think drop frigate is more of the apt turn than parasite, because parasite ships generally just attach to the side.
True.
You're an internalized structure inside of a ship, so.
Oh, I almost did it dumb.
We did move the catalyst over to the bay,
Okay. Hell yeah.
so now
we
it's
need
just
to build up the next bay.
your ship was moved. I don't know if you saw that.
God damn it.
Your little pink flyer.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah,
moved
it
to
was-
the. I think you were here when that was moved.
Yeah. Yep.
I believe I was. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't remember where, but like, yeah.
It's
Yeah,
on the
yeah.
top.
Yeah, on the top. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in that top hangar bay.
I just moved his thing, and then the next thing I know, I landed, and he just wakes up. That's the whole entire thing when that happened.
The next thing.
Oh no! The
The
door's shut.
the next thing to
Huh?
figure out is how we're gonna connect the Paladin, and I think the Paladin's gonna have to be solo flown. And the Astria, I'm having a feeling, and Brute, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
By the way, Brood, I already got the door open for you.
Yeah, thank you.
I have a feeling that you are going to want to redo the Astria because of the weapons that you have access to now.
Yeah. Why the fuck?
What's wrong?
I thought I turned off welders, but I didn't. Oh,
Oh.
that's not it.
Is
Shit. Fucking nope, not. There we go. I couldn't figure out how to dump things. I'm so out of practice. Why is it still welding?
It could be worse. You could be trying to go between station neos and spaces
I know
neos
why
and
it's
hitting the
working.
wrong button.
you have welders in the middle of your ship?
I have welders in the middle of my ship that are turned on. And because they don't kill me, I forget about them.
Hey, just be glad they don't kill you.
Yes, exactly.
So how are we doing back here?
Subsidiary drives, guns.
Okay, so you've pretty much reworked the back section to be. Space Builder, I don't think those are the best guns for this section. I think we're gonna have to redesign something specifically for
Turn
this
these off for
area.
a second.
Yeah, that's why I didn't weld them up, as I wouldn't show.
Yeah, I think we'll come up with it here in a few. I think so. Brute, just to kind of give you an update, we're gonna drop the third thruster for the back end for a couple more gun emplacements.
Boop, 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 boop. All right, yeah, that works.
So,
But
but
it also keeps
no-
us from having to grab another fucking
Prototech,
prototech, yeah.
and
yeah,
then
we kind of want to just get out of this place.
yeah, that's the plan. Within the next 2 weeks, we should be headed to Mars.
Okay.
But my plan is to get the Astria attached, so that you can start reformatting. The Paladin is not under reformat.
Okay.
And sometime after we get back from Mars, our ship is probably going to go through jump malfunction and end up millions of light years away in another system.
Maybe.
I wouldn't go that far.
Well,
We
then we will
should.
name that system the Amigas system.
Wrong game. Yeah, no.
I was trying to think of something. I'm losing it.
Well, you better go catch your train of thought.
Oh, we need to set up a base around the pylon as well.
The pylon?
Yeah. Have you ever been? Or the obelisk. Sorry, the obelisk.
The
Oh, yeah,
don't-
no, I have
I'm
not.
not sure it shows up on in the if you create if I only think it shows up in all worlds. I think it's only available if it's shown up
Did you
in the
know?
easy spell.
Did you know that if you build a ship with a battleship like hull from World War II, you can line the hull with artillery and easily feed ammo lines to them? Yeah,
Are you talking about like a double hull?
yeah.
Most of our larger ships have double hull. Are double hulled.
I think even this one is starting to end up being more double hulled anyway. And this one's not even a combat. This is just a carrier dreadnought, for lack of a better term.
It's really the idea is it should have enough power to defend itself, but
Yeah.
it's not intended to go into a firefight.
It should have enough power to defend itself and provide long-range fire support.
Yep, and / all escape.
The only thing that we absolutely probably should do is we need to scrounge around and get a few more parts for the jump drives.
Yeah.
Because that is the thing that we have forgotten about. And if we're going to make the drive bay the way we had planned, and that plan may have gone out the window because none of us remember it.
Right. Sorry about that.
If we're going to get this thing moving, we're going to want those jump drives. Because one jump drive we're literally going to be setting on the breach maximum of what it can carry.
Mhm.
So
Mm.
we've got a lot to prep, but
Oh,
we
those are gone.
don't need to have the jump drives. And the reason for that is we could slow boat it.
Right.
Do the final preparations on the Astria, do a couple of more battles to kind of fit it out the way we want to. You know, that kind of thing. Rather than sitting here and getting it moving for no reason. Now, what I would love to do, and I know this is going to take some time and effort, is we're going to be slow boating it to Mars. We might have the assistance of a couple of jump drives, but we're not going to have that much assistance.
Yeah, just because of how far it is.
Yeah.
It'll be a stream worth of moving.
Yeah. But while we're in transit, you know, it'll be easier to get that. I'm also waiting to see if Crimson pops on, because
That's fair.
we need to figure out where we're going to put this med bay. And he's kind of my lead with how conveyors work.
Mm.
So we do have a lot of space. Depending on the size of the ship, you can pack a lot of ammo. And sadly, I've seen the tactic underused. Yeah. But
I don't know what I want to put on this, so I'm just gonna grab a bunch of different things and.
that's all you can do.
Talking about multi-streaming, we don't see your view yet.
No,
do you mean?
Brute hasn't ever had one. I could send you a link if you want it. For the
Is
multi-view.
this the new one or is this the original one?
This is
That-
the
This is a
new
good
one.
Send it to my music bot. Because I'm assuming. Well, no, actually, I guess you could send it to me. Yeah, send it to me.
Yeah, because that'll be a direct line to your computer.
Ba-ba-da-ba, ba-ba-da-ba.
I gotta get you that link real quick. Hold on. Or do you have a modified version of that link, Space Builder?
I have one. I have a clean one that he can take, and actually it's in the staff chat, I think.
Yeah, grab the
And
one from
it will-
staff
it will-
chat.
Yeah, and it will automatically generate your own unique link after you activate it.
Staff General.
Staff
yes.
General, yeah. And you
It
and
should
your
be this-
you and the bot should be able to interactively take that link.
And if you go over to stream
What link? I
live,
don't link.
it's in staff voice. Staff voice.
Yeah.
In the chat of staff voice.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yes. And then
And over in the chat of Stream Live, I have a link to the documentation. So if
Wait,
you
are
want to
we?
look at it,
Oh, so it's still using Ninja?
yeah, it's still using
Yes.
Ninja.
he changed the room because he lost access. for a
I
little
lost
while.
access to the original room because I cleared
Okay.
out my browser data.
And then,
Is
I
it
found out. Then I found how
room
to. Yes.
Yep.
Azure Stream Room?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if you remember our passcode.
You
It's
could
in the link.
Yeah, you can use the one in the
My
link.
favorite logs it in for some reason. I don't have to enter it anymore.
It may log him. It may log him directly in.
Yeah, it's because Ezra put in the link when he gave it to us, and I didn't remove it.
Yeah.
So that's why it's in the link.
So it bypasses the login feature.
Yes.
And I guess I could pop you on Crimson's display for the temporary. Because he's not here yet. I would pop
Okay.
you on to John's, but John's actually he's actually displaying to Twitch right now.
And he's not playing with us.
I wish he
Yes.
was.
Rude.
Okay, and that should refresh, and I have your display, and I've lost my Spotify. Oh, there it goes. That was just a hiccup. So now we have all four of y'all.
Yeah.
Mhm.
John's currently playing Warframe. At least he is producing content, so I'm not even worried about that. Even though he's not he's not playing the game, I do have your link. I have you on Crimson's display.
Yep. And now, so Brute, if you notice, there's gonna be an extra tag on your link. You're gonna want to save that link, and that's what you're used to reuse it. And that way, Ezra doesn't have to reconfigure his side.
Coincidentally enough, you are on Raptor's display on the on just the single view.
Oh, interesting. All right.
So I have 6 tabs or I have 5 tabs. I'm gonna get you your own dedicated view, by the way, just a panel for you to have ready for when we do this. And then that way you're not having to worry about crossing links or anything like that.
Yeah, makes sense.
But for the collective display, I ended up putting you on Raptor's view, which Crimson had taken charge of because his view wasn't on this display.
So, Brute, what is your preferred method when you're setting up your stream? Do you want to do the screen share or do you want to do the virtual camera?
What do you mean?
For the Ninja.
This is
I couldn't tell you.
this is his display from his main PC. He has
Yeah. This is my display.
yeah.
This is a screen share?
He is just screen sharing from his main display. His
So
his other PC does the streaming.
Yep. Okay, because
Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're right.
Because what I'm going through is there's actually a way you can set it up to have OBS do both streaming and virtual camera.
When he got this,
and if you do,
when he got the second PC from Civil, he set it up to be a stream PC. So it's kind of hard to do it that way.
Yeah, I agree with you. And so
because he's got to set it up through the capture card.
There's actually a couple of settings you can add at the end. So if you add @SS and @AJ, it'll automatically connect to you and activate the screen jail.
Ah, okay.
So they'll go in. So basically, look in Stream Live.
This gun is half the size of the ship.
I've marked some extra settings that you can add depending on how you do your setup.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, like one of these evenings when we have a little bit more time, we can kind of go over it. It'd be more functionally appropriate to like do a tutorial system on that when we're not live.
Exactly. It's more I gave a quick overview to the other guys before we started, but you weren't here.
Yeah. He might have been doing D&D that night. I'm not sure.
Well, no, it was this morning before we started, so he obviously wasn't there yet.
Steps 55 millimeter.
But last week we popped in Discord and pretty much reset
Yes.
up all the settings and stuff, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
Yep. And then it turns out that he just forgot the tags because it,
Yeah.
it was actually it wasn't his fault. They changed how the tags work.
Yeah.
So he couldn't get the old tag anymore, and then I figured out how to get him back into it.
Yeah.
And and it's now too.
When I do the restructure, because I desperately need to like go back and redo my overlay.
Mm-hmm.
And when I do that, I'm gonna set up shop where I could have the multi-box chat, because Twitch does not allow you to combine chats, by the way, if you didn't know.
I didn't know that.
Number 2, I want to be able to add more than 4 displays. Right now we're capped at 5, and that is plus mine.
Yeah.
I would love to have more than 4 people connected at a single point, even if they're not technically tuned in on Discord. Like if for instance, John's probably the best case scenario for this, because he's playing Warframe in the background of watching the stream too. So he's hanging out in chat. He can hear us, but he's playing the game by himself.
Good. We can talk shit.
And it also means that when Boots do install Citizen, he can also show up.
I mean, yeah, but I probably won't.
Yeah, he won't. The reason is he's already got a dedicated team of people that he plays with.
Yeah, of course,
So,
we know that.
I'm not particularly fussed about it. If he only uses it while he's here, that's kind of cool, because now I can poke in on his view when things are not on my end that great.
Turn it off right now.
But this is one of the unique. I think you still have it functional on yours, but
on mine.
Yeah, the multi-view.
Functional, no, but I have it set up to where I could probably get it working again.
Yeah,
because if I do multi on, it snaps to this view.
Yeah. Well, one of
I
the
can
issues
throw 'em
that
up in the
you had with it wasn't necessarily setting it up, but actually getting people to use it.
Yeah.
Let me open you. I don't have you in a new tab yet.
Do I?
So
I don't know what guns to put on this, man.
You're gonna have to like figure that out.
Thanks.
I don't know necessarily what you want. Do you want laser? Do you want
I
missile boats?
I'm probably gonna
Cannons?
stick ballistic.
Stick with ballistic. Well, don't use any of the missile launchers, because apparently they're way too big for anything of that size.
Right. Unless we're actually just replacing this section.
Well,
I'm
that
looking at
reminds
some
me.
of I'm looking at some of these missile launchers. They're not
So,
that big.
Groot, you should check out the Adriana heavy railgun turret. Check that one out.
No.
Adrian heavy railgun cannon or turret. Yeah, there we go.
We got this one, and then we got.
Oh my God. Are you about to place another orbital defense cannon on my ship?
Another orbital
No.
defense cannon.
Yes. Actually, I am gonna place it, and then we'll remove it.
Gonna be
Just to-
okay.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I'm only placing it so Brute can see it, but then we'll
It's-
remove it again.
Fucking too.
You got a couple of.
It's just a bigger, stronger variant of the auto cannon that I had on there originally.
Yeah.
Yes, it's too big.
I was talking about the Cyclone.
Yeah, the Cyclone's pretty good.
Where are you at?
I haven't
Space
placed
holder.
it yet,
Well,
but
hurry up.
I'll place in a moment. I don't. I didn't have the component.
Oh, just become God.
What on earth did you do?
His best.
What?
What on earth is that in the back end of the ship?
Okay, give me a second. Let me show you that.
Hold on, let me cook, let me cook.
Torpedo launcher.
Oh.
It's the only triangled version.
Oh,
So it
you're
is
you're
the Poseidon salvo launcher.
So, Brute, take a look at
okay.
this guy.
Give me just a second to like charge. I'm about to die.
Okay.
It fits the spacing and the overall look, but then we can actually just have, in terms in the back here, just a small section to have another
It's gonna
underneath
be
here.
okay.
a turret or something.
Well, a turret controller or another control
Yeah.
center to launch these
Reputting this.
torpedoes or salvo launchers.
There you are.
Yep. So yeah,
Oh.
take a look at this.
Oh,
guy.
why didn't we put that on the front?
I felt that
Because
was
it's a
too
little bit
big,
too
and
big.
it's an orbital defense cannon.
Uh-huh.
I've already showed that to him already today. He's like, this gun is like, oh, don't worry, honey, it's not that big compared to that
Oh.
one.
It's all very Freudian.
In fairness, we could have also outfitted the ship to fit the Sunder Heavy Lance,
Mm-hmm.
which is the RX equivalent of a freaking Mac cannon.
The ion cannon. Yeah.
Depending on the did you no, I already read that one. Depending on the size of the ship, you can pack a lot of ammo. So nope, I already read that.
Yeah, that was like 15 minutes ago.
Thanks for telling me that.
I think we should go with the big gun.
I knew you'd say that, but
Ow.
Honestly, the Reaper could stay where it's at. It's not in a bad position. It can still arc.
Yeah, but our nose is pretty covered, is the issue.
Yeah.
Also, let's see if the view from the fucking bridge.
It's not gonna matter. The ship's too big to see it from see it in its entirety
Yeah,
from the
especially in
bridge.
dark. You would have to actually change the time.
I mean, mostly just because I want to look at how cool it looks. And it does. It does look really cool.
We
I
could
like that.
leave if you guys really, really want it. We could leave the orbital defense cannon, but the catalyst is gonna have to move so we can put in conveying.
Nah, it's fine with the one that we got.
it could just be decoration. We don't actually need it to be functional.
No. We'll get rid of it. But like, the one we have is fine, I think.
Yeah, it's that one. It's
Especially if we
cool.
put like
big.
others.
10K.
Like we have places on the nacelles that we can like drop like a couple extras to get more like coverage.
Yeah.
I mean,
The
plus I just placed some torpedoes here, so it's nice looking. It stays within the shape.
Ooh, I like that. Turn my lights on. And we can dump torpedoes at people.
But actually, I think we probably have enough room without moving the catalyst, because the catalyst is a ways farther in the front, so we could line up conveyors and not have to worry about the catalyst.
yeah, we could build some armor around that. I'm not opposed to leaving it there. If it's
I
an
think if we did, it would probably need to move forward.
well,
I don't know, man.
because think about it from side on. If we drift to the side, the Reaper and the orbital defense
Fucking deja
cannon
vu this shit.
could
Tokyo
Well,
Drift.
both fire.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And that orbital defense cannon has a 7-kilometer radius.
Right.
10-kilometer.
10-kilometer. So
The
anything that
smaller
gets
one,
close is
Reaper's
going to feel
5
the
feet.
pain.
Yep.
Which is what we want this ship to be able to do, is it needs to adequately defend itself.
Mm-mm.
Especially if we ever plan on adding things like corrupt and reavers.
Yeah.
Because reavers won't give a shit. They'll just keep flying at you until they either destroyed themselves or destroyed their target. And if we rip right through them with the orbital defense platform, then it's not going to matter.
I gotta remember where I've put stuff. So if I remember correctly, there is. Yep, there it is.
We still got a lot of time, and the ship's not yet complete.
Mm-mm.
So there's going to be a lot more opportunities for us to add arms to it as well.
So here's a question: what if we swapped the positioning of the two cannons and had the small one in front? Because the small one's actually going to be slightly lower as far as the angle of attack is. So the small one would actually fit slightly below the barrel of the large one.
Oh, I guess that's not too bad. I guess we could. The only problem is you would have to put the Reaper cannon so far forward because of the hitbox of the orbital defense. And like we're gonna want at least either GATS or laser defense systems for missiles,
Yeah, that's a good point.
because we have both options.
I mean, do you have the weapon replacements for AIs, right?
Mhm.
Oh shit! I forgot to add that.
So we are in fact overpowered until
Yeah.
that gets
Well,
put in.
Yeah.
Well, it's not like
But we're
gonna
not
be
chasing
attacking them
we're not
tonight.
chasing enemies right now either. So
Yeah, it's
Right.
it's literally he can add it next time we'll do that.
all right, and unless we activate the orbital defense cannon right now, it shouldn't matter. Because most things are not going to fly that close to us.
Right. Unless we go asking for it.
Yeah.
Only if
I'm gonna
we
lose some of my
accidentally-
braking power, but I am gonna gain torpedo tubes on the front.
You gonna do 2?
Yeah.
Yeah. I figured.
Do I need the Doppler,
No.
or is that just for?
The Doppler would be more functional on the large grid, or on the big ship.
Gotcha. Like, I'm not quite sure what it does.
Doppler is radar.
Well, yeah, I don't know if it's like I can makes the tracking on the missiles better, or if it just picks up enemies better.
I think it picks up enemies better. Because that's what the original effects of the Doppler was. For those who are wondering why we're talking about this, by the way,
Flare launch.
is because
By
the
the way,
Doppler
it's
system was developed by the military to target enemies. Now, I want to clarify something. The Doppler radar was, in fact, transitioned to weather operations in the 1970s. And we, unfortunately, as scientists, mind if I borrow the welder Ixon? Space Builder asked in game chat.
Yeah, you can use it.
Yes, because you were talking, so I didn't want to.
You're yapping.
Yeah, I'm yapping. For reference, unfortunately, sadly, this week we lost a very great ally in the scientist community and weather technologies community. Gary England, a prominent weather meteorologist here in Oklahoma, sadly passed away. He had worked with our local news station for almost 45 years. and was a Navy veteran who worked with the Doppler radar system back when it was a military technology only.
That's
Alright.
impressive. What am I looking for? Where
So
DLCs?
I'm also going to state this because he is a part of the state that I live in.
Warfare.
Him and his actions have saved numerous lives over the last 45 years and has continued to do so to this day because of the impacts that he has made in the weather community. Do y'all guys remember when the maps started appearing on TV shows for weathers?
Yeah.
That was his doing. All right.
That's cool.
From what I understood of it, and from what I've watched and read about this, he unfortunately passed away June 16th. June 16th, June 17th. He was 87 years old.
It just doesn't have a build state.
Yeah, it doesn't have build states. All right. And without his contributions to weather as we know it, it could have been a lot worse. So, well, we'll be missing a great man.
We'll do PDCs.
I don't know if you ever watched the movie, but the meteorologist on the TV show or on the movie, he was actually in the movie Twister.
I've never seen that movie.
You need to go watch it. This was like this movie was like how Jaws portrayed sharks. Okay, so
Fair enough.
if you haven't watched it, I highly encourage you at some point in your life go watch Twister, the original Twister, not the one that they just redid. The original.
To kind of sidebar, I do love how you and I's like opinions of tornadoes and
Mhm.
whatnot are almost polar opposites.
Yeah. Even
being that we are both Tornado Alley,
yeah.
yours is very much the like if I did not know better, I'd be like, ah man, this is your first year here, huh?
Yeah.
First time?
Okay, so clarification. I've been excited about tornadoes since I was old enough to talk.
Fair enough. Have you ever been in one?
Yes.
Oh, bro, same.
Back when I lived in Germany, I won gold medal.
Tornadoes in Germany?
No, there was not tornadoes in Germany. Although there are tornadoes that have been reported overseas. They are rare. Like the one that touched down in Italy in 2013. They are rare, but they do happen. Okay. In 2005. No, it was 2006. My first year in Germany at that particular point.
Remember?
I did a science project. It was a science fair. My science project was all about tornadoes, and I won gold medal on it. I was in 4th grade. I know my shit.
Fair enough.
I know my shit.
Well, no, that's not what I meant by
Yeah.
that.
All right. But I get it where you and I have the polar opposite reactions to tornadoes. You know?
I've literally gone to go get food.
Yeah.
During an active tornado.
Yeah.
Siren.
All right.
Because I looked outside and I was like, nah, not happening.
And then it happened.
And then it didn't happen.
Yeah. I also have a very reaction to tornadoes because of living in a trailer.
I mean, true.
By the way, I'm about to do a test file. So if you want,
Oh,
Where,
Watch it
where,
in
hold on,
action.
hold on. Where you at? Where you at? I want to see this shit.
oh shit!
I am out. I'm in a cockpit.
I swear to
but
God.
Oh, I see it. Oh, wait, are you aiming at the? Oh wait, you can't see that unknown signal.
I'm aiming at. I'm aiming at an asteroid.
Asteroid.
All right.
Oh shit!
Should I actually just travel to that asteroid to see what the damage?
It's probably out of range, so it might not do
Okay,
anything.
that was badass. The
I mean,
firing
it's a
sequence on that is
railgun.
badass.
Yes.
I kind of wish we had somebody on the other end.
I
Well,
can just go over there.
I have one more round that I have loaded in there, so we can wait.
Oh yeah,
it-
let's do that. Somebody go over there.
Ixon, go ahead and do that. I'm gonna switch your display so that your field view.
No. Keep it in
Actually,
this multi-view.
Yeah, it works that way.
Okay, so
You may have to like teleport yourself.
Oh yeah.
It's only it's space Earth like that's the waypoint.
Dun, 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 dun,
I probably shouldn't aim it at Ixon.
dun,
Nah, I'm definitely aiming at Ixon. If you
If you manage to hit him, that'd actually be pretty
I don't mind
badass.
If you want to hit me, I don't mind. Let me get there first.
I was gonna say I will donate 50 fucking bucks right now to Ezra if you fucking nail his ass mid-flight.
Maybe not mid-flight, but have
No,
him.
mid-flight. No, like now it doesn't matter because like he's actually gonna try and be a target, but like, why am I hurting?
Yeah, he's
Oh,
out
I'm
of range
Fucking
anyway.
drinking.
Oh, where?
Drinking?
So it's not
water.
gonna matter. We're just gonna you'll just go
just
go to
one
the
minute.
make sure you're near the asteroid. Let's see.
Well, I'm
you're-
Water.
well,
Hold on, don't do it yet.
yeah.
I'm dying.
Okay.
I need my tofu and water.
I think
Energy
then.
critical.
Okay, so you're looking. Okay, so you're.
I mean, in fairness, I thought you said tofu in water.
Tofu in water.
all
You
right,
just
so
might
you.
not see me though. That's the thing.
Never
Yeah,
just-
I'm
never
out.
just
You're out of
food and
my
water?
range. That's what I'm saying. Is you're a little bit too far for me to see you.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can see you at the asteroid. And it's. I guess it doesn't matter if we hit you or not. But let's kind of.
Why is my music stopped?
All right. So are you looking at all asteroids?
I think I see the hit that you did. So let me get into this spot right here.
Okay.
Oh my
So-
god, the hitbox is so weird. You can't actually stand on the gun.
Yeah.
You can't hit. Okay. I'm at the asteroid. You are. I'm at 7.75 kilometers away from the.
All right.
So you should.
I
All
am-
right, Mr. Builder.
I am
Aim.
firing.
Fire.
It'd be funny if it killed him anyway.
I'm dying. Oh, I'm gonna die. Seems like a miss.
Yeah, it was a
Yeah,
miss.
It seems like a miss.
Oh, I thought you. Ooh, I almost died. That was so fast.
I didn't even see anything, or I didn't even see a laser come by me either.
Do we have a ship that we don't care about?
The shit
Here,
stick.
let me get. Let me spawn one in.
Do you say the shit stick? No. Shit stick is a fantastic ship.
You don't even want to take it with you,
This isn't about me right now. Shut up.
and you called it the shit stick.
Yeah, because it's a stick and it looks like shit, but it's so
There.
good. Hold on, hold on.
it's-
I need to show stream
it-
this.
It
You
may
know,
look
I
like
need
shit,
to fucking heal.
It may look like shit, but he's attached to it. Just like yes.
Look, man, it's a fantastic mining ship.
Technically, if you
I
want
got
it.
you your target.
All right.
Hey! Now that's just blasphemy.
It's the Mark III.
Full screen that shit.
Fine. Fine. Asshole.
Let me reload it because
Yeah, he's got to craft new ammunition for it.
no, it's literally I haven't connected to conveyor belt, so I have to manually load it.
They're
And I
gonna
can only
destroy
hold
my
one at a time.
ship. No. I worked
I
hard
need to
on that.
delete
Hey, the Mark III needs actually another test firing of how much damage it could take.
Knowing what this cannon can do, it's probably gonna rip it in half.
Oh, it's awake.
All right.
Wrong way.
It's
I can
Oh,
see
yeah.
the identifier signal from here.
yep.
You better have pinpoint accuracy, because if this tank beats you, I'm gonna laugh in your face.
Well,
I mean,
considering
it's
considering
7
that
clicks
it's
out.
beyond considering it's beyond my beyond aiming, I may or may
the
not hit
thing
it. I'm
is-
probably gonna
well,
miss
the
it
thing
most
is,
likely.
we have 2 points, so it is registered on my end.
Yep.
So
All right, I am aiming for the very middle of the
It
dock.
also has a
It's-
beacon.
yeah.
Yep. I'm literally aiming for that, but it's probably still gonna miss because it's a tiny target and at 7.6 kilometers.
Yeah.
All right. Firing.
I believe in you, Space.
I don't.
You like Space or Builder?
Space.
Space. Okay.
Time dilation is a thing. Or
Is it?
Space Builder just missed.
Or
No,
that
I'm
it
certain
is-
that I missed. I think it's if the range
Hold
is
I wonder if I could follow it in Spectator.
Probably, if you sped up your spectator enough.
I just don't know.
I think it's because we're a little bit past its range.
Yeah, I think we might be past.
Yeah,
because
because if
it's also a super small target.
Yeah.
Let's do.
Yeah, considering it's one
Uh,
of the bigger grids that we own.
Well, I mean, the other option is like.
I'll go to 5K, and that way, because
Yeah, that's a better.
what,
that's
Yeah,
better-
yeah.
That's
That's actually fairly accommodable. You can hit
Yeah.
something at 5K easily in Space Engineers.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I was gonna show
I-
off
I-
the shit
I-
stick. Look at this shit stick. Look at this thing. Can't see it. It's just in the dark. Hold on, I'm gonna be God for a second. And then there's a little bit. There we go. There's light. Look at this. Look at this shit stick. Look at this thing.
Yeah, it still looks like shit.
It's so good, man.
It looks like you dip. It looks like a dipstick.
Yeah.
That was not supposed to be a compliment. I don't know where you got that from.
Yeah. It's a mining ship, man. It bores through asteroids.
okay.
It cannot go into atmosphere.
Okay,
though.
it's active space.
all right. I'm literally trying to find it because I'm like having trouble. This thing's super old. There we go, I see it.
4.86 kilometers.
Yeah, it's more accurate. This thing's slow to move. This thing is really
Yeah.
I do
all right.
enjoy my difference in aesthetics. I
all
either
right,
like it super flashy pink.
Well, you're about
Or
to miss the
rustic.
firing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna miss the ship too because even at 4.8, I can't even see it. All right, let's see.
You're pretty fucking
One.
on.
Oh, you did it. You hit it. We got a direct hit to
The engine
top-
compartment.
Yeah.
I didn't even see it on stream.
It should be popping up here in a minute.
Yep.
No, I mean like I saw it, but like I didn't see the.
The particle
I
effect.
didn't see the. Yeah, I didn't see the laser. I just seen like a hit on the.
Yeah, you hit the
thing.
fucking part. You hit the engine compartment. Actually, that's technically the cockpit, but
Oh, that's a beautiful sight, by the way. Just seeing that. Ooh, I have a better placement idea. So instead of on the front, maybe we should put it on the side. So we could even have two, and we don't have to try and mess with any of the piping. We can just pipe off the VTOL thrusters.
could. We'll have to.
And then
We'll have to make sure that that area is probably got some structure to it, like some heavy armor struts or something like that.
yeah.
I do love the fact that all of the guns go back to their default orientations.
Yeah, that's super nice. Right, I need to turn my welders on to weld this sheep up.
All right.
Excuse me.
You hit the front end of the cabin, and it looks like you dealt massive damage to the cockpit.
Oh yeah, because I let it actually hit the bottom section of the ship, so or the thing.
Well, remember, it's also made out of heavy metal,
You
so...
Get it now. Get it anymore.
I believe that's a conveyor pipeline space.
Yes, I'm working on setting up conveyor.
Don't, not yet.
Okay.
And the reason is we might do Brute's maneuver and see if we can't push them to the sides where we have more conveyor access. It'd be a lot easier than trying to modify that upper space. We're gonna have to modify that upper space anyway to put in more turrets, but I don't think we need to worry about that right this moment.
Great. I'll restore it.
Yeah, it's just a simple T-junction. This is our longest stream on Kick.
Oh
But
yeah,
it's
I
also
forgot you're
our
on
first stream.
Kick.
I'm on Kick, I'm on YouTube, and I'm on Twitch. And I just hit the minimum to activate revenue on Kick.
One could even
Damn.
say it's kicking. One could even say it's kicking his ass.
No, it's not kicking my ass. Twitch has been more kicking my ass lately. Let's see. Can I activate that now?
While you're live, don't do it while you're live.
I can do it while I'm live.
All right.
I'll set up the important information later. Oh. I may have to wait until after.
Yeah.
But yeah, I hit it by 71 minutes.
Nice.
So yeah, to get monetized on it, Brute, 10 subscribers, 50 viewers in the last 30 days, 15 hours of streams in 30
bad.
days, and then have 100 unique chatters, which is
Hell yeah.
not actually too bad because it's all 30 days.
Mm-mm.
And then the path to partner is 25 subscriber in 30 days, average of 75 viewers, and then 30 hours in the last 30 days for streams, 250 unique chatters in the last 30 days, and then a total of 250 followers.
Yep. Of course, the thing to keep in mind with partner is that's the criteria to apply. That doesn't mean you're actually gonna get partner. That's just the criteria to apply.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And also, Kick does not remove your VODs. Because I know you're very much on the fence about this. I'll give you any information that I find out over it. If you're still
Okay.
skeptical. But I'm not going to...
1K minimum range, 7K
I'm
max range, except Saber.
So,
except Sabers.
like, I've talked about this before, and I talked to Brute about it. You know, what he chooses to do with his own thing is fine. You know, but if he has questions, I'm going to answer them as honestly as I can. If I can't find the information for him, I'll damn sure do my research to find out. Because I know he's like me. I was very skeptical of Kick at first, too.
By the way, Ezra, that's only temporary, just so we have a connection.
No, that's fine. There's a lot more connections that we got to do. We got to route the entire infrastructure through this situation.
Also, what we can do for like defense is fucking missiles.
Yeah.
So like, if we are having to run from something, we can just dump a fuck ton of missiles at him.
Well, if we could do it right, I might look into the bottom of this ship and put a couple of them Starfall launchers.
Yeah.
Oh, bye, John. John ended his stream on Ninja.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, like, through all of this, it's just one of those things that, like, we sit here, we talk shit, and we talk about Twitch. It's about time we started doing something other than just Twitch. And I feel like you're thinking the same thing. Let's kind of branch out a little bit. Let's see where it takes us.
Me, I do. I post other places, dude.
I know. Not enough, but I know.
But not enough, just because I'm boring as shit, so I don't have a lot
You're
of
not
content.
boring.
Shut up. Let me have this.
No, I'm not.
Shut your face!
I hang out with you every week to do this fucking series.
See? Lily agrees. Lily agrees.
Lily, he's not boring. You know this. Just for reference, I can see. He knows he's not boring. But I know. Yes,
Ezra,
we
we have
have.
to be supportive of our friends.
Yes, we have to.
So yes, he is boring. See?
Oh, I still call bullshit on that because there are some pretty quick fucking one-liners that you've delivered.
It's fine.
So, but like you said, if this opens up paths for him to like weigh his options, like I feel like you could easily stream to not only Twitch but YouTube and Kick as well. If not even Kick, you could also do TikTok because I know you have a TikTok account.
I do. My TikTok is not large enough for me to
That
stream
doesn't
to yet. Though.
That doesn't matter.
No, it does. It does matter because I do not have access to that feature.
Oh.
Like that is a feature that is behind walls. I have not gone through the walls yet.
Well, you just got to get more ghostly enough to do that.
Yeah, you're right. Just gotta keep busting through those walls.
If you even if you wanted to, not
oh yeah.
Not that I said, not that I think you will, but you could even go as far as to stream to Twitter.
Ew.
Okay, that's kind of your options for this.
Hold on. I don't know what would be worse. What do you guys think would be worse? Streaming to Twitter or fucking Facebook?
That's
Probably
I'd
Facebook.
say I am not Joe.
I would say I would
your respect for me quicker.
I would say honestly you would lose more respect on
Twitter is
Facebook.
great. Yeah.
Okay.
One has a bit of a musky smell. The other is just old book.
That was good, Space.
No, it wasn't.
No, that was.
No,
Wow.
it wasn't.
Look.
Okay.
As
look,
long as we're making fun of billionaires, I'm okay with it.
Yeah. But no. Lily, do not do not make that comparison.
No, I'm not. I'm not streaming on, or I'm not leaving Twitch. No.
No. But opening up the doors for all of us would probably be better for us anyway. Like, I know you already post YouTube content, but
Going on.
By the way, I
That's
have a
what's
new
going on.
target
I was
that
in
I'm
a
about
seat.
to.
I was going to be sad.
I would
I have a
say,
new target that I'm about to.
I can't
to go
do
ahead
it.
yeah, Britt, I was about to say, and this was really retarded of me. I was about to say you could stream your avatar content, but that is a bad decision in its entirety.
So I can. I just can't stream the fun bits.
Or, well, you could take it to Pornhub.
Energy.
I hear they have a pretty decent revenue stream too.
There may not have been a
Oh
in
no!
my mind of fucking streaming on Fansly, dog. I'm not gonna lie. There is some thoughts. Fusion bomb.
By the way, if you want to check
Yeah,
out, I got a
fusion
close
bombs.
target to go ahead and do a test file.
Okay, hold on. Give me a second. I'm making ammo for myself.
No, that's fine. But
Shit.
yeah. I mean, like, well, as much as we talk about it, there's probably not a reason to
Yeah, I
do
will.
that.
Because I may play as long as you're not doing anything aim pub. No. It'd all be like private instances.
Yeah. But yeah. But
Oh
yeah.
no.
Just
Oh yeah.
just for those who are wondering, Bert's not giving up streaming. I'm not giving up streaming.
I quit. I'm done. I'm leaving.
Bullshit! Bullshit! You love doing this too much to quit.
No, we were in private with friends. We just had a lot of friends.
Grisby said it was.
I think he just used the wrong word. Ooh, I got a new mouse pad, by the way.
Oh, yeah, Brood sad news. My IEMs decided to fall apart.
No
In
energy.
what way?
One of the housings came undone, and I don't have super glue.
Oh, that's unfortunate. See, luckily they're the cheap ones.
Yeah, there were the two twos. I bought them for $20, and I've had them for like a year and a half now. So I'm thinking I'm gonna stick with the cheap route for now. What the hell was
Fair
that?
enough.
I
think that's a gun.
Yes.
That sounded a lot louder than it did when I was up close to it.
Yeah.
Stream froze.
Not for me.
It didn't for me, and I'm watching you through external. So, I have to get some new IEMs, which luckily I found a pair of headphones that aren't falling apart, but they're not IEMs, so they suck.
Right. Is it back now? Oh, I am dropping a shit ton of frames. What the fuck? Why are you so high? So, to explain what's happening,
Yeah.
my kilobytes per second, which you don't know what you want to do. I don't know. Which my kilobytes per second, which I have locked at 6K, right?
Bitrate. Yeah.
For some reason, every now and then spiked
To over.
to fucking 15K,
Yeah.
which is what causes the lag. Like I'm pushing too much,
Yeah.
and it drops down to like 1K.
Yeah, you don't have a equilibrium right there. Like my problem is I've always had a higher bit rate than what Twitch supported.
Actually, can you
Yeah.
fire that gun again? Because it might have been that gun. Because like both times it was during that gun.
Yeah.
I can test.
If it is the gun, we may have to like make some caveats.
Yeah.
I'll check my bit rate as well, because if that's the case, I don't think I've been.
Well, okay, so it could be a combination of things. It could be me streaming because I'm streaming my shit twice right now.
Yeah, you're streaming to me, and then you're also streaming to Twitch. Well, yeah, to your stream box and then to Twitch.
Right.
But your capture card has nothing to do with that.
Right. No, it's my bandwidth.
Yep.
Shit. You know what I also forgot to do? Speaking of internet, Ezra's looks fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Mine is fine. And even then, I have 3 different platforms.
Just give it a shot, dude. It doesn't matter where you shoot, just shoot.
Yeah. Mine was fine. I'll open up my activity panel though. Also, thank you for that lurk, Lily. I appreciate it.
Nah, it seems fine. It seems fine. So.
Oh no, it affected me too. I dropped into the low 30 FPS, and I now have 95 due to render lag.
I'll check my FPS and see, does my FPS go down?
Well, we're not looking at FPS.
We're not. No, this is off of OBS.
Not.
Yeah,
me.
this is all bitrate related stuff.
Stats.
Yeah, I dropped for like a millisecond, and then it came back to normal.
Right.
Perhaps it's just the encoding of like the colors.
It might be, but it happened
It's
when I
weird
wasn't
because-
even looking
okay,
at it.
so it's weird. I have no dropped frames. I
No.
have no skip frames. The only lag I have, which is 229 frames out of 29 or 292,000 frames so far.
Yeah, I'm almost triple that, by the way.
Play fucking what should Lily play? Space Engineers?
Slime Rancher.
Yes.
Yeah, play Space Engineers. Slime Rancher. Play Slime blah, blah, blah. Orc Massage. That's what you want to play.
So
Some good old Orc Massage.
frames missed due to rendering lag. I got 95 out of 14 million. Or 1.4 million.
That's a
I
whole lot of.
but remember, it's also encoding to 2 other platforms.
I know.
So I have
I'm
triple.
Not saying, no, I'm not saying that that's a lot of frames missed. I'm saying that's a lot of frames in general.
Yeah,
Jeez.
it is. All right, and I'm now. This is not the recommended, by the way. I should be streaming about 16,000 because of the different platforms.
They removed Space Engineers from your account? What? What?
Did they like remove it from Epic Game Pass or from Microsoft Game Pass or something?
They shouldn't have.
I don't think it's on Game Pass.
It was.
It
was?
was.
Okay, so 40mm Atlas. And then my railguns take
Although they may have. No. They couldn't have dropped it because
150
Microsoft doesn't have Space Engineers 2 yet.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. I can't tell you. I couldn't tell you. It was on Game Pass for years and years and years.
It's still on Game Pass, according to this. Or it was.
Well, I mean, she's Canadian. Maybe it's different Canadian.
Possible.
Cloud playable with Game Pass Ultimate. Game purchase required. Blah, blah, blah. They might. It is a part of cloud gaming, though.
Huh.
They might have removed it from Game Pass.
No, like, I mean, I believe you. That's weird.
Well, perhaps it's time to get on Steam.
There we go.
Cloud gaming
go
is
through a
Game
lot of
Pass.
these
Yeah. Okay. Then yeah, they haven't removed it from Game Pass, so then they shouldn't have removed it. I would, if you're really inkling to figure out why, you could always check with support.
Oh, you need Game Pass Ultimate to play Game Pass games through Cloud Game. Oh.
It might be. It also might be time to, like Space Builder was saying, like pick it up through Steam when it's like on sale.
Yeah, it's on sale like all the time. I think next time it's on sale, I might just pick it up for you.
Yeah, because even the full bundle is what?
Ooh, you got a
15
new
bucks?
profile picture. Oh yeah, no. It is for her. It is off. What the fuck? That's so weird.
Yeah, that's fair, Lily. That's fair.
Da, da, da.
I'm also interacting with your chat because mine's muted, or mine's pretty much dead.
The downside is it doesn't seem like the orbital defense cannon didn't seem to actually do that much damage.
I played almost 400. Oh, on Xbox.
Remember that the last time it attempted to do damage was on a heavily armored vehicle.
No, I've actually used it against a lightly armored Aldrin Tapis,
Oh,
and it doesn't do that much damage.
okay.
115 millimeter.
I barely understand the game, and I played almost 400 hours in total on Xbox. Well, PC Game Pass.
That's enough to get to the basics.
Yeah. If you really feel an inkling to learn how, you could just hang out with us.
I'm a terrible teacher. Do not.
I can teach you the basics. I can teach you the basics in about 5 hours. I don't even know the basics.
I mean, I mean, like Minecraft. It's basically
In
the same
space.
thing.
Yeah, it's practically the only thing where it differs from Minecraft is when you get to spaceship building.
Can you help me find this fucking Oh, never mind.
What are you looking for?
Railgun ammo.
Which one? For the big one?
No, the 100 or 115.
Okay, first you activated your jetpack. Second, I don't recommend jetpack maneuvers until you got at least the starting maneuvers
So-
down.
You can try searching for it. Check the weapon itself, and it should say what its name is.
Yeah, I just couldn't find it in the drop down.
Oh, yeah. If this doesn't make you feel embarrassed, I've sent my total data output's like 15 gigs.
God damn.
Yeah. Well,
He's
it's
just-
it's the
Are
six
you
kid.
just bullying the ship over here?
Yes.
All right, well, I'm gonna stand on it.
Yeah,
All right,
I don't
I'm on
really
it.
know how to really play the game because I kept getting blown up instantly. Yeah, you need a safe environment to learn. I get it though.
Yeah.
I get it though. It can be very daunting when you're starting a new game and there's
Ah!
a steep learning curve.
That was a big loss. I seen that reflection on.
That was a lag spike. I saw that.
I'm not getting any lag spikes.
I played Sandbox. It was safe.
Yeah. But I also feel like Lily. I also feel like if you were to like get invested into space engineers, it would also be one of those things where you would need a teacher. Yeah.
Kept getting blown up instantly. Were you on a public server or? No, you said Sandbox, so you were by yourself.
Unless you had drones. If the drones were active.
Ooh, yeah, you could have been too
Yeah,
close to a
if
drone
you-
facility.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you had all of you on the server was like NPCs.
Yeah, that's
Like-
right. It's kind of the reason.
If she was playing like early Xbox,
Oh my Jesus, Lily.
and playing on the fucking easy Earth-like
Yeah.
starter base,
Yeah.
that spawns within like 5K from a drone factory, so they
And-
just keep
They immediately send stuff after you.
pull
Yep.
my leash and teach me to be a good girl,
Oh my Jesus, Lily.
ma'am.
But
Unfortunately, you have the wrong bits for him.
yeah. But yeah, I generally recommend that players start out in a star system because it allows you to get the basics down without having the drones.
I have straps. Yeah. And you can drop it.
Sorry, I'm
Partnered.
I'm partnered. I have somebody I'm interested in. I have a
Aw,
partner.
man.
Talking about the
And-
ship, this was actually the first NPC ship I captured back when
And-
I first
and
started
Lily-
running SE.
Lily, I'm not that gay.
Not that gay. What do you mean? What do you mean during Pride
I'm not
Month?
brute.
Huh? Huh? You talking shit?
Yes.
All right.
You don't even fight it.
It's fine.
Energy low.
No, not it.
Oh no.
God no.
My partner does not interact with these people. I don't know what you're talking about.
For reasons. Sorry, I had to say it.
Yeah, because he's already a lunatic.
You know, one day we'll meet him.
Yeah, I know.
Eventually,
I know.
someday. But you know, we wouldn't know him. He goes to a different school.
Technically, you're not wrong. He is in college. Are you about to lag us all out again?
Why are you bullying the ship?
Why are you causing our frames to lag out? Now, I can definitely blame him for this. Luckily for you, I didn't drop any more frames. Brew probably did, though.
No, I didn't. At least not stream wise. I might have dipped on my FPS counter. If I look out into this void, you can see it.
Yeah. But
I also like how you get fucking watch it. Watch. looking off into space, 47 frames per 50 frames per second. I look over here, 37.
Oh, great.
An instant fucking 10 frame drop.
So, I finally, I kind of told, I told the others about it, but I finally got the upgrade that I needed for, Skyrim.
Ooh, hell yeah.
So that I ended up spending like $9, which it currently retails for it. By the way, if you are listening in, I do not say to try this. Okay, I checked out a
Just your
few.
guys'
Oh,
get you a nice little
jeez.
get you a nice little cage off in the corner. And there's no stress.
So I checked out Instant Gaming, and also CD keys. Just futzing around with it, and I got the full game of Fallout 4, so I can mod it and actually own it on Steam, because I didn't have it on Steam. Let's just go with that. I'm not gonna say where. And then Skyrim, I was just missing the anniversary upgrade, so I was like, "Fuck this shit! I want the full package," you know. So now I can play with Wabbajack List and not have to be concerned whether I have AE installed or not. So, but yeah, I'm just testing out a couple of those sites and seeing what is. The good news is like I don't have to save my payment information, which means there's not a likely chance they're going to be able to, you know, my credit card's not going to be found on the dark web. Hopefully, maybe.
You're not gonna cry as bad.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't like setting up my payment information on regular sites that I use like Amazon, but I use it so often it's like, well, what do I do here? I don't want to have to type this shit in every time. But if I'm using a service just once one-off or anything, I'm not gonna save it. Fuck that. I'll keep lurking,
sense, yeah.
but headed to bed. All right, John, have a great night. We will see you Tuesday. He's going to bed.
At least one of us will get your name right.
Oh, I've always called him John. I know his name's Johan, but I call him John all the time. And, well, he's never stopped me, so there you go. Oh my god. It feels what's going on tomorrow. Tomorrow is Pal World. So I will see you tomorrow then.
Yep.
Tomorrow's Pal World, and then I got you for Stationeers on Tuesday.
Pal World, more like Pound World. No,
Hey, you know what? I don't give a shit what people say about Pal World now. I'm fully invested because of Nintendo being a shit.
There's no laws about Pokemon, Batman.
You won't. I have to work. Ah, you suck. It'll be me and Ixon again. I want to see if I could try to rope Crimson into it. I think he'd enjoy it. I'll have the Pal World server up, though. Fair enough. I know you still have the Icarus server. It's just there's.
I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow. I should probably do Space Engineers, Star Citizen, because the new update just dropped, and I kind of want to check out the storms and the sandworms.
Still not
And by
pulling
check
me.
out, I mean, ow.
It's still one of those things. It's not pulling me. There's not enough to say, okay, I want your full attention.
No, I get that. It's either that or I'll do VR chat. I know I'm doing VR chat on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Because one of my buddies' birthday is on Wednesday, so I want to do something for him.
That's fair. So kind of schedule change, and I know this will kind of like dip down into where you're able to interact, but it's kind of fair to say Wednesday and Thursday mornings I will have a morning live stream, and then Wednesday
Ooh,
I will
okay.
be off for the evening.
Okay.
Wednesday I'm going to dedicate my afternoons to recording time for The Long Dark,
Ah.
which I'm currently figuring out how I want to edit it and everything, and I need to set up thumbnails and all of that nonsense.
I get you.
It's a buttload of work problems that I got to deal with. And then Thursday, I will have a morning and evening stream, which I'm reserving for the first time back, it'll be Stationeers, but after that, it'll be kind of variety on Thursday evening so that
Makes
we
sense.
could do like, oh, we're going to play Halo this evening.
Fair
You know.
enough. Fair enough.
So, and that'll be kind of one of those things that we can get into where it's early. And I know you don't stream on Thursdays, but, you know, that'll be something that you can pop in if we do like Halo.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know you're fully down to do the Halo stuff. So, I'm reserving Thursdays to be kind of like my variety days, so that like we could talk or we could play some of the games that we've been trying to get community on.
Yeah.
Like Uno, Lockdown Protocol, Repo, Halo. There's a couple of others, but you get the idea. And then Wednesday, Thursday, it's going to be multiplayer. I think Ixon's going to be able to tag along with me on at least Wednesday. I don't know about Thursday. Thursday might be a solo operations day.
Well, what time's on Thursday?
Whatever time I have posted on Discord.
Okay, I would have to check it again.
That would be under the schedule tab.
Yeah,
8:30
that
to
would
10:30.
be yeah, that would be your own time.
Yeah.
Because I got work in the morning.
Yeah, I kind of figured.
Even though it's one of my shorter shifts, but I can make the Thursday morning would be your own, and then the Thursday evening I can make.
Yeah, I might play like something like Slime Rancher or Breath Edge during that morning, because those are more solo games.
Yep.
And then we can reserve like Wednesday morning to be like Terratech Worlds or something.
Mm-hmm.
I should do a test of this ship real quick. Of the weaponry.
Why not? Space Builder's been testing shit. I just updated the mod for Icarus as well. Okay. Thank you, John. Hopefully soon we'll get back into Icarus, but I make no promises. So, but yeah, the kind of schedule has changed so that I have a little bit of mixed variety stream hours, doing a couple of early morning and also keeping with my evening streams. So all of my evening streams will be at 6:30 CST. 6:25 is when I actually go live, but we don't start gameplay until 6:30. So I've eliminated like 5 minutes off of the start time. Woo.
Yay.
Pal World remains the same. Stationeers remains the same. But Wednesday, I do not have any evening streams planned. And that's because that's my editing / recording day. And I'm going to kind of backlog my recordings. So then when I do it, I can just kind of leave it for a little while.
Okay, how do I set these guns or missiles up so I can use them?
But yeah, I got Streamlabs to work for the alert system because
oh hell yeah,
because because I've already had integration with Streamlabs before, it was a lot easier for me to set up my Streamlabs to handle both Twitch, Kick, and YouTube.
Mm.
I know Stream Elements can do it. Don't get me wrong.
Space Builder, would you mind giving me a target? Or what are you doing?
I was gonna watch and see what you were shooting at, but let me see if I have.
I don't have
the
anything to
target.
shoot at yet.
Yeah.
Let's get a
Oh.
little bit of distance on this, so I'm not like shooting within
Yep.
Okay.
range. If you want to
me-
like hop onto the ship,
We're rocking
Yeah,
that.
let me. I am. I should be. Let's see. Where are you again?
like right next to you,
Holy crap.
which I understand means very little in space.
Ba, 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 ba.
I seem to have lost you. I'm not. I don't see
I'm
you
at the
anymore.
at the nose of the main ship.
Oh no. I see. I was in spectator mode.
Oh, fail.
You
So
and
yeah,
your
I am.
you and your spectator mode.
It was. I got knocked into spectator mode because I was going to the menu.
Why
But
do
anyway,
I have
I am relative. So you wherever you're going, I should be following.
So I went back to Spotify.
Yeah.
I'm playing Stream Beats because one, it's not copyrighted in the system. I can play it pretty much anywhere. And two, I found a pretty banging soundtrack.
Pretty banging, he says.
Yeah, shut up. I am old. I know.
Well, at least you
All
know,
right. Here's the target.
The playlist is called Demon Instrumental,
Oh yeah.
and I'm loving it.
I
Give
don't
him my-
see the target.
Oh my god, my YouTube is like not up to date.
I'll probably have to put a beacon on it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It's not towards the base, is it? Between
No.
me and the base?
It is not towards the base.
I don't see it at all. What the fuck?
It's
dude?
800. It's 800 meters from you.
And it's
Easy eye
bright yellow,
beacon.
so I should see it, but I don't.
Oh my
Fuck.
god.
Easy eye beacon.
Oh my god. What did you do?
Easy eye beacon.
Turn it
Let's
up to
give
10
it-
kilometers. And enable broadcasting if it's not already enabled.
Yeah, it's let's see, 20 kilometers, and it's on. Yeah. So yes, you should be able to see it now, and it says "Hello, Fruit."
I should. Fucking why? Oh, I see it now.
Root would lose his head if he couldn't see it. So yeah.
And it is between us and the.
Yeah, I guess it is.
Yeah, we're gonna have to go farther because I think I have to. I think it has to be an enemy for me to be able to lock with the missiles.
All right.
Also,
let me
you have to be
go-
a kilometer away.
Yeah, let me go back over to you, and I might want to put it closer so you can see it.
When you get it pasted in, set the ownership to like Space Pirates or something.
Yep,
Yeah.
I'll do that. All right. Let me know.
but you have to be
locked
more-
Yeah, I'm locked to you now. So if you want to go forward, we can.
Because I don't remember what the max range of those, of the big railgun is.
Which one are you using?
The one on the main ship.
10.
10K. Okay, so we're gonna have some travel time then.
I
Well,
could just disable the cannon.
Also, it's not like the can. Yeah.
I'll just turn the
Actually,
cannon off.
we can, if we go far enough away, we can just set it to neutral, and you mark your switch your turns to target neutral.
Yep. That's what I was gonna do. And lag? Hello?
I don't know what that's called.
What the fuck?
That was lag. I placed
I
it
was
and then
still
you ran into
moving.
it.
Why would you spawn it, dog?
Because I was stupid. I'm sorry.
Damn it! Alright, we might actually need a rescue. There was a accident.
Oh, Jesus Christ. What did you do?
It's fine. I went for a flip and burn, and like I didn't realize he pasted it. So like at 100 meters per second, I just fucking ass ended it.
It's my
Look.
it's my fault for not realizing I was not that I was relative to you.
Oh, my Jesus.
And then I forgot that it pastes in with 0 velocity.
Damn it, Space Builder. You gotta pay attention to this shit.
Yes, I should.
Well, I mean that's why we have the tugboat, right?
Yep.
Oh, you're grabbing the tug.
That'll we
Dixon?
just copy and
I
paste
can
it
let
back.
you do it. That way, at least you at least be doing something.
Hey! Don't call me out like that!
Yeah, stop profiting from us just doing things.
I was chatty!
Well, we can at least test the torbs.
All right.
God.
What got damaged on it?
The
back.
entire ass end.
Oh, okay.
Like I lost my entire drive cone. And the weapon systems on the cone itself.
Is that
All right,
you? Is that you 9 kilometers away?
Yeah, roughly.
Okay, tug coming in for rescue. This is the shit I have to deal with. Where is it?
It's nothing but a thing.
No, you are not on Crimson's display. There you are. Brute's up there in the top right corner. Well, I'm coasting.
Okay.
Root versus yellow respawn pod. Who will win?
Right. If you want to... Oh, that's entirely too close. I can't.
All right.
Like, I can manually control a turret to shoot it, but...
All right. I'll focus on the kind of butt end area where the turret is.
I mean, they're missiles, so they should just be able to lock on and auto guide.
All right.
Like, you have to be like a kilometer away.
Scroll, shift scroll will also change your lock on.
All right. So I've marked it as nobody.
I swear to God, if I get missiled, I'm gonna be mad.
Well, you're not nobody, so you should be fine.
Click. How do you pick a target?
So
I think
shift,
you right
scroll wheel.
Shift. Yes. Yeah.
Shift scroll wheel?
Yeah.
Yep. But you need to be in first person mode to pick up target. It's weird with weapon code. You have to be in first person.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, I don't think you do.
Not on the latest iteration of Weapon Core, no.
Oh, not anymore.
No.
All
You
right.
may have to set your things to collect a fire.
Right. Well, the missile launcher should be.
Don't forget to set it to target neutrals.
Right. Yeah, I'm too close. I'm reversing, so. Because it did say that it has a minimum lock range of 1 kilometer.
I don't have any weapons on this, so. Oh, you lost your back engine, that's why.
Yeah. Am I not a kilometer away from that yet? What the fuck?
Thank you all. I can't like even
Fire,
see it
bitches.
anymore.
Uh-oh. I fucked up.
What?
Careful.
I'm dampened to you, so.
Okay. I need to like rotate.
Look up.
Ooh, that looked like we collided on my end.
No collision here.
Okay. I need to take a call real quick.
Yep.
So I will be right back. I'm gonna deafen on this and whatnot.
Yeah. Take your time.
Let me view game. Let me mute for stream. Give me my mouse.
Someone doesn't run borderless full window.
I do run borderless no window. It just sometimes takes my mic. My shit. It's fine.
Yeah, he fixes that by leaving Discord. I think I'm going to swing around his bottom and
Tow him home.
no. I'm not gonna tow him home because he wants to test that, but
I know, I'm joking.
just in case he needs to slow down again, he has the full power of the tug to weigh in on it. It won't be too much longer until we call it a night. We are breaching that 7-hour mark. It is currently 1 a.m. and I plan on going for at least an hour longer to allow me some wind down time and to, you know. Holy gyros. What did you do?
Me?
I did what we. It needs a lot of gyros, so I put it in the space where
Oh.
it could be placed in.
I looked up and I saw nothing but gyros on Ixon's end.
By the way, Ezra, it looks like one of the views is in the wrong place on the stream.
That's Raptor's view, and it was never put into a proper display area.
Okay.
Yeah, he has control of Raptor's view right now. Because I never put Crimson's on the other one. So he's ended up on Raptor's view for the moment because Crimson's not online. Normally that's both Crimson has technically 2 views before I fix it. Alright, I'm gonna grab a drink. I'm gonna switch to gyroscopic hell. Actually, I'm gonna switch to collective so that you guys have all 3 views. And I'll be right back. All right.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you. More than likely, we're probably going to end up having to redo that just for airtightness sakes. Now it's airtight on its own. I understand that, but also to like deal with the fact that that's 4 spaces and we still need to fit refineries in there.
Yeah.
So it may need to be redone anyway. But for now, it's fine.
Well, we still have this out of the area that we can still
Yeah.
work
I'm not arguing. I'm just saying may have to change it later.
with.
So for now, it's functional and we needed it anyway, but we'll have to probably change it later. But why? I've lost Discord audio.
Really?
Oh no!
Testing.
Oh no! I was scrolled. My audio applications weren't picking it up because I wasn't looking at the right thing. Oh fuck. So yeah, like I said, in about 30 minutes, 45 minutes. We'll be calling it a night. It is a long night, so.
Yeah.
And my dumbass forgot to close my refrigerator, so guess what heated up?
Oh.
Now, luckily, I caught it early on, so it shouldn't take too much to cool it back down. But it's a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, your refrigerator might be a bit toasty.
It's not toasty. It's not toasty on the inside. It's still cool on the inside, so I'm hoping it just kicks back in and it goes, oh, I'm not cold enough. Turns on the motor. So?
On the plus side, at least it's been helping you cool your place down.
No, it hasn't. My windows are open. And I've been sitting here sweating my ass off. Just for reference, I don't have an air conditioner. It is hot for the next 6 months. Because I will not get relief until about December.
Yeah, it's a bit like a crock pot in there.
It's not a crock pot. It's not even close to a crock pot.
What about an Instant Pot?
I'm going to show you an Instant Pot. Throw you in an oven and see how you sweat it out. But yeah. So, just kind of be warned. Schedule may change based on the heat index. I'm not expecting anything. It's the humidity that's is the problem. For reference, the humidity has been like in the upper 60s for like a month.
Mm-hmm.
Because we've had, no shit, we've had over 50 feet of rain in the last 3 months. That's a lot of rain.
Yeah.
Now, well, it's not 50 feet. It's more like 50 inches, but still, it's still a fuck ton of rain.
It could be worse. Could be 50 meters of rain.
Yeah. I don't want to hear it from you, Crockpot.
Or 50 large blocks of rain.
No, it's 25 large blocks of rain. Because it's 2.5 meters. I do not know, Ixon, if those are going to work with the weapon core systems.
Well, I'm just putting in a thing so we just get that extra range. Regardless.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with adding it. I'm just letting you know that I don't know if it actually works with it.
Mm-hmm.
So, even if it doesn't,
If anything, it's decorative.
Yeah. If anything, it will benefit the game weapons.
Yeah.
The unmodded weapons, but oh yeah. And then after I get off, I'm gonna go back to modding Skyrim, because yay, Skyrim for the millionth time.
And once you finish modding it, you'll probably go to bed, and next time you want to play it.
Oh
again,
no,
you'll
I'll
need
be
to
awake
mod
all
it
night.
again.
Oh no, I'll be awake. I didn't get to sleep until about 10 o'clock this morning. I have not been sleeping properly because of the heat. So
I can imagine. It's
surprise,
sleep.
surprise. If I end up sick one of these days, you'll understand why. welcome back.
Hi, I'm back for now. Hold on.
Here in about an hour, we're gonna call it a night anyway.
Oh, okay. Well, I was gonna go watch a movie with them here soon, anyways. Probably.
Okay.
In like,
When you get ready to do that, then we'll call it a night then.
are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've already been
all right.
going for like 6.5 hours.
True. All right, yeah. Let's just get the ship back.
Okay.
I'm gonna turn off my dampeners
Space Builder,
so Tug has control.
Yeah.
go find a seat.
All right. All right. I have a seat.
No, I don't want a blind jump. G menu. No. K menu. My jump selector does not work for this. It's like jump.
You may have to hard fly us the 10K, dude. Or the 8K.
Max jump distance is 450 kilometers.
Oh, never mind. That's a beast of a jump drive. Jesus.
Yeah.
Got 2 of them in there, so of course.
All right.
Do-ba-do-do-do-do-do-do.
Where we're at. Hold on, let me take a look.
Oh, my bad.
Oh, that was you gyroing me. Actually, flip us on. Flip the nose towards our destination. Keep going.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm lagging. Give me a second.
Yep.
Twisting.
You almost whacked Space Builder.
Right.
I saw that. And I managed to avoid them.
Hey, you know what I forgot I had?
Components.
Components in a repair system.
Depends on how much of it actually remained after everybody's been digging into the components.
True. It doesn't look like I have enough to finish my cone. I just gotta get close enough to my repair station and us not careen into the side of the rock.
Well, activate your dampeners so that I have full reverse on you. Because this thing does not have great slowdown.
That's fine. I also only have a singular ion on the front.
That's fine. No, anything above that is a benefit. Secondary gyros, are they off? Yes, they are. Ah, there's my gyro power. Okay, flip your dampeners back off.
Dampener's off.
And I'll have you
Keep
turn
it
them.
slow.
I'll have you turn them back on when we get close.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Keep it slow. Like, probably here is good. Like, speed-wise.
Alright, and... I have the prototype gyros on. So...
Oh, gotcha. All
I
right,
can
you could probably...
Yeah. Dampeners on.
Yep. You can detach. I can probably get close enough here.
There you go. Oh yeah, if you go vertical, you have all that. Yeah, you have all your extra directions.
Shit.
Oh, I forgot. This thing does not need the extra gyros when it's not moving anything heavy.
Yeah.
Join the Space Navy, they said. It'd be fun. Well, we've been sitting here on the same asteroid for the past 3 months, and we haven't even finished our ship.
You know what? You're fired.
Well, look, when we signed the paperwork to join the Space Navy, there was nothing saying that we were going to be the ones building the ships.
Yeah, it was
But
all.
here we are.
It was all.
There was supposed to be independent contractors, but then there were budget cuts.
He's not wrong. Oh. Why am I dying? Oh shit.
I had a little
My
bit-
helmet was open.
Fucking,
Now you know why I keep my helmet closed.
you goddamn goon.
Did you remember to lock your helmet?
Wrong game.
This is why we have the 4-point checks, sir.
The 4-point checks doesn't apply when we're constantly living in space.
True.
And we never open. If we never open our helmets to begin with, we wouldn't have this problem.
Yeah, but I like to eat, not through a fucking straw.
Well, too bad. That's the only diet we could afford.
I've been living off tofu for 6 months.
We haven't even been in this state for 6 months.
No, we've been in here for 6 months, haven't we?
No, it's only been 4.
Oh, all right. Well, 4 months then.
Because we started this after the new year.
Well, it probably
Right.
is almost that much because we've been asleep for a good period of time.
True, true, true.
Well, that's because you're lazy.
We've been in suspended animation for like months.
Cryo sleep do go hard though.
Yeah, talking about suspended animation. Guess who's currently in suspended animation in my ship?
Yes.
Lamau. All right.
All right. The catalyst is pretty
well,
much.
we can, well,
The
you can always
catalyst.
get your nacho burgers and fries.
I'm gonna beat you. The catalyst is pretty much self-sufficient. So if you want to pop in there, I'm not changing it. I'm not planning on changing it. Nothing's going to happen to it. And it is a safe space just in case you want to protect yourselves.
I want to check it out because it's been a minute.
Oh yeah, you haven't been in here.
But then I think I'm gonna end my spout now. Thank you, sir. Oh yeah, the kitchen or bathroom. This is the bathroom.
Yeah, I forgot to replace the bathtub in here or the toilet. I'll have to fix that later. That and of course a full survival kit because I'm a lunatic.
Well, it's nice to have.
Also, Space Builder, why are you changing my displays?
Didn't have anything on it before.
You could have used a poster.
It's a good image though. I'm assuming that's the moon.
Yes.
Yes, it's from my small phone camera, so it's not the best.
That's from your phone camera?
Yes.
God damn. It's actually really good. Did you have anything augmenting it, or is it just straight camera?
It's the zoom. It's 100x zoom.
That's just straight camera. Damn. I couldn't do that. I mean,
Also, steady hands.
well, yeah, steady hands. You probably messed with the IO. Fuck off. God, okay.
He's got one.
Nothing
He's
with
got
the-
one on this
not-
bunk over here.
Yeah, nothing with the IO, but having to, it's definitely it's hard to get it in line.
Yeah.
That's fair. All right. Well, I'm gonna go sleep in mine.
Yeah. All right, Crimson. I think it's that time, sir.
Yep.
Wait, has Crimson been in here?
Or Ixon.
I'm like, wait a minute,
I was like,
Do we have
hold
a
on.
ghost?
I don't remember him being here.
Crimson didn't log in today. Hopefully, we'll have him next weekend.
One day he'll love me.
All right. Are you sleeping in there?
Yeah, I'm sleeping in mine.
I know you're sleeping in yours. I'm talking to Ixon.
Oh,
Yeah.
fair enough.
I'm in suspended animation. I'm in one of those lab bats.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this is where we call it a night, but the fun doesn't stop there. We will be back tomorrow at 6:30 CST with some more Pal World, which Ixon has been dying
Yay.
with his itchy fingers to get me back into.
His little baby fingers.
Well, it's been on hold since you said you're
I had to take a
taking
hiatus.
that hiatus. So I took out all the pals. So when we get in, I have to put all the pals back in, or we do a lot of other
I mean,
remodeling.
and in fairness, you could get in there tomorrow early and see if you can't get it all reset up before we go live.
Oh, that's easy. Dropping them, it's more that if we want to relocate place
Oh.
our pals to go to some other place or base, or if we want to do other things. 'Cause
Yeah,
we've
yeah,
got
yeah.
almost all the things.
All the things.
All right. So, yeah. YouTube, Kick, thank you for hanging out. Twitch, we will be going on a raid.
Yay.
Mainly because I know more people on Twitch than I know on Kick. But yeah, with that said,
Does Kick have a...
they have a raid system, yes.
Oh, that's cool.
I gotta find my OBS in this monstrosity of stuff. Okay. I'm gonna hit my ending scene.
I will also be raiding.
Is Jikoku on?
Jigoku is live. I don't know what he's doing.
Space Engineers.
Space Engineers. All right, let's hit him up.
Okay. All right, Twitch. Raid. Jikoku. Where are you? All right. If you're on Twitch, hop into that raid. Let's get started. YouTube.
Yep, later.
And YouTube and Kick, we will be back tomorrow on the same platforms. We are not giving up on you. I will see you guys tomorrow. Peace, and we'll see you next time. Gentlemen.
Bye-bye.
Laters.
Bye, friends. Any words of wisdom tonight, boys? What did we learn?
Not to paste ships in front of ships.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe don't paste ships in front of breaking ships.
Yeah.
I'll dampen to them.
All right. Latest YouTube. Latest Kick.